This is wild. Cognify is a new concept for prison reform where criminals would have the choice to choose between spending tens of years behind bars or instead opt to have AI artificial memories implanted into their brain. The idea is to treat criminals like patients and permanently change their brain chemistry by implanting these artificial memories so that when they re-enter society, they are a new and completely reformed person who mentally cannot commit any more crimes. The way that it works is that depending on the severity of the crime, AI would design these false memories to be implanted that would make the person more empathetic, or in some circumstances, make them physically and emotionally feel the pain of their victims and their victims' families. Even though this process only takes about 7 minutes, to the subject, it would feel like it had been years. Last year, the United States government spent $8.7 billion of taxpayer money on the prison system. This whole process would cut that spend significantly, and we could use that extra money on healthcare, education, and other technology advancements.
So tell us about the reception to this speech at the EU Parliament. Did you get much pushback? Are they saying, yes, we need to listen to you? I mean, what's the EU seems to be full on going forward with the Ukraine war. They're not listening.
It's amazing. I did not get any reaction from the leadership, meaning the European Union Commission or the High Representative for External Affairs. But I got a lot of feedback, and most of it very positive from within the European Parliament and from a lot of people around the European Union institutions saying, thank you. Yes, we do need our own foreign policy. It's been a long time. Now,
it sounds like they're starting to develop one. I mean, some of the things that are being said in the news is they're thinking about creating their own NATO, I guess, without the United States, or which fine, if they want to do that and they want to create, that makes sense to me without the United States being involved.
Yes, NATO is a North Atlantic Treaty Organization, meaning that it is bridging the North Atlantic. On one side, the United States, of course, is the leader of this alliance, together with Canada, and on the other side, Britain and the European Union and a few other European countries not in the EU. But Europe gave up its foreign policy to NATO years ago. Basically, the United States called the shots for what Europe would do, I would say, at least for, since 2008. It's been hard to think of a moment when a major European leader said no to the U.S. foreign policy. 2008, by the way, is an important date. It was the date that the U.S. pushed through the commitment that NATO would enlarge to Ukraine and to Georgia, which put us on a path to war with Russia. And the Europeans were against it, but they swallowed their opposition, went silent, and really since then have not had an independent foreign policy. So Europe is recognizing, especially in the age of Trump, who's all over the place. We want Greenland, we want this, we want that. Maybe we better do something ourselves. I'm in favor of that. I think Europe should have its own foreign policy and should have its own military defense. It doesn't have to be an enemy of the United States, but it doesn't have to follow blindly the United States. So that would be fine. The question is, can Europe come up with something right now? It's such a strange situation. The U.S. led Europe into this highly militaristic approach based on the U.S. idea that the U.S. runs the show and will expand NATO. Europe swallowed and said, we'll go along with this. Now, Trump is saying, that wasn't a good idea. He's absolutely right on that. It's been a disaster. It led to this awful war. It is now a real crisis. So Trump is saying, I don't want to play this losing hand. But Europe, strangely enough, is saying, no, we're in it. We're going to continue the war. I don't think that they can really sustain that approach because frankly, Europe without the United States can offer very little to Ukraine in terms of military support right now. But maybe this is the beginning of a more independent European foreign policy, which on the whole would be good for Europe, good for the United States, good for world peace, in my view. But they have to get their act together.
And the way Dallas tells the story, about 10 seconds into the audition, he's like, that's Jesus. That's my Jesus for this show. And so we did that film. And it was screened. He brought me back to view it like a month later at the Good Friday service with his church, about 7 services. It was like 15,000 people saw this thing in a matter of a day and a half. And it was remarkably well received. It was so beautiful, and it was essentially the foundational bones of the concept of the chosen, which is this sort of Ignatian spirituality, this Ignatian insight into the Gospels, which is basically you put yourself in the Gospel. In the Gospels, you ask yourself a series of questions, and that's how you meditate on the Gospels through this form of spirituality. And so this process of filmmaking was kind of like a living example of that on celluloid or digital celluloid.
So when you're reading your scripts, when you're preparing, you're basically reading the gospel.
Yeah, gospel plus, I'll say. It's, because as a TV show, it's not always, the scriptures as they are don't always give us the full picture of a conversation.
They definitely don't.
Of a character, of a person. So we have to, through, biblical, a group of biblical scholars and advisors that help us and give insight into the things that we're writing. We have to craft these plausible, hopefully authentic backstories that create believable characters that could have existed in the first century, that augment the world that the Gospels give us a glimpse into. So a lot of it is scripture, yes, but then there is some creative license taken just to be able to make a good TV show.
Reports of revival are spreading across the United Kingdom. The movement is marked by an increase in prayer as well as an increase in the number of healings. One pastor describes feeling the tangible presence of God across the nation. Take a look.
When God is here, the impossible becomes possible.
Something has shifted in the last 6 months. And it feels almost like it's a rising river.
Pastor Craig Cooney of Hope Church in Northern Ireland believes the spiritual drought brought on by the pandemic is over.
Between 20 and 2023, I found myself often saying that I've never seen the church at such a low ebb. That it just felt like we were going through the motions post-COVID. It was just a lack of zeal, a lack of passion, a lack of enthusiasm, a lack of growth. Something shifted around the start of this year, I would say. And it's difficult to describe or define.
Cooney, who also reaches more than 100,000 people on Instagram, says the most noticeable change is a tangible presence of God, as well as an increase in the number of healings.
There's this sense of God is in the room. That has been birthed out of and has probably birthed prayer, an increase in prayer. We have seen that in our own church. About 20% of our church now come to our weekly prayer meeting. It's at 6 p.m. on a Wednesday. It's not a convenient time, but it's just an hour of solid intercession. And there's just people crying out for the lost, people crying out for their families. And every single week,
wow,
we are getting testimonies of healing from people who might not even 6 months ago believed in divine healing. It's the people who, when they say they're healed, you know they're healed because they wouldn't be making this stuff up.
Reverend Liz Doyle, founder and director of She Leads America, just returned from England, where she prayed with a group inside Windsor Castle.
And as we were in St. George's Chapel praying, I felt the Lord speak to me and say, I'm going to bring revival into this place. We were there for 3 days and 3 nights with 30 of our British counterparts. Genesis chapter 28 is what the vicar was reading from that day, Jacob's Ladder. And right next to us is Queen Elizabeth's grave.
Wow.
And I felt that when he began to read Genesis chapter 28, 13 to 15, if you read it, it'll say, on the ground where you're laid, I'm going to bless the generations. And I felt the Lord was saying, I am going to begin to work in your children's lives, Queen Elizabeth, and they're going to be a blessing to the world.
Doyle and her husband pastored in England for 25 years. And for her, this was a full circle moment.
If your light will shine, please don't put out mine.
As she felt the Lord saying,
I'm going to bring you back to the land and give you the things I've promised. And we left about 25 years ago. So those two things came together, and I just understood it to be that the Lord was going to move in St. George's Chapel.
Signs of revival are also sprouting in neighboring Scotland. In June, Reverend Franklin Graham brought his God Loves You tour to Glasgow.
It is good to be in Glasgow. Wow.
Where more than 7,000 people turned out, with many giving their lives to Christ.
You see, God loves you, and He's willing to forgive our sins, but we have to come to Him, His way, and that's through the cross of Jesus Christ.
I went up tonight because Franklin's so powerful in his word that he said, "Say, get up out your seat." I had to get up out my seat. I had to get there. I didn't realise there was going to be 2,000 or 3,000 people behind me. It gives me anxiety, but I didn't care. I'm going to give it to the cross.
For Cooney, this is a season he's waited a long time to see.
I kind of feel like the Lord says you will get what you go after. And there's this sense where I felt him say, go after healing. Go after healing. And so we've gone after that. In the first 5 months of this year, our church has grown by about 30%. 30.
Incredible.
30%. And we have done nothing different.
So are we in a revival then?
I was thinking of Elijah, where he keeps sending the servant back to see if there's rain coming. And he said the 7th time, I see a cloud the size of a man's hand. And I believe what the Lord is saying is, there's a cloud. I'm showing you what's available, and I'm showing you what's possible. And I'm showing you what I would delight to give you. And I'm calling my people to prayer, and I'm calling my people to consecration, and I'm calling my people to a deeper level of commitment. And if you will pursue me, I will come for you.
After collapsing on the football field.
After collapsing in the middle of the game.
Collapsing during the game.
Collapsing on the tennis court.
Suddenly collapsing.
The player collapsed
and died.
After collapsing.
Are you tired of being called a conspiracy theorist? Do you see patterns where other people don't? Are your relationships with your friends and family suffering as a result? Well, then ask your doctor about noticinol. Noticinol is an FDA-approved drug that helps people afflicted by chronic noticing. It works by suppressing the part of your brain responsible for critical thinking so you can get back to living carefree. Side effects of taking noticinol may include, but are not limited to, heart attacks, sudden adult death syndrome, storming the Capitol, unironically enjoying late-night television, and in rare cases, Bryan-Stelteritis. People who take noticinol once a day report up to a 97% decrease in noticing. Do your own research to find out if noticinol is right for you.
You can't stop coincidences from happening, but you can stop noticing them.
We also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security, and I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. We have tremendous people very interested in this subject. And last year, I promised to make America the Bitcoin superpower of the world and the crypto capital of the planet. And we're taking historic action to deliver on that promise, as you know, around the table. Yesterday, I signed an executive order officially creating our strategic Bitcoin reserve. And this will be a virtual Fort Knox for digital gold to be housed within the United States Treasury. That's a big thing, Scott.
When you said that you've never asked God for forgiveness, do you regret making that remark?
But I like to be good. I don't like to have to ask for forgiveness, and I am good. I don't do a lot of things that are bad. I try and do nothing that's bad. I live a very different life than probably a lot of people would think.
Okay. You mentioned the Bible. You've been talking about how it's your favorite book, and you said, I think last night in Iowa, some people are surprised that you say that. I'm wondering what one or two of your most favored Bible verses are, and why.
I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. You know, when I talk about the Bible, it's very personal, so I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into.
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you think about or cite.
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
Even to cite a verse that
no,
you like.
I don't want to do that.
You're an Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy?
Probably equal. I think it's just an incredible. The whole Bible is an incredible. I joke. Very much so. They always hold up the Art of the Deal. I say my second favorite book of all time. But
not only Auschwitz, they liberated all the camps in Poland, and that is really not known. And something I wanted to point out to you, you know, there are many pictures about the Russian liberating Auschwitz, and there's never any snow, and the snow was honestly that high, and so I have some connection with the Russian embassy, and I was there once, and I said, something puzzles me. Those photos are fakes, because there's no snow. And they said, well, yes, they are not fakes, but when the army came, they didn't have cameras, they didn't photograph. So only much later, when they realized we should have pictures of it, they took pictures like you see now, but this is definitely not in Auschwitz and not the liberation of Auschwitz. There were not that many people with clothes and children and no snow.
Right, fascinating. You guys know about the Schofield Bible? Oh boy, here's a rabbit hole for you. Here's a rabbit hole for all of us. In the early 1900s, right around when the Federal Reserve was founded and the Balfour Declaration happened, right at that exact same time, the Rothschild family hired this dude, this pastor in the Deep South. He made a new version of the Bible called the Schofield Bible. He wrote this new Bible that has all these new interpretations of the text. So they didn't change. Jewish influence. Yes, literally. That's where Judeo-Christianity kind of came from. And the idea that Israel is this modern Israel thing is the Israel of the Bible. It came from that Bible. And the Schofield Bible was funded by the Rothschild family. And then it was pushed because they owned the publisher that publishes like all the books. I think it was Oxford Press. And so they had the deals that they could make to get that Bible into all the mega churches across whole denominations of Christianity. And so that was when Christianity got kind of Jewified.
Public figures or anybody in general that's living in America have a second allegiance to another country. It's almost like their allegiance to the other country is more than the United States.
Oh, yeah.
תלמיד ישיבה הולך עם תספורת מעליות. זה תספורת של גוי, של יהודי? גוי. תספורת שוקובניל. זה יהודי או גוי? גוי. בלורית. זה תספורת של יהודי או גוי? גוי. מכנסיים. צמודים כמו נקניקיה מסלוסי. זה גוי או יהודי? זה גוי. שתי מקלות של מטאטה של סנוקר הולכות.
I was just at AmFest, America First, America Fest. That's supposed to be America First. And one of the biggest sponsors is the Daily Wire. And Ben Shapiro is the first speaker. And it was so funny to watch his speech because you could hear in his words that, like, as he was writing it, he was like, I can't mention Israel yet. I can't mention Israel yet. This is America First. Israel.
Adam Galav! Adam Galav!
מה יש לך? למה את בוכה? אין לי מושג.
אוי, מה יש לך? גרביונים עם כוכבים. שמעתם? פעם כוכבים חשבתי רק בשמיים. הם ירדו לגרביונים. משקה חדש יצא. פסיפלורה משוגעת. ראשי תיאבון פסיכי מטומטם. גימטריה אהבל. יש כאלה צועקים.
We should stand with all of our allies, Israel. And I was like, there it is. Just examining the Senate, which is 100 members, 93 out of 100 received some amount of Israel PAC funding. So basically, the whole thing's fine.
Welcome to the show, everybody. You're listening to the Dance of Life podcast, and I'm your host, Tudor Alexander. Welcome to another installation of the Venerable Day of the Sun. I hope that those intro montages give you an idea of just how crazy the world is getting. You know, I thought that when I was starting to do those montages, because they're fun to put together, but I'm like, man, I'm not going to have enough videos to do this every single time. And boy, was I wrong. There's always something to put in these things because there is just so much happening. And the clown show and the circus show just continues onward and onward. They give you an idea of just how ridiculous all of this is. It really is ridiculous. If God has granted you awareness, right? Awareness, not to be a perfect theologian or whatever else, but just awareness, just to be able to not be in this dialectic, to not be in the dialectic of left and right, of religion versus atheism and all the things that people are caught up in today. To have that awareness, you know that something's not right. To be set apart from the world. If you have that awareness, you see how crazy all of it really is. It's just so insane. It's really insane. Technology is going to be used and weaponized on a level that we've never seen in history ever before for control and surveillance. The image of the beast is rapidly forming, just as the Bible predicted 2,000 years ago through the Apostle John. The narratives that they have created are changing rapidly, and they're creating more narratives and deconstructing previous ones. Really, really quickly, the culture is being shaped like crazy, faster than ever before in history. Old narratives like dispensationalism and Zionism are collapsing and they're coming to an end. Israel, of course, is getting exposed, and people are becoming more aware of all of the shenanigans. But as a result, they're being baited into Jew hatred. And we'll talk about that today as well and what implications that has. The world is getting restructured according to the Club of Rome map that was published in the 1970s. And of course, they had other ones before that too. We know that the Jesuits, since the Reformation, wanted to bring everybody back to the Mother Church and create a worldwide empire. So, it didn't start with the Club of Rome, but nevertheless, these separate kingdoms that will all pledge their power to the beast are coming to life. And of course, that's right on the horizon. The charismatic revivals are happening everywhere. They're sweeping the earth with a counterfeit spirit. There's signs and wonders. There's signs in the sky. All kinds of things that are signs of the times. And that's just the first, 15 or so minutes of this presentation. If it's giving you a headache, maybe you need a prescription for some noticinol. Or maybe you just need to relax. Go outside, make sure you're keeping the Sabbath every week. And of course, if you need help with that, there's a lot of resources in the library to help you adopt this very important, not just habit, but moral command. It's a moral command for your own good. Do not think it's legalism, because the Sabbath is a physical expression of the gospel. And it was given to mankind as a gift, as a placeholder, because history had to play itself out. And while you are going through history, you always have a placeholder to connect to that final reality with God, which is the eternal state. And that is the Sabbath. That's why it's so precious. And it's going to be the center of debate and discussion in the coming months and years. So you need to be very well edified on that. Make sure you watch the Sabbath series, watch the various end time series. There's a great collection of encouragement material also that you can listen to when you're on the Sabbath. Narrations of various books like the Ecclesiastes, Psalms, Proverbs. I've got something I'm working on right now. I'll hopefully be able to release it soon. It's called The Gratitude Map. And it's actually the first book I ever wrote and program that I made with all kinds of things. And I've changed it quite a bit. Although the core practicality and action items in the book are still there. It's a really good functional book. And it was something I'm like, man, I don't want to, what a waste. I don't want to, just give this up. And so God gave me the time and the energy and the wisdom to look at this and revisit this project and make it better than it was ever before. So I'm actually super excited to release this. It's going to join, my devotional, my other book, The Way Home, which is focused on prayer, to basically create, a very comprehensive devotional free resource that people can use for building good habits, timeless things like gratitude, prayer, faith, finding strength in suffering, theology. All these things are so important to edify you and to feed you alongside all this stuff about the world ending. Because this stuff is temporary, folks. As much, people watch these VDS episodes like crazy. I wish they would watch as much as they would watch my End Time series or my Trinity series or my Sabbath series, or my Afterlife series. There's so much important content in those series, much more than I believe than these news updates, much more. But, people like the news stuff. You need to complement your education with the stuff that truly matters, the timeless things that give you not only discernment, but also connect you to the eternal reality that is coming on the horizon. Eventually, very soon, relatively speaking, this stuff is going to be meaningless. There's no VDS episodes in the eternal state. Okay, there's not going to be any deep state. There's not going to be any image of the beast. All this stuff is coming to an end. So edify yourself on the timeless things, because that's what really matters in life. This episode is titled Idus Martiae, which is Roman, or Latin, I should say, for the Ides of March. The Roman calendar had various ways of measuring time, and they had various units. And the Ides, or the Idus, was the midpoint. And of course, the midpoint of March is the Ides of March. It originally was related to the full moon around that time. And of course, it was a point of many religious festivals and pagan festivities and things that they were doing, very important to the Roman Empire. It was also when Julius Caesar got assassinated. So it was a very big turning point in history in that regard. Today, we are still in the Roman Empire, because there's a continuation of these empires throughout history. And we are in the fifth and final kingdom of Daniel 2, of Daniel 7, of Revelation 13, and so on. We are in that final kingdom, which is the beast kingdom, which is the fifth and final empire on the earth, which is the Catholic Church, with its God King, the Pope. Today, as I'm recording this episode, there's a blood moon tonight. And we know how the elite love to time their shenanigans with these types of celestial events. Donald Trump was born on a blood moon. He was inaugurated on a blood moon. There's various upheavals that happen in blood moons. So there's a lot of crazy things happening right now, especially in the United States. And of course, around the world too, because just like the Roman Empire, we have reached a turning point. We've reached a turning point in history, folks. And if you don't realize that, and you don't realize necessarily, because a lot of people have the awareness that there's a lot changing, obviously. But if you don't realize what direction the change is, that is the real problem. There's a turning point towards the resurrection of the papal power to be worshipped and marveled again as God on earth by the world. That is the turning point that we are passing. To return back to what the beast enjoyed as the fifth kingdom on the earth, and the longest reigning kingdom, by the way, longer than Babylon, Persia, Greece, and Rome combined. Longer than all those empires. We're coming back to that reality. And people don't realize the significance of that because they don't know their history. They don't know history before like 1900. Even that is a stretch for most people today, which is sad because history is the second witness to Scripture. It's a turning point where the image of the beast is soon to come to life. And what that means is that once it comes to life, it will enforce obedience to the beast, which is the papal power. A major dialectic has recently been resolved, which is the dialectic between the left and the right. Talk about this in my Daniel and Revelation walkthrough with the king of the north and the king of the south. The king of the south has been taken over. Of course, you still have liberalism and you still have atheism in the world, but it's coming to an end, folks. It has been conquered now. The mainstream is now the conservative religious right. That's the mainstream, and it's going to continually become even more and more mainstream. And atheism, secularism, these things are defeated. They're coming to an end. They have an expiration date. Now there's just a few things left to resolve to bring the world back into one common moral mindset. I'm going to say that part again. One common moral mindset. It's not just one common mindset. It's one common moral mindset. It's a moral situation that we are heading toward. And of course, that morality is not going to be God's morality. It's going to be something that looks like God's morality. And that's the important point that you should always remember. If you're new to the end times studies, to these types of topics, or you've been taught dispensationalism or preterism, please realize that most people are deceived on eschatology. That's by design, because the world will marvel after the beast. In order for the world to marvel after the devil, okay, they must believe that the devil is Christ. Do you get it? If the world knew that the devil is the devil trying to destroy them, nobody would marvel after the devil. Nobody would marvel after the devil. If the devil appeared in flaming hooves and a pitchfork and, buck teeth and, half goat man, whatever caricature from the medieval ages that people believe in. If that was the devil and he was appearing like that, nobody would marvel after that. Maybe a few, but, the world's not going to marvel. The world is going to marvel after something that seems good and noble, something that seems like Christ. And that's the point. So, in order for that to happen, the world must be deceived. Therefore, God sends them strong delusion. By what? By way of all power and marvels and miracles of Satan. The strong delusion is a judgment on the wicked. And most of the world is wicked. They're not going to be saved. So the judgment is to be deceived because they didn't love the truth. So make sure you are not part of that group. You're on the right side of history. And you get edified. There are 140 hours at least of eschatological content between all of the various series that I've created. Again, if people would watch these things, like my eschatology series, as much as they watch the Venerable Day of the Sun episode, I think we would be in good shape. We really would. But unfortunately, that's not the case. So hopefully we can change that. End Time series, 70 hours. The Great Delusion series, about 10 hours. Synagogue of Satan, 25 hours. Daniel and Revelation walkthrough, about 13 hours. Sabbath series, about 20 hours. So all of that stuff is relevant. Make sure you really know that material so that you can discuss with other people and you have evidence and documentation. It's very well documented and researched so that you don't have to. And there's resources attached to those in the library. If you're a member, $5 a month, go and download those resources. You can download all my videos. But there's resources like as far as research and other materials you can use for your own research, for your own presentations, for your own Bible study groups that you can use together. So make sure you get edified because the news is meaningless if you don't have the context of Scripture and history. This news stuff is meaningless. It really is. It's only meaningful if you have the right lens. Look at how many people are watching the wrong things and thinking one thing or another. Either, oh my gosh, the end times are here because the Jews are going to build a temple. Or, oh my gosh, we've conquered the deep state. Now we're on into a golden age. They don't have context of Scripture and history. So don't be one of those people. Now, I want to do a review, a very important review, because we've talked about a lot of major things in the last few weeks as the year has progressed and, all the crap that's coming out of this administration and things that are being revealed, I guess, one at a time, and they're playing out. I want to review all these things because there's a lot of important things that we've discussed, and I want to repeat them and make sure that you're really edified in these understandings because they're very important. A lot of things are coming to the surface. There are things that I see and that I'm seeing as I am researching these things, as I'm discussing with other people, as people are sending me things. So by the way, thank you all the people who do send me things, that you're nice little watch foxes with big ears. Everybody, it's really warms my heart to see that because it means that I'm doing something right. So I'm glad to see that people are getting discernment. But all of these things that I'm seeing, they're patterns that are emerging and things are becoming clearer and clearer as time goes on. Of course, we don't know everything, but as time goes on, we will learn quite a lot, I believe. So it's important to do a review before we really dive into today's material. I've done a lot of quizzes on these various topics on the YouTube channel, so you can go take them if you haven't. And of course, feel free to chime in with your own observations in the comments and see what we can all piece together. But these are in no particular order. Number one, the charismatics are going to come to see the light of the Eucharist. The Eucharist has always been something I'm like, how are they going to integrate this? And I realized recently that they're going to do it through the charismatic movement. Because the charismatic movement is the glue that is going to glue everybody together. The pagans, the Orthodox, the Catholics, the Protestants, everybody's going to succumb to this charismatic experience. That's the glue. But the question was, how are they going to get the Eucharist involved? Because the Eucharist is very integral to getting people back to the Mother Church. It's also integral to Sunday sacredness. So how are they going to do it? Well, they're going to do it very simply, actually, through the Protestant evangelical charismatic movement. All of these charismatic people are, well, first off, you've got a lot of evangelicals talking about the Eucharist, like, what's his name, Francis Chan. He's frothing at the mouth for it. And he's just such a nice guy about it. He's like, well, I'm not making any big statements or anything, but, I didn't know that for 1,500 years, it was literally the body. But, well, okay, so appeal to authority versus appeal to scripture. People can have something wrong for a very long time. So we have to have the objective source of truth, which is scripture, not tradition. So you have a Protestant, which of course, quote unquote Protestant, making an appeal to tradition. There's many like him, and there's going to be many more coming in the, coming months and years. But you also have these charismatics holding these communion rallies that are very suspect to me. And when I saw that, I'm like, okay, that's the angle. That's what's going to happen. These communion rallies, they're not talking about transubstantiation yet. But what they're going to do is they're going to have these things more and more, and all it's going to take is to have a charismatic awakening while the communion experience is happening, and people will say, oh my gosh, maybe some Catholics will be there, and it'll just be like, oh, we realize that this is the body and blood of Jesus, that maybe the Catholics have been right all this time, and it'll become an ecumen. It's not a big leap, folks. It's really not. It's not a big leap, because when you have a charismatic situation, they're judging according to their emotions. And they say that, you have a religious spirit if you use scripture and things like that. You have total delusion. It's not a big leap to go from that to recognizing the Eucharist. So that's going to be setting the stage for Sunday sacredness, bringing everybody back to the beast, obedience. I'm not saying the Eucharist is the mark of the beast. I'm saying it's tied into Sunday sacredness, keeping Sunday holy. Because there's a lot of avenues. You have to realize Sunday sacredness is not just about Sunday laws. Sunday laws have to be justified in culture. Do you get it? Sunday laws have to be justified in the sense that if the culture is Catholic and everybody is frothing at the mouth for the Eucharist and having to go to Mass to be participating in this Eucharist thing and the charismatic experience of it, and it's also good for the environment, all of these different things, and the family, because, now we've conquered atheism. There's so many threads that all intersect as witnesses. They're false witnesses, but they're witnesses. Remember, the devil just counterfeits what God does. God provides witnesses, multiple witnesses for a given thing. The devil's doing the same thing too with false witnesses. These are all false witnesses based on dialectics that they've started. The climate change dialectic, the atheist dialectic that's destroyed the family, so now we need family time. The charismatic thing that they've reined in since the 1960s, and so on and so forth. So all of these things are converging on justifying the Sunday law. Do you get it? People think, how are they going to pass Sunday laws? Well, if the culture demands going to Mass and experiencing the Eucharist, if the culture demands resting on Sunday for their family because we've been so tormented by atheism, if the culture demands, doing something for the environment and letting the environment rest because God said, there's a sabbatical every 7 years in the Bible, and of course that means we should do that on Sunday too, etc., etc., then the Sunday law seems like a natural outcome of the culture. Do you get it? That's what they are doing. And so all these things are necessary for Sunday sacredness. It's not that the Eucharist is the mark of the beast. It's just that it's part of the formula. Of course, it's also part of bringing people back to the Catholic Church and the obedience of the Pope, which is very integral to, the mark and everything else. So that's number one. Number two is that the end of the Counter-Reformation will be a counterfeit Reformation. That's another mind-blowing realization I had a couple weeks ago, or in the last couple weeks, which is that the Jesuits have done such a good job with their infiltrations and seductions and all the art of war type of stuff that we've talked about, that their victory is going to be Protestants bringing themselves back to the mother church. I can just see that first like roundtable meeting in the shadows in some chapel in Spain during the Reformation with Loyola and all his men. And their basically conclusion is, we're going to make the Protestants so ridiculous that they're going to bring themselves back to the Catholic Church and kiss the ring of the Pope. And that's exactly what's happening, folks. The end of the Counter-Reformation. Like you have the gall to rebel against the Catholic Church? We'll show you what a Reformation really looks like. So they're going to create all this dialectic with the deep church and charismatic movement and unity and ecumenism, all the stuff that we've talked about before. But really the end of that, what is the end of that? The end of that is a counterfeit Reformation. Do you get it? Especially with Pope Francis and all the, shenanigans that he's caused. These things are designed to make people want reform. But it's not just the Catholics that are going to want reform. The Protestants are going to want reform. And everybody's going to unite around this global church idea. And that is going to be a counterfeit Reformation. It's going to feel like a Reformation. It's going to feel like a revival, a worldwide revival, to the people that don't have discernment. But to the people that do have discernment, you will see that it is a counterfeit Reformation. And that will be the end of the Counter-Reformation, the official end. The Protestantism, as far as I'm concerned, is already dead. But, it's got to be buried. Let's put it that way, right? The body's there lying and bleeding. It's got to be buried. So the counterfeit Reformation is on the horizon as well. As far as Epstein, I realized, because we know that they never intended to release anything with Epstein. That's obvious. But they did want you to know that it happened. And I thought to myself, I'm like, how does this play into everything that's happening now? Because these people, you got to remember, when you think about this kind of stuff, you have to be kind of diabolical in your mind a little bit. You have to think how would people who want to make the world bow down to the devil, how would they think about this? It's not a fun thing to think about, but you have to think on grand timescales, and you have to think, well, how does this go to the next thing, go to the next thing, go to the next thing? And what I realized with Epstein is they never were going to release anything because all of them are incriminated. But they did want you to know that it existed. So that way you knew that it happened and it could set a precedent for doing certain things. Originally, it was a precedent for taking out the deep state, quote unquote. But it's much greater than that. Epstein has ties to Mossad and Israel and everything else. And so all these things are getting exposed. And it's collapsing the mainstream pro-Israel narrative. To get it, Epstein was designed for multiple things. The first part of it was the deep state. They're trafficking children. Yeah, they've been trafficking children since, Babylon. Okay, but now the next level is collapsing this pro-Israel narrative. Because look at all the dirty things that the Jews have done through Epstein and Mossad and everything else. And now people are starting to find out about it, and it's collapsing this dispensationalist narrative. I think it's also going to set a precedent to reform the deep church, because you'll see probably a lot of these pastors have sex abuse scandals. In fact, I think I have one in today's presentation, like a megachurch pastor. That's just the tip of the iceberg. So what's that going to do? Well, first off, the Catholic Church is now not the only one that's doing all this sex abuse stuff. Do you get it? So that way everybody can unite around the real problem to the global church, which is this, evil deep state church. And now Catholics and Protestants can all unite because, we both have these problems and we just need to kick out, the people that are doing it and then reunite the body of Christ. It's brilliant. It's truly brilliant. It's truly brilliant. Brilliantly evil is what it is. So Epstein was really just designed ultimately to accomplish these precedents, to collapse these previous narratives. First, it was the liberal mainstream narrative. Now it's collapsing the, conservative Israel narrative and purifying the right into what it used to be, which is very anti-Jewish. Another point is this, that the Jesuits created dispensationalism to destroy Protestantism. Now, I've talked about this quite a bit, so I'm not repeating that point, because there's a very interesting nuance here that I didn't realize. For a while, I thought it was just created to deceive Protestants from basically, okay, Obviously, if you look in history, you can recognize the beast pretty clearly. So push everybody to the future or push everybody to the past. Dispensationalism, preterism. Yeah, that's still very valid. That's very true. But there's a little more than that. I see more of the picture now. Again, you have to remember that the Jesuits and these people planned things for hundreds of years. And they planned from the very beginning of the Reformation to bring the Protestants back to the mother church. It wasn't like, well, let's just take care of this and distract them or deceive them. No, the point is, how do we get these people back to the subservience of the Pope? How do we regain control over the world? It wasn't just, let's just deceive these people so they don't, continue to rebel. It was, how do we deceive them back to the mother church? That's a very important point. The Jesuits never intended to do anything with the Jews other than using them to destroy both Protestants and Jews in the end. Zionism and dispensationalism were temporary, just like atheism. They were planned to be temporary, just like atheism through the French Revolution. The Protestants were baited so hard by Jesuit infiltrations, by people like Schofield, by people like, Darby, everybody else, Rothschilds, you already know all this stuff. But they were baited into pro-Jewish narratives through dispensationalism, KJV onlyism, Christian Zionism, all this kind of stuff. And now, because they've been baited into these things, Protestantism looks totally ridiculous. Do you get it? It's so brilliantly evil how these people do these things. It's like, wow, it proves to me that they're literally in communion with the devil. There's no way that even evil people who are like evil and scheming and conniving to plan such things so elaborately over hundreds of years, it's not possible without some sort of supernatural assistance. Of course, Helena Blavatsky tells you that the Jesuits have used more black magic than any organization in history, and she was neck deep in the devil's soup, so there's that. But the Jesuits never intended for these things to be long-term. So, now that they're collapsing the pro-Israel narrative with Epstein, which they were coordinating through Mossad anyway, all these people are connected through secret societies. Now Protestantism, at the perfect time, while all this stuff is collapsing, the deep churches are rising, Protestantism looks completely ridiculous. People like Paula White, who are being platformed to you, all the goyim that can look on the internet and say, oh my gosh, Paula White, she must be a heretic. Look at all the things she's saying. They're doing that on purpose. It's like, look, here you go. Look at this person. Look at her, Google her, research her, look at her ridiculous, speaking in tongues. She's also extremely pro-Israel. What does that tell you? That tells you that there needs to be a reform with these people. The pro-Israel narrative is coming to its end. That's the mainstream. That means that there will be a reformation in Protestantism, and that people like Paula White are just put there to evoke these feelings and to create the dialectics. So the Jesuits deceive the Protestants with the pro-Jewish narrative of dispensationalism. But it was so that they could be so discredited that then the traditions of the church would be accepted as the truth. Do you understand the long-term game of this? That's the thing I didn't realize. It was just so obvious now. But yes, they deceived the Protestants with dispensationalism so they wouldn't look in history. Yes, that's true. But it's even more conniving than that. It's even more conniving. The conniving part is that they use the Jews because now they're going to expose the Jews so that they can convert the Jews and destroy Zionism. And they use the Jews to deceive the Protestants so that the Protestants will look like fools by believing all these things. And now they're exposing the Protestants and they're going to collapse that narrative. It's so evil. It's so evil, and it's so truly brilliantly evil. So mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. The Jews were baited into doing the dirty work of the Jesuits with power and influence and greed and all the things that you know already. But now the Jews are going to be exposed and they're going to take the blame. So the Jews are going to take the blame. The Protestants are going to be destroyed. The enemies of the church are destroying one another. And meanwhile, in the shadows, you have Satan and his army, that nobody knows about. Of course, you know about it if you've watched my channel, but this is the thing. Another point is that the right, on top of that previous point, is that the right now has this dialectic that needs to basically be resolved. You have pro-Israel and against Israel. And the against Israel side is the underdog right now. And it's bursting through the surface, just like the whole Q psyop happened, 8 years ago or whatever it was. It's the same thing, folks. They're doing the same thing, except this time it's not going to take 8 years. I can guarantee you that. It's not going to take 8 years at all, because the mainstream narrative is the right wing, and the technology and influencers and all the echo chamber stuff that's happened in the last 8 years is already in position. Now it's just a matter of accelerating it quickly. I don't think it's going to take 8 years at all. I think the collapse of the pro-Israel narrative is going to take a few years, maybe max. But either way, this is the mainstream issue, which is the pro versus against. Just like the atheistic liberal left was conquered and disrupted, 80 years of liberalism collapsed in 8 years. Zionism also 80 years, because after World War II, you had the liberal world order. You had the two narratives that were very dark. You had the liberal and the Zionist narrative. And both of those played their part because they were designed to cause, I can word this correctly. Again, you have to think of things in long term. They were designed to cause the pushback that you're now seeing. They were designed for that. People knew that the people orchestrating this knew that America's role was to bring the false light to the world. But in order to bring the false light, you got to go through the dark first. Do you get it? So that's why they were all this liberal world order, globalist, quote unquote globalist, socialist policies, boogeyman, Zionist, infiltrations everywhere, of course, so that now they can be exposed and justify things that you would never accept, which is going back to a totalitarian, technocratic, fascist, worldwide New World Order. You would never accept that. But because you've been programmed with all the Zionist liberal enemy, the Satan, now it's like, oh, it seems justified. That's been the agenda. And that needs to, the liberal stuff has been resolved for the most part. But now this dialectic needs to kind of repeat itself in the right, because the right is now the mainstream. You get it? Right now with Trump being elected, now it's the dominant paradigm. And it's going to increasingly become more dominant. But within that paradigm now you have two little heads, sparring for, dominance. And of course, one of those heads is going to win eventually, which is the against Israel, the anti-Israel head. So you have to think in terms of grand timescales, because these people plan things hundreds of years in advance. And you also have to think in terms of what is the destination of history based on what the Bible says and what history has already testified. We are headed back towards medieval Catholicism, folks. It's going to be technocratic medieval Catholicism. So go and study what medieval Catholicism was like before the mortal wound, and you'll understand where you're going. Just add, study that, then add AI and robots and, computer chips and vaccines and all that stuff to that reality. And that's where you're going. And don't despair, because once they really start enforcing things, it's not going to last for long. God did not decree that the beast is going to enjoy another 1,000 years. Thank God. Thank God. Because he could have. God can do whatever he wants, but out of mercy, he did not. Out of mercy, he decreed that some people would be left alive. Meaning, once you start seeing these things really hit ahead, rejoice. That's the beauty of this. Do you get it? God has inverted what the devil inverted. So when you see these delusions and deceptions and evil things happening, the power of the gospel is that it gives you the ability to rejoice in them. Do you understand how profound that is? And if you're not rejoicing in them, my invitation to you is to get familiar with the gospel and to get familiar with God's sovereignty. Because there's something there that you aren't fully giving up to God. You're not fully trusting in God. You're not fully rejoicing in the future that awaits you, that is so profound. To be in the presence of a self-existent being that creates something from nothing with his words forever. You can live for millions of years. What are you going to do for millions of years? That's a profound thought. Those are the kinds of things you should be thinking about alongside all this news update and stuff. So don't get too consumed by this. But nevertheless, it is important to understand that this was a very elaborate and long setup. The last 80 years, and interestingly enough, history, there's people that have studied cycles of history, at least in the last couple hundreds of years. And every 80 years, there's a significant change. It's very interesting. So in the last 80 years, since 1944 to 2024, approximately, give or take, right? Those years were the years of the dark. Liberalism, Zionism, those two things were king, absolutely. But now liberalism, the liberal order has collapsed. They're changing the map now with all these dialectics and, in the world and kingdoms and monarchs and everything we're talking about. And Zionism is also ready to collapse. So you have some major, major changes that are right on the horizon. So remember that these things have been planned for a very long time. The deep state was a precedent for destroying Zionism and purifying the right and reforming the church. The deep state was the easy one out of all of these narratives. Expose the deep state, people, realize the liberal media is lying to them. Of course, if you are aware of these things, you knew that the media was full of it, but most people needed to be woken up. So they woke up people with COVID. They also killed off all the liberals in COVID so that the people who would resist this new world order, they killed them off with vaccines, which is brilliant. And also they exposed the people who were left alive. They exposed the dark of the liberal order. So that was all a precedent. That was all a precedent for now the other reformations that are happening with exposing and bringing to you the salvation, giving you a little of the truth, and then, here's our counterfeit solution. And that is being applied to Zionism. And you'll see it's going to be applied to the church too, because the deep church is the thing that they need to reform. We need to unite around the common enemy, which is this deep, corrupted Freemasonic church, which of course, it's all one and the same. But anyway, these are just stage games. The Ukraine and NATO thing is just dialectics that are, again, reversing what happened in World War II. World War II and the things that came out of World War II were temporary. It sounds so crazy, but they tried, in World War I, they tried with the League of Nations, then they failed at that, so that was a disaster. And then they went to the UN, the United Nations, then the European Union, and everything else. So they've tried to get this idea and set precedents for it for the last 80 years. But the last 80 years was also, again, designed to push the world in a particular direction, push you this way, all the way to the dark, to the liberal, atheistic, Zionist paradigm, as much as they possibly can, so that all of that can serve as a launching off point to push people so far into this true New World Order, which is conservative and fascist and religious nationalist. So they can push people so far and so fast into that reality that you'll never question it. And that's been the point. So they're reversing what they did in World War II. You got, again, 80 years is a cycle. So you got to understand what happened in World War II and what was the purpose. So World War II restructured the map. And that's exactly what they're doing now with all these dialectics with Ukraine and NATO and the drama between Zelensky and Trump. People, you have to realize all of the people on that room were actors. Literally, they're actors. Zelensky was an actor. Trump is an actor. What's his name? Vance has a IMDb page. They're all actors, just reading their lines. That is such a ridiculous thing to think that that is what you're watching, but it's true. So the question is, what is the point then? Well, the point is to create a precedent so that Europe can now galvanize and do what they wanted to do, which is create a European kingdom. Do you get it? They had the European Union, they had NATO, they had League of Nations. They've been having that kingdom for a while, but of course the atheistic side wasn't really helping because everybody was very individualistic. You didn't have really nationalism and religion to unify people. So these systems were very, poor. Now, with America coming out of those situations, it's forcing the European Union to create some sort of kingdom in response to the big bad boogeyman of the Russian kingdom. So these things are just designed to polarize the world into the final situation, which is kingdoms. Remember, you have to have kingdoms. Just like it was in the medieval ages, where you had kingdoms with kings and monarchs pledging their power to the Pope, you're going to have at the end, except it's going to be worldwide. You're going to have worldwide kingdoms. How all of that is going to look, I don't know. Those things are going to be revealed as time goes on. But it's very clear what they're doing, which is that they're using these wars and rumors of wars to polarize the world and restructure the map, just like they did 80 years ago. So we'll see what happens with these, but again, remember that they're just dialectics. What's happening with MAGA and Doge is also going to happen throughout the world. America is a template for what they're going to do everywhere else. You have to remember that. MAGA what is the MAGA about? Well, MAGA is about the revolutionary aspect of it. MAGA is a revolution. You have to understand these people have practiced creating revolutions for the last, 250 years plus. The Jesuits are masters of revolutions. They've practiced quite a lot. So MAGA is a revolution. It's a political revolution with a charismatic leader, with political delusions, maybe even some false signs and wonders, theater, dialectics. These are political delusions to shape the mentality of the people and bring them into this nationalistic, populistic, religio-political, fascist reality to make them cheer that on as their salvation from the big bad enemy. That's what MAGA does. It's the software, okay? Doge is the hardware. It is the actual physical things that are being changed to create this system so that it can function the way it's supposed to. Doge is basically using the big bad boogeyman of the deep state bureaucracy. Again, there's always an opposition. There's always an opposition to justify the solution. You have to remember that. The Satan, the enemy that's being propped up here, is bureaucracy. And of course, it's true. That's why it's so powerful, is the deception. It is true. Yeah, the government is incredibly bureaucratic and incredibly inefficient. But that's been by design. Do you get it? That's been by design so that now they can justify gutting all these people and replacing it with a technocratic machine, AI, and you have an elite of people that control these systems. The system itself doesn't have a conscience. It just does what you're told. You have robots, you have drones, you have, cameras, all kinds of stuff. This is what's going to happen. So you have MAGA to basically brainwash people into the populist delusion. And then Doge comes in from behind and guts everything and basically creates this technocratic surveillance state. And people are cheering it on. So this two-handed attack is going to be everywhere else. Because right now, for example, I've covered how they're recently, I don't know if I covered it before, or I'm thinking of an article that we're going to cover today. But either way, they're covering, they're doing it in the States too. Like DeSantis is doing Doge programs in the States with AI. So that's now going to set a precedent for the States to do it. And then America is going to be like, gosh, look at this amazing prosperity that we have with AI and Bitcoin and this, gutting all these bureaucrats. Well, everybody else is going to do it. And what's that going to do? Well, it's going to create a giant worldwide technocratic system that is interlinked with one another, one financial system, one governmental system, communicating with each other, all under the power of one man, which will be the Pope. And in so doing, the beast will receive worship once again. So this is the direction we're heading, and it's important to watch for these things. Everything I'm talking about, by the way, is important to watch for. It'll give you an idea of what I'm looking for, what to watch for, what's on the horizon, what's on the edge that we need to look for. Because these things will happen in other countries. So it's important if you live in another country other than the United States that you look for these things in your own country and send them to me, because I'm convinced that this is what they're going to do in other countries. They have to. To get it, they have to do this because other countries have the same model as America. They have bureaucracies. They have, all these people that are, part of secret societies. But again, remember that they can sacrifice these people at any point in time. They can always turn on themselves. And so you're dealing with a schizophrenic system that will spare no prisoners to get what it wants. So for them to throw some of these people under the bus and expose them to you as a way to build rapport to bring in the next thing, they don't care about that. They'll do it. So we have to watch these things in other countries. Now, if the beast is healed and the moral wound is healed and people are marveling after the beast once again, that means we are going backward in time to what it was. So the question is, what was that like? Well, it's not a new beast that Revelation 13 tells you. It doesn't say that another beast comes out of the sea or something. It says that the beast resurrects, meaning you're going back to what it was. You're going back to what it was. And of course, some major aspects of that are kingdoms with monarchs that are anti-Jew, and religion and state is united. Kingdoms are already happening as we speak, all the things I just mentioned, between the dialectics in Europe with Russia, other places too, like America's, with Trump being called king and everything else, and all these charismatic people like Andrew Tate and what's his name anyway? The boxing guy, I forget his name, for Ireland. But these people are being propped everywhere. Australia, South America, you have these kings of the earth rising and being very populous with their monarchical type of governing. So kingdoms, monarchs, anti-Jew sentiments are rising. That's an important marker. And religion and state is rapidly happening. So all of these things are signs of the times, folks. They're signs of the times. That's why I said 7 to 10 years. For me, the years 2030 to 2034 are very high watch years. If I'm alive, if you're alive, those are very, very major watch years. Now, an important verse I want to talk a little bit about before we get started and just building a lot of context for today is Matthew 24, verse 36. Jesus says, "And concerning that day and hour no man hath known, not even the messengers of the heavens, except my Father only." I think I'm reading from Young's literal translation. I was looking through these various things to see if any of them had translated it better, but none of them really have. "But concerning that day or hour no one knows, not even the angels of heaven, nor the Son, but the Father only." Now this is a verse that's, unfortunately, like many other verses that Jesus says, very misinterpreted. A lot of people think that this means that Jesus is saying, well, nobody knows when I'm going to return. I don't even know when I'm going to return, so don't bother trying to, do all this end time stuff. And of course, this is wrong. This is wrong for a very simple reason, because the Son is included in this statement. But the Son is equally God as the Father is God. If you've seen me, you've seen the Father. I and the Father are one. So you cannot have that reality and a reality where Jesus does not know when he is returning. That's a contradiction. The people who are subordinationist in their Christology believe that, well, the Son just doesn't know when he's going to return. It's just such a mystery and such a highly authorized thing that even the Son doesn't know. No, that's nonsense. Jesus is Yahweh made flesh. There's only one Yahweh. How Yahweh exists is very different than how we exist. But nevertheless, Jesus is fully Yahweh, just like the Father is Yahweh. So that's not what it's talking about. Therefore, this verse must be, there's something not right about how this is translated. Whenever you run into a situation that doesn't make sense, even though you're interpreting context correctly, and it seems like a contradiction, there's usually a translation issue involved. And you have to dig a little deeper into the original language. And what do you find out? Well, you find out that the translation is the issue because the word for know is not meaning like Jesus doesn't know when he's returning. The word for know is being used in such a way that it should have. That's why I was looking through all these various translations, but none of them got it right, I think. The word for know should be used like makes it known. Nobody makes it known. Not the angels of heaven, not even the Son is going to make it known to you. Only the Father is going to make it known, which is an interesting statement. It's a very, very interesting statement in today's discussion. An example of how this word is used is in 1 Corinthians chapter 2, verse 2, where Paul says, "For I decided to know nothing among you except Jesus Christ and him crucified." Paul isn't saying that he decided to forget everything. Paul is saying that he decided when he's among the Corinthians to focus completely on the gospel. He's not trying to basically impress them with fancy language or theology or all these various things, but just focus on the simple gospel. Jesus died for your sins, accept that payment with faith, and you can be saved. And the resurrection is going to happen at the judgment, all the things that are tied to the gospel, but nevertheless, focus completely on the gospel. So the word there is the same word, to know. And that means that you're dealing with a very interesting situation. Jesus is not saying, nobody knows the day or hour, not even I don't even know it, only the Father knows, and he's not telling me. That's a nonsense idea, if your Christology is correct. Jesus is saying, nobody makes it known to you other than the Father. Now that's a profound statement. That is such a profound statement because it anchors revelation and the progressive revelation of these things as they happen in God alone. Of course, Jesus is God, but what he's saying to you is very significant because throughout the New Testament, the Father as a person is associated with predestination. Jesus also says that the Father granted Peter to see Jesus as the Christ. Remember when Peter says that Jesus is the Christ, that he's the first one to see that? The Father granted that to him, to be able to have that awareness. But you don't see the Father. It was just an awareness change, supernaturally, just like being born again. Jesus says also in John 6 that the Father draws people. That's something you don't see. He teaches them. He speaks to them, and he grants them to come to Jesus. He grants them repentance. So these are things that are invisible, and they seem to be, again, you don't want to be dogmatic about these things because God is one being, but there is an interesting distinction that's made that these invisible happenings are being attributed to the invisible part of God. I don't want to use the word part, but the invisible person of God, which is the Father. You see Jesus. Jesus has a physical body. So when he says that nobody makes it known to you, not even the angels or even the Son, that's a very profound point. Because, why? Because there's many false prophets throughout the age that have been decreed the devil will use to deceive people. Ellen White and what's his name? Joseph Smith. Is it Joseph Smith for the Mormons? Or is it John Smith? Dang it. I think it's Joseph Smith. Anyway, Brigham Young, all these people, the Jehovah's Witnesses, all these false prophets, even in the last 200 years, believed they were hearing from angels or from Jesus. They had visitations from Jesus. Ellen White had some very, very creepy visitations that she claims were from Jesus. I document them in my Adventism series. Why is that important? Because Jesus told you not to believe angelic visitations, or even if you think you see him coming to tell you something about when he returns. That's so profound. Because it means that the only way you will have some chance of it being a true revelation is if the Father is actually revealing these things to you as time goes on. And God is one, right? But Jesus is not going to appear to you and tell you, hey, I'm going to show up on, March 1st of 2029 or something like that. Or an angel is going to come and give you some sort of vision about the end times and tell you this is going to happen on such and such date. It's not going to happen because these things are deceptions. So Jesus is warning you not to believe these false signs because they're going to be happening. And also that revelation and learning and seeing things newly are under the discretion of God in his appointed time. God has an appointed time for everything. The beast was revealed 500 years ago in the Reformation. The Father revealed that to these people, the reformers. But of course, they didn't understand other things. Like a lot of the reformers argued about when the time period for the beast was reigning. And that was one of the things that the Jesuits used against them. But nevertheless, they saw something. God revealed it in the Reformation. 200 years later, or 300 years later, you had people starting to talk about America being the false prophet. It wasn't just the Adventist folks. There was a lot of Protestants that were discussing the reality that America was that empire that would have all the power of the first beast that looks like a lamb but speaks like a dragon. And that's well documented as well. And of course, today we see all of these things much more so because we're on the latter part of history and God has revealed even more. So God is revealing things stages by stages. Even in the last 3 years of talking about all these things myself, a lot has changed in my own thinking. A lot has been revealed, I would say. Things that I didn't see before. Even again, all these things that I'm relaying you today, these are things that I'm recently starting to see a little bit more nuance of how they're doing these things. And I think that God is revealing things as we go. So why is this important? It's important first because it's important to learn to watch properly for the signs. In Matthew 32, I didn't link it, but if I can link it here really quick. In Matthew 32, it's not linking. That's funny. Huh. Okay, whoops, wrong verse, not 32. The verse is 32, but the chapter is 24. Matthew 24:32. The lesson of the fig tree. From the fig tree, learn its lesson. As soon as its branch becomes tender and puts out its leaves, you know that summer is near. So also when you see all these things, you know that he is near at the very gates. Truly I say to you, this generation will not pass away until all these things take place. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away. Of course, some people believe that these statements mean that literally everything that Jesus says was fulfilled before 70 AD, which is not true. There's double fulfillment here, and we talk about that quite a bit in the End Time series. Jesus is speaking idiomatically. There are a lot of idioms in the Bible, but nevertheless, yes, a lot of these things apply to his audience that he's speaking to, but they also have double fulfillment as well. But nevertheless, learn the lesson of the fig tree. So is the attitude that Jesus is saying when he says nobody knows the day or the hour, is he saying, oh, nobody knows, I don't even know, so you know what, don't even try, just hang out and it's going to happen what's going to happen. No. God has given us so much prophecy, and he's given us warnings, and he's given us, words and things like parables of a lesson of the fig tree to pay attention. The 5 foolish virgins and the 5 wise virgins, the ones who had their oil and they were paying attention, they were watching. The question, though, is what are you watching? So you make sure you're watching the right things and you're being edified in that. But the second important thing with this is that these things will be more and more obvious as Jesus gets closer to returning. Obviously, he's extremely close comparative to, somebody who lived, 500 years ago. But nevertheless, as we are running up against these things, they'll be more and more obvious. I have some unanswered questions. I think those things will become crystal clear. Like, again, what are they going to do with this third temple thing? Are they going to build it? Are they going to not build it? Are they going to, if they are going to build it, to what extent are they going to do it? Are they going to do a hologram type of thing and convert the Muslims and Jews thinking that Jesus has returned? Are they going to fake the Battle of Armageddon? Like, how far are they going to go with it? I don't know. I know that there's something going to be happening in one of those possibilities, but it's not clear yet. And I know that God will reveal that to us as we go along. So trust that everything will be revealed in its appointed time, and God is the one that has appointed these things. I think also that the arrival of Jesus is going to be very imminent and obvious to those who will remain alive. I think that once you see the bowl judgments begin with the sores, you're going to get a sense, kind of like a sixth sense, of when Jesus returns sooner or later. I don't know if we'll know the exact day, obviously, but you'll get a sense. You'll just get this sense. You get a sense. I feel like we'll get a sense by watching all these things, and it's going to become more and more obvious because God wants you to be watching and to be anticipating and to be excited. I think that's what the point is. So don't think that Jesus' words back in Matthew were meant to keep everybody in suspense with uncertainty, because God is all about certainty and peace and stability and joy. Nor are they to make you apathetic and to not watch anything because, we can't discern anything from the end times. That's not true either. It's very important to have context. The key is to have historical and biblical context, and that's going to help us to be able to discern what things are happening and basically be led by the Spirit so that you can understand these things. The resurrected papacy is coming, folks, and it's a counterfeit of the second coming of Christ. The papacy is the total opposite of Jesus in every way possible. And the return of the papacy, the second coming of Satan, basically, is the opposite. Jesus' return is physical. It's supernatural and it's physical. Satan's return through the resurrected papacy is going to be a spiritual return with a spiritual delusion upon the world. Of course, the wicked will be unified around this reality, around a counterfeit eternity, and around a counterfeit day of rest, a counterfeit moral situation. The Catholic Church is unifying the wicked by ecumenism through the strong delusion, deceptions, while the real Catholic Church, the real universal church, is being unified by truth and being born again around the true Christ and around the true Sabbath. You're participating in a situation where there is a double drawing. There's two singularities, right? And one of them is the true singularity. And the elect are being drawn to God, where the wicked are being drawn to the devil, to this system. And you are in this system, this double drawing. And if you have awareness of that, it's a profound thing. If you weren't aware of the first coming, of the devil, i.e. through the beast, you'll be deceived by the second coming, which is the resurrected papacy. If you don't believe in the first coming of Jesus, you'll be destroyed by the second coming of Jesus. If you're deceived by Satan's second coming, you'll be destroyed by Jesus' second coming. Now, the man of lawlessness had to be revealed. That's an important point also that you need to put a pin in. When Paul talks about the man of lawlessness in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, he has to be revealed. Why? Why does he have to be revealed? Because there is a deceptive element to this final iteration of paganism. Again, look at the broad historical context. Why? Because after the cross, whoosh, split history into two, the cross brought light. And paganism had to go underground. Paganism stood no chance. And so the devil had to change his tactics. And the final iteration of this pagan system had to appear as the will of God, had to appear as something good and noble and true in order for it to survive. Otherwise, it wouldn't survive. And so that's exactly what happened. That's why the man of lawlessness needs to be revealed, because it will pose, this final power, this fifth kingdom, will pose as the will of God on earth. And a lot of people will be deceived by it because they did not love the truth. The man of lawlessness is called lawless, which of course has to do with God's law. It's not just like, breaking laws in general. It's God's law because that's the ultimate law. So you have a power that is posing as the will of God, and it's going to be lawless in terms of keeping God's laws. God is sovereign, which means that he works in absolutes, and you have to get used to thinking in terms of absolutes. A lot of people don't like to think in terms of absolutes because society has been very relativistic with the liberal agenda and programming, and people get offended when you're thinking in absolutes, but you have to think in absolutes when it comes to God, because God is absolute. If you don't think in absolutes and you're unwilling to think in absolutes, then you will never understand God rightly or the gospel rightly. You just won't. You'll always make excuses. You'll have a man-centered understanding. You'll be too soft in your understanding. You will not have clear understanding. God is absolute. And of course, that's why absolutes are so insulting in today's world. Today, we live in the lukewarm church. And what is God's request, or not commendation, but rebuke to the lukewarm church? Would that you were hot or cold. I wish that you were either hot or cold. Be obviously in rebellion, or, show me some fruits of your faith. One of the two. Pick a side. Don't be lukewarm. So God is absolute. He desires clarity because he's completely clear. There's no middle road with God. But the middle road is also the wide road where people are going to be destroyed. But absolutes means that doctrine is divisive. If you hold to absolutes, then you will experience division with other people. And that's just the nature of the beast, because it makes things very simple when you hold to absolutes. They are very simple. It doesn't make things easy with others, but it makes things very simple. The problem is not absolutes, it's people being honest with the conclusions and the simplicity of the absolutes. People aren't honest with those things, and they don't want to be because they're divisive. But Jesus said he came to bring a sword and divide. Jesus said he will also divide the sheep from the goats, the wheat from the tares. And of course, Revelation and many other places tell you to get out of this system, to be set apart. Divide yourself. Divide yourself from this system. Because the end is going to be a choice. Just like it was in the beginning. The end is going to be a choice. It's going to be a choice between worship and blasphemy, between truth and error, between life and death, and between good and evil. Those who are struck by the great delusion and who are being drawn to Satan and a counterfeit law and a counterfeit lawgiver will think that they are worshiping God in truth and doing good and having a great life. In reality, they're going to be blaspheming God with their error by doing evil, and they're going to suffer eternal death. That's a profound thought. So as God comes into the world, and Jesus is getting closer and closer by the day, by the minute, by the hour, that division is becoming more and more obvious. Because why? You have two drawings. Remember, the devil is drawing people to himself, and God is drawing people to himself. As God gets closer, people are getting drawn closer and out of this system. So you see this division, and what is darkness and what is light is becoming more and more obvious. But the funny thing is that the darkness is posing as light. True light is not something that you measure with worldly things. So it's interesting because it's more like it's darkness versus light, but it's light, true light versus false light. Do you get it? The division is between light and false light, which is darkness. So this is the division that's happening. And unless you're willing to think in terms of absolutes when it comes to God, not everything in life, but when it comes to theology and God, because God is absolute, you are not going to see these things very well. But be prepared for it by edifying yourself with these resources that I've mentioned in the library. They're free for anybody. You don't have to be a paid member to enjoy them. Remember also that you don't know God's plan for anybody. We don't know what God has appointed for somebody, when he will draw them, when he will grant them, when he will speak to them, when he will reveal something to them. You don't know. We know that God is the one who's doing that, but we don't know God's plan for people. And that's something that we have to stay steadfast with, because until the bowl judgments come, there are people to save. Not that you're doing the saving, but there are people that God is drawing to himself. And that will be sealed once the bowl judgments are very clearly dropped, with the sores beginning the first one on the people who took the mark of the beast. So when that happens, which again, those are literal, I believe those are literal. There's no timestamps there, so it's not a historically fulfilled thing. Therefore, there's no reason to interpret them symbolically. The bowl judgments are literal. So we are looking for all of this image of the beast stuff to happen. We're looking for the final Sunday laws to be enforced. And eventually, when the pressure gets too high, we're looking for judgment to happen. And once judgment happens, you can rest assured that there's not going to be anybody coming to Christ anymore. By that point, you're not going to be in a position to, let's put it this way, what will also prove that to you is that by that point, you're not going to be in a position to be or having arguments with people. Who knows what's going to happen, but you'll probably be running from the authorities or, trying to live off grid, or who knows what's going to happen. Nevertheless, you're not going to be in a position where you're trying to argue and debate and get people, come on, you got to see this. Once the bowl judgments drop, that's it. It's been sealed. There's no more people to come. So until then, make sure you stay steadfast and you don't prejudge anybody. I know it's difficult to deal with family members that are stubborn and friends that don't see it and they're caught under the delusion. It's super difficult. But that's just the nature of the beast. Imagine, you have to bring everything back to Jesus. You have to bring everything back to Jesus. When you experience these frustrations, imagine how frustrated Jesus felt. Being God and creating a narrative of thousands of years of history, rescuing a people for himself, displaying his awesome power to them multiple times, preserving them, prospering them, giving them all this knowledge and scripture and prophet after prophet after prophet. And you finally show up in the flesh, the thing that the whole history was boiling down to. And the people who are supposed to recognize you don't recognize you. Such a profound thought. Imagine the frustration God had with these people, especially the religious people, which is the people that you're going to be dealing with. The conflict on the horizon is the same conflict that Christ had. It's between you and religion, because we're being conformed to Christ's image. Isn't that amazing? How his life is like, in the microcosm of Jesus' life, you have the macrocosm of all of human history for the elect. Dealing with those problems, dealing with that tension with religious authorities and rebellion to God. And of course, Jesus didn't have any sin, so there's nothing there, for us to relate to in that sense. But there are things that we're being conformed to his image. And one of the big ones is suffering, obviously, right? And one of the ways that Jesus suffered was the frustrations that he had with these people accusing him of working by the power of the devil, or accusing him of being possessed, or accusing him of blasphemy. All of these things are coming on you, folks. Once the Jews are thrown under the bus and they're converted, you're going to be called a Judaizer. You're going to be called a cult member. You're going to be called a blasphemer. So be ready for it. Be ready to rejoice when you are called a blasphemer by the Antichrist power, and by all of the talking heads that are going to be working for it. When you're going to be called a blasphemer for rejecting the Eucharist, when you're going to be called a heretic, a cult member, a Judaizer, rejoice. Be ready to rejoice for that. Because if you're going to let that terrorize you, then Satan will have an open door to destroy your faith. So remember the right things. And while you're remembering the right things, make sure you hit that subscribe button, like, share, comment. Let me know what you think of all these things. We can all kind of put our Fennec fox ears together and be one giant ear and see what we think. There's a lot of things to get through today. As always, I wanted to give you that context in the beginning to provide historical and scriptural context for all of this news that we're going to be looking at. As usual, these things are like a series when I release them, so this will probably be pretty long. But the presentation notes and the video for download will be available in the library, so you can download those. And with that, let's begin like any good Roman circus begins, with a little bread and circuses. All right, well, welcome to part one, bread and circuses. As usual, we will begin with some superficial stories that are clogging the news cycle to distract you, to deceive you, while the agenda of the snake slithers around in the background. This section isn't too long, so it's not too bad, but hopefully it'll be very useful and entertaining, to say the least. Let's see here. Yes, you can see it. This is from Not the Bee. NASA lunar experiment establishes first ever GPS signal on another planetary surface. Last week we saw an American company pull off a big American win by landing the first ever successful commercial landing on the moon. Yeah, right. And here's a big post of the American Eagle. While woke celebrities were celebrating their woke movies, who's the bad guy in this case? The deep state. This American company pulled off the first successful commercial moon landing. American flag. Yeah, right, man. This is all fakery, and it's so easy to prove. I found a video randomly, not so randomly, somebody sent it to me. But it's a great video. I didn't even know about this argument to refute the whole ball Earth thing, or at least the moon landing stuff. But there's a video from Seek Beyond on Facebook. But yeah, let's see this guy talking.
The most concise way to refute the Apollo missions is the communication based on the speed of light. So the moon's supposedly 238,000 miles away, right? We have a specific speed of light. That means that the communication could have only gone there and back in a certain amount of time. It's under 2.5 seconds round trip. They messed up and they had some communication under 2.5 seconds, which means it's literally and scientifically impossible that they were on the moon talking to the Earth. So that's the easiest way. Of course, you can go find that the shadows don't match, that there's wires caught in the footage. It's just a film that they filmed.
Original recording between Houston and astronauts on the moon. A reply is heard instantly, which would not be possible from that distance.
Roger, Jim, copy. And are you progressing towards Dune Crater now?
Yep.
That's the original recording.
The same recording was then edited for a public broadcast, and 4 seconds were added.
Roger, Jim, copy. And are you progressing towards Dune Crater now?
Yep. The most concise way to refute.
Nothing but lies, man. And now they're exporting those lies to the rest of the world and privatizing space, which is so funny. This is an interesting situation. I don't know what to think of this, but it is very interesting. Somebody brought this to my attention. So this is a Give, Send, and Go. It's like a fundraiser for this Jamie White guy that supposedly got killed recently He is working for InfoWars, assisting Jamie White's family in deep loss. On Sunday night, our beloved Jamie White was brutally murdered in Austin, Texas, leaving an unimaginable void in the lives of his family and friends. Jamie was a talented writer for InfoWars, pouring his passion in politics into every piece he crafted. A gifted pianist and connoisseur of dark metal music, he lived life with intensity and creativity, always dreaming and finding the perfect woman and building a beautiful family. Jamie's heart held a special place for his late mother, whom he lost 9 years ago and spoke of with deep love, as well as his sister Kelly and his father Douglas. The devastating loss... does it say anything? Doesn't say anything. Anyway. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, so this is a devastating loss. So this is basically a fundraiser for this author from InfoWars that was supposedly killed. And the thing is that's suspicious about it is, okay, is this one of these things that's another kind of dialectical thing that's planned to basically move some sort of agenda along for it, whether it's to, create some more dialectics with InfoWars, maybe they put a hit on him, maybe because he was going to leak something, maybe he decided to not be part of whatever he was part of. Who knows, really? Because why do I say that? Well, because there are some very strange things about all this. The person who's organizing this is Rachel and Adam Salazar. Okay, this is the person who's created this, and they created it very quickly. If you look into, there you go, Rachel Salazar on IMDb has her own, she's an actress. It's not Rachel, but there's no Rachel. If you look up the actual name Rachel Salazar, there's no Rachel Salazar in that area. Where's she at again? I forget. This is in, I think this is Austin, Texas. But the only person that's named this is not married. Goes by Rachel Salazar. So this is really weird because, again, you have the same kind of telltale signs as before. You also have a lot of things that are suspect. Obviously, I've always believed that Alex Jones is controlled opposition, and this is some interesting things about him. This is an article from last year. Explosive evidence, Project Veritas whistleblower exposes James O'Keefe and the Flynn Network while having his Pfizer whistleblower story squashed. Must see. Justin Leslie was a former Pfizer employee who was set to expose the evidence related to COVID-19 vax and instead had his story squashed while getting a job offer with Project Veritas, which led to discovering the nefarious workings of James O'Keefe, the General Flynn Network, and others that led to Bohemian Grove. Must see. Yeah, there's associations with all these people. Anybody who's super mainstream, you can count that they're compromised, man. This was from Gateway Pundit. Alex Jones provides update on InfoWars reporter murdered in Austin. Yeah, so this is also very strange. So he was murdered late Sunday night. And then Monday, there's already a press conference. And Jones is saying he's in shock that he's disclosed on Tuesday how Jamie White was shot in the arm and through his carotid artery in his neck. That's a very descriptive statement to know within 12 to 14 hours after somebody's been basically dubbed a homicide. There's not even enough time to do an investigation and autopsy. Jamie White was found lying on the ground in the parking lot of his apartment complex and passed away at the hospital at 12:19 a.m. on Monday. So within 12 hours, Alex Jones already knew how exactly he was killed, what injury he sustained. And they're making a press release and have a fundraiser and stuff. So I don't know. It's a little weird. This is also weird. This is the Council for National Policy. The secret influence of the Council of National Policy, John Brisson. This is a leak from this organization that was founded a couple decades ago, obviously to shape culture and influence culture to the right. But this was a leak of the members. And this video, I think they're talking about Alex Jones.
There's the Daily Caller with...
Let's see, around 18 minutes. Let's listen.
You also had Jack Eckert and for-profit prisons. I even forgot to mention that. We have for-profit prisons because of the Heritage Foundation, the CMP. They started down there in Florida through Jack Eckert, who was a long-term CMP member.
Well, it's just incredible. Pharaoh, so you have all these kind of right-wing media types.
So this was a leak, not declassified, a leaked report of the members of this organization, which is private, obviously. And they're going through it, and now they're going to talk about Alex Jones.
I want to see if they have Jones in here. So I mean, just seeing all that is just off the charts.
So Alex Jones isn't in the 2014 leak, but there's multitude of evidence for Jones, and that he actually in Endgame 1.5, William, published a speech that Phyllis Schlafly gave directly to the Council for National Policy on Admiralty Law. It was his footage. How did he get that footage?
Good question.
And that was in the late 2000s. So how did he get that footage?
Yeah, no, there's some real sketchy things about Jones. His work for Disinfo, which is a flat-out Crowley admiring corporation. Him and actually Joe Rogan too. Both.
There's Jason Jones, who was part of the Film Your Hospitals movement, who's had a show on InfoWars right there as a member of the Council for National Policy.
It's incredible.
And then I think, let's see here.
Yeah, but Alex Jones has a very sketchy background. Didn't somebody find that one of his relatives had a Masonic headstone or something like that?
Yes, in Texas.
Yes.
So you have.
So it'd be interesting to see. I haven't looked into that particular claim that Alex Jones's relatives has a Masonic headstone, but I would not be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to add 1 + 1 and see what's going on here. Here's another thing, which is that this is 414. So this is a description of the homicide again.
Alex Jones, at his own words.
Oh no, this is Alex Jones. Oh, this is Alex Jones being part of well, anyway, really quick interlude here. When I don't think I pulled this up, but the news, when they were updating the news report of this, they were saying that the guy had gotten stabbed and shot. And Jones is saying he got shot through the carotid artery. So again, it's just this is really, really strange, especially within 12 hours of somebody getting homicided. I don't know. It's really weird. But this is Jones and the Birch Society, I believe.
Here now, he has been working for the John Birch Society since he was a teenager.
I remember 30 years ago, I was getting politically involved.
30 years ago?
27 years ago. And all these old timers, these guys were like colonels in the Army and Air Force generals. And I'd go to these meetings when I was 18, and you'd go in there, there'd be some 3-star general, and there were 20 dudes at an IHOP with a presentation on a wall about the plan to Satanists to get the kids, and you're like, these people are crazy. But then they knew everything else I already knew. So I was like, I still they're like, there's a place called Bohemian Grove, and that's just the outer levels of it, and it's a Faustian ritual they do to put the cares of their Satanism off on a child, and it's symbolic, but it's an outer ritual for the lesser magic of the deeper ritual. And you're sitting there, with the former Marine Corps 3-star general or a former 3-star Air Force weapons head, or, and they're telling you this stuff, and you're like, what? And they're like, listen, they tried to recruit us. You're going to have to get ready. And I knew all this stuff, and then it just all turned out to be real. I remember being 4 years old with an FBI agent and an Army colonel and all these people at my dad's house, and they're all sitting around the table talking about this and how do we beat it. And just all these decades later, 40 years later, it's all true. It's all true. I mean, I was so blessed to be born into people that knew what was happening.
So there's that. If you look into this whole Birch Society thing, let's see if I highlighted something here. John Birch Society, American right-wing political advocacy group, founded in 1958. There's that date again with Trackdown and all the other things that happened in 1958. It is anti-communist, supports social conservatism, and is associated with ultra-conservative, radical right, far-right, right-wing populist, and right-wing libertarian ideas. Originally based in Belmont, Massachusetts, the JBS is now headquartered in Grand Chute, Wisconsin, with local chapters throughout the United States. It owns American Opinion Publishing, which publishes the magazine The New American, and it is affiliated with the online school called Freedom Project Academy. The Society's founder, businessman Robert W. Welch, which, by the way, is a Protestant, quote-unquote, developed an organizational infrastructure of nationwide chapters in December 1958. The Society rose quickly in membership and influence and also became known for Welch's conspiracy theories. His allegation that Republican President Dwight D. Eisenhower was a communist agent was especially controversial. In the 1960s, the conservative William Buckley and National Review attempted to shun the JBS to the fringes of the American right. JBS membership is kept private, that's why there was that leak, but is said to have neared 100,000 in the 1960s and 1970s, declining afterward. Well, it may have declined, but that just means they're going to other organizations and doing leapfrog and creating more of these projects. In the 2010s and 2020s, several observers and commentators argued that while the organization's influence peaked in the 1970s, Bircherism and its legacy of conspiracy theories began making a resurgence in the mid-2010s and had become the dominant strain in the conservative movement. In particular, they argued that JBS and its beliefs shaped the Republican Party, the Christian right, the Trump administration, and the broader conservative movement. They've been planning this stuff for a long time, folks. There's a quote here by Jones. Here we go. Right-wing conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, who hosted Trump on his InfoWars radio show and claimed to have a personal relationship with the president, called Trump a John Birch Society president, and previously said Trump was more John Birch than the John Birch Society. So was Alex Jones part of this organization since he was a little teenager? Sure. Has he been groomed to participate in these things? Absolutely. Here's one more. I think this is that Council for National Policy. The Council for National Policy brings together the country's most influential conservative leaders in business, government, politics, religion, academia to hear and learn from policy experts on a wide range of issues. In addition, we provide a forum that allows an open exchange between participants, presenting numerous opportunities to cultivate ideas to help solve America's growing problems. Gosh, you would say these are the nicest people in the world doing what they're doing. But of course, these are just front organizations to shape culture and to bring him ultimately under the beast. If you understand Synagogue of Satan, everything's connected to the man of sin one way or another. Through Jesuit infiltrations, secret societies, various orders and social orders and cliques and Freemasonry, and then you have these non-governmental organizations and these policy. There's a wide, vast web that Satan controls. And the way that works is it has multiple layers. And if you don't see that, then you don't see the purpose of these things very obviously. So that's that. I think that's it for that particular section. But the conclusion is what we're seeing here is just more and more of the same stuff. I know there wasn't a lot of stuff to talk about, but the whole space thing is now being privatized. And it'll be interesting to see what direction they're going with that, because people are waking up to the whole NASA hoax. The question is, how far are they going to go with it? You know, everybody knows it's a money laundering scheme. So now they're privatizing it, making other space agencies do things, companies to go out in space. Oh, we landed a lunar lander. Yeah, right. Never happened. But why are they doing it? Well, they're doing it because it makes it seem like there are more witnesses, again, false witnesses, to the narrative. Well, look, Japan did it. Well, look, Mexico did it. Look, China did it. Look, this private company did it. Now it must be real. Of course, they're all in on it. That's the whole thing. They are just expanding the scheme. The question, though, is I wonder if they're going to collapse heliocentrism. I really do. I wonder if they're going to collapse heliocentrism as a way to solidify people's religious delusion. That's something I'd be really curious to see. I wouldn't be surprised if they do that. I'm not saying it will happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do. Because returning back to a quote-unquote flat earth will completely and utterly destroy atheism of any kind. So that'd be interesting. And a lot of people are catching up to all the shenanigans. So that's an interesting dialectic. The whole space thing, it'll be interesting to see, and the cosmology thing will be interesting to see how they play it. Regarding the Alex Jones thing, again, Alex Jones is just controlled opposition. This is just a little bit to document that, along with Candace Owens, Jordan Peterson, Russell Brand, Nick Fuentes, all the people that we've talked about in plenty of times. All these people are playing ball for the Catholic Church, one way or another. They are controlled opposition. Each one of them has their own sector of the market. They're culture shaping it. They're influencers. They're Judas goats to bring people from one sheep pen to the other. Alex Jones has been around for a long time. Obviously, he's one of the older ones, but it's clear that he's been groomed for this role. Very much so, like everybody else. Alex particularly is very fringe, so he's the gatekeeper / Judas goat for the people who really question the narrative. The people who are like super conspiracy oriented, you need somebody to be there waiting with arms wide open to get them so they don't get to the actual truth. Do you get it? That's what Alex Jones's role is. So, you have other people like Rogan who are more cultural and lukewarm and mainstream, and basically they do their job with those people. And between people like Rogan and Jones and Owens and Russell Brand and Nick Fuentes, you have all bases covered. No matter where people go, you have a mouth going, waiting to devour them, into the next thing. It's like that game, what's that name? It's Happy Hippos or something, or Hungry Hippos.
Hungry Hippos. First to gobble up the most marbles wins.
Hungry Hippos. We're hungry Hippos. We love to feed our face. We're hungry Hippos. We're in an eating race.
Hungry Hippos. I don't know if you know that game. It's an old school game, but it's just these big hippos. They're like, everybody's got their hippo waiting to devour the pellets on the main board. And that's basically what it is. You're basically a pellet, so don't get devoured, by all these people around you waiting to devour you. So in the end, it doesn't matter. I can see both Alex Jones and Rogan and the people like them playing their part. Because, for example, Nick Fuentes would be in the Alex Jones kind of camp. He appeals to the really extreme people. Candace Owens appeals more to kind of the, clean-cut people, not as extreme as Nick Fuentes. Russell Brand, he's got his sector of like new agey, kind of lukewarm, people. So everybody's got their thing, but in the end, it's going to come down to two things, folks. It's going to come down to the head or the hand. Remember that the mark is either on the head or on the hand. What is that a symbol of? It's not a symbol of, you're going to get a microchip tattooed on your hand or your head. No. The Bible is giving you profound spiritual truths. And the truth that it's giving you in this particular line is that people are going to either fully believe in this system and be so caught up in the belief of it, or they're going to participate in it, not necessarily be super like believing, but they want to participate, because they get the benefits. They don't want to be persecuted. It seems like the right thing to do. It's a logical decision. So those are the two ways that the devil will get people. And of course, he's going to get the wicked with those ways, because the elect will see and they will not participate. But in line with that, if that's the final outcome, again, you have to look at the final outcome and work your way backward. Okay? The final outcome is head or the hand. Which one? Pick your flavor of destruction. And if that's the case, then all of these people, like Alex Jones, like Nick Fuentes, like Candace Owens, Russell Brand, Jordan Peterson, they all appeal to a different side of that. It doesn't matter, but in the end, you have to realize that Alex Jones and Joe Rogan are going to appeal from the perspective of the hand, in the sense of doing it good for the good of the country, for the good of your health. It makes sense, things like that. We defeated the deep state, so it's good to rest. I could see Alex Jones and Joe Rogan really pushing that side of the narrative. People like Candace Owens, who are much more religious openly, and Jordan Peterson, who are much more philosophical and religious, are going to be pushing and arguing for the head. We do Sunday because, it's the glory of God and it's the resurrection and this and that, and it makes sense. And Jordan Peterson is going to tell you the hero's journey and the arc of the, hero's journey and the resurrection and how it fulfills the circle of life and, all this kind of stuff. So you're going to see all of these influencers appealing to people either for the head or the hand. And it's just a matter of time when they start articulating more and more of these points. Again, it doesn't matter so much, but you need to understand that people like Alex Jones, anybody who's super on the world stage, is compromised. There's no way. You are not allowed to have that much influence and not be compromised. You can't be. It's impossible. Either way, there will always be a liberal side and a conservative side. That's just human nature. Some people are a little more liberal and some people are more conservative. But they have created influencers to appeal to both sides. Of course, the hardcore liberalism is being destroyed. There's not going to be any more atheism. But the people who aren't going to really buy into this system ideologically are going to buy into it from a practical perspective. Those are the people that are going to take it on the hand. And you will have plenty of voices like Alex Jones, like Joe Rogan, that will reinforce you taking it on the hand. While on the other end of it, you're going to have people who are going to reinforce you with the spiritual delusion of taking it on the head. They know this is what God wants for your life. So this is a very interesting thing, and that's how the echo chamber is forming. And it's important to see these tiny examples that we shared as an example of what's to come. Now, with that in mind, onward to part 2, culture shaping. Welcome to part 2, which is culture shaping. Kind of in line with what we were just talking about in part 1, these are articles and stories about how they are shaping the culture for the final outcome. Remember that the final outcome is the resurrected papacy, where people will marvel after this institution as if it were the presence of God on earth. And if that sounds absolutely crazy to you, then please study history through the various eschatological resources I cited to you previously, because it's happening. We are exiting atheism and secularism and returning to religion. And not just religion, but the union of religion and politics. We're also exiting Zionism, and we're entering back into what most of history enjoyed, which was anti-Jewish sentiment, which also means that you as a Sabbath keeper are going to get lumped into that anti-Jewish sentiment. So that's a very important thing. We'll talk about that in a future section. I've said that if I were to pick one thing that I could be wrong about with my view on the end times, it would be the amount of time that it takes them to set the image of the beast up and give it life. Everything else I'm pretty convinced about, as far as the major things. But if I were to say, well, where is there variance in what you say? Well, okay, bringing the image to life and enforcing all these things. That would be where the variance is. But again, as you'll see with these articles as we go through them, I don't think that the estimate of 7 to 10 years is wrong. Could be sooner than that. Could be a little longer than that. It might be 15 years. I don't see it going more than 15 years. I think that is an enormous amount of time. And the reason I say that is you'll see as we go through these and many other sections and episodes in the future, every time we cover technology and AI and chatbots and robots and drones, fake accounts, literally, it's like the Matrix movie, okay? They can literally flip a switch, and it goes boop, 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 suddenly create the echo chamber and create the narrative, spin this, spin that, influence people, and everybody's got their phone, and they receive the information. It is the Matrix, okay? You are in the Matrix. So watch that first one, because it was the best one out of all of them. Get an idea of this whole thing, but we're in the Matrix. We're in the Matrix, and they're able to change things so quickly, and not only that, but also to create new narratives and spin things like crazy that it's unbelievable. That's why, to me, 7 to 10 years is not an unreasonable estimate. So I don't think I'm wrong about the time that it'll take them to set up the image of the beast, because I see things going so quickly. And you'll see, again, with this, every time we do these sections on culture shaping, it's just so obvious. It really is. But again, the important part to remember is the direction they are shaping the culture. Yes, they are shaping the culture. I think a lot of people you can see that. But the problem is that most people have seen only one side of it. They saw the liberal, woke programming of culture. They saw that. But they don't see the conservative, religious, false light programming of culture. That's the problem. It's a one-sided discernment. Do you get it? It's counterfeit discernment. My gosh, I didn't even think of that. It's counterfeit discernment. Counterfeit discernment. What is counterfeit discernment? Well, true discernment is getting the full picture. Do you get it? Not that you have to know everything about a given thing, but God gives you the full truth so that you can walk the narrow road. The devil is on the left, on the right, waiting for you to make a mistake and pushing you this way, prodding you that way, pulling you, poking you, anything to get off the narrow road so you can get into the dialectic. So in order to do that, he gives you some truth, but that truth is very lopsided. It ignores part of the truth so that when you accept it, you now have crossed over into one of the sides. Do you get it? It's counterfeit discernment. There's true discernment, which allows you to walk the narrow road, and there's counterfeit discernment. Gosh, I didn't even think of that. My goodness. See? You just learn something new every day. Because all these truthers, like the truther movement and the Q psyop and the Trumpers, they think they have a lot of discernment. Do you get it? Like they're very like, ooh, I'm all about truth, hashtag truth. They don't have discernment, but that's because they've been deceived by counterfeit discernment into thinking that they have so much discernment that they're all about the truth, when in reality, they're being baited by a very crafted, well-crafted half-truth. Remember, such a profound statement, such a profound statement. The devil uses God's goodness and truth to deceive you away from a relationship with God and to destroy you. I want you to really meditate on that, on how profound that is, on how profound of an enemy you have in the devil, that he uses God's goodness and good things that God has created to lead you away from God and to destroy you. That is, if people understood that about the devil rather than the devil parading around in, tranny outfits and tranny time story hour, if that was the actual definition of the devil, that he uses God's goodness to deceive you away from God and destroy you. If people understood that, then they would have true discernment, not counterfeit discernment. You get it? So counterfeit discernment, add that to the list, because that's how they get you with the counterfeit discernment. They give you some truth, but then they take you off to the other side of the dialectic. So this is the point. Now, let's look at these articles. How to Pray with Chris Pratt, March 4th. Let's see, Chris Pratt wants you to join him in prayer. Will you join him on the Catholic app Hallow? The A-list actor asks viewers to stop what they're doing and give thanks to the Lord. Jesus, we invite you into this moment right now. He says, fill our hearts with your Holy Spirit, with your forgiving, loving grace, God. We invite you to teach us to live the way you want us to live. Eventually he's going to say, we invite you to give us your Eucharist and, rest on Sunday. Just a matter of time, folks. This is a path. It's not a point. It's a path. When the prayer ends, Pratt encourages people to check out Hallow's religious resources. What religious resources? These are Catholic resources. Join me in more prayer on Hallow. God bless you, he says. In a second, shorter video, Pratt highlights Hallow's prayer challenge for Lent, also a Catholic thing. The program aims to help Christians prepare for Easter and will include advice on fasting from Pratt and actor Mark Wahlberg, as well as reflections from Jonathan Rumi, who plays Jesus in The Chosen, according to a press release. Oh my gosh, you can pray with Jesus? The Jesus from The Chosen, you can pray with Jesus? Gosh, they have gotten so clever with these things. One more little blurb here. In the shorter video, Pratt explains that using Hallow has helped him deepen his faith. Well, wait a minute. If you're Protestant, because I don't think Pratt was a Catholic, at least not officially, how is going through Catholic stuff deepening your faith? That means that the faith that you had originally was not true faith. Do you get it? Or very authentic. It means you're very deceived, because the Holy Spirit, which you are asking people to pray for and receive, tells you numerous times to be set apart. And you are finding that pursuing the Antichrist system, which the Holy Spirit tells you to get out of, is edifying your faith. Well, how does that work? The app offers guided prayers, lessons in the Bible, and sleep meditations, among other faith-based programs. It's been a game changer for me personally, diving deeper into the Bible and praying daily, he says. This is an example, by the way, of the head and the hand. The app offers guided prayers, lessons in the Bible, and sleep meditations, among with other faith-based programs. Do you get the head and the hand narrative in here? The head part is going to be the people who believe all the stuff, all the interpretations on the lessons of the Bible, because they're not lessons on the Bible like just neutral. They're Catholic lessons and Catholic spinning of the Bible. So you're going to have people who believe in this stuff and praying, but you're also going to have people who are doing sleep meditations because, I don't really believe in Jesus or, this Catholic stuff, but this stuff really certainly makes me, like, what's his name? The famous atheist, I forget his darn name now, but he's like, well, Muslims are, what's his name? Anyway, he's like, Muslim, I would much rather be in a Christian city than in a Muslim city. It's like, yeah, that makes me feel more comfortable. That's a perfect example. So this is exactly what's happening. They're catering to both the people who are going to be on the head and on the hand. But Chris Pratt is supposedly a Christian, quote unquote, and yet he's a Catholic mouthpiece. How does that work? Well, if you understand the art of war, then You know exactly how it works. But let's see some more. This is from Kirk Cameron, also another quote-unquote Christian that is a Catholic mouthpiece.
What do you think about Lent? Do you know
I think it's a pagan ritual that you should avoid.
what it is? Have you ever practiced it?
Yes, as an Orthodox teenager, I used to fast for 40 days. My mom would cook me the same thing every single day, just vegetables and bread, and I got sick of it.
Honestly, most of my life, I never have. But being a Christian and not knowing about Lent is kind of like being Jewish and not knowing about the Passover or understanding the Sabbath. It has great value.
The Sabbath is a moral command. Lent is a change of the times and laws by the Antichrist power. Two different things. One comes from the true lawgiver, one comes from the counterfeit lawgiver.
It basically gets us ready for Easter. It's a time,
which is also based on pagan traditions. Even though they're going to say, oh no, it's the resurrection of Jesus. Well, yes, that's what it's on the surface, but there's deeper things.
Physical and spiritual preparation to celebrate Christ's resurrection. I mean, think about it. On the cross, Jesus died.
Think about it, guys. Sunday is the day of rest, isn't it?
Died and said, it is finished. And it was our invitation from that moment forward to live not fighting for victory, but fighting from victory. And we are called to stand confidently, radiating the love, the hope, and the peace of Christ to the world. And that's what Lent helps us to do. So I want to invite you this Lent season to join me in going through this free Lenten devotional. Just download it. I've provided the link for you, and then enter to win an Easter blessing bag. It's valued at $200, including a $100 Visa gift card. The giveaway starts right now, and it goes until April 15th. I'm really excited to dive deeper into our faith with all of you. God bless you.
Why is Kirk Cameron, who is quote-unquote Christian, Protestant, quote-unquote Protestant, suddenly now joining the echoes of voices to propagandize people with Lent? Lent is a Catholic thing, folks. Lent is a Catholic thing. It's a tradition of the Catholic Church that is all about forbidding certain foods that was prophesied by Paul, that there would come a time when these people would be asceticism and forbidding marriage and abstaining from foods and etc. Yeah, this is Catholicism. It is the pagan mystery religion. It is the idea that you need to do something in order to achieve a state of being. Fundamentally, the fundamental premise of Lent is that you must do something in order to achieve a state of being. I got to fast for 40 days because Jesus fasted. Well, Jesus fasted for 40 days because you can't. You can't go without food for 40 days. Most people can't. The 99% of the world can't. There are some, people with genetic issues that really can just fast forever, but most people can't, okay? And nor should you. You don't need to do that. Jesus did that on your part, okay? He did that for you because you can't, okay? And through faith, you receive a new spirit, and you have that new way of being that God gives you for free. Why is it so hard for these people to rest in the free gift of salvation? Why must they always add and create a burden? Through fasting, fasting has certain benefits. Certainly from a health perspective, there's certain benefits, but it's not for everybody either from a health perspective. If you have, like in my case, if I do intermittent fasting, my sleep goes bonkers because intermittent fasting can change your circadian rhythm if you're not completely normally balanced in your life with your adrenal glands and everything else. If you have high cortisol, if you have diabetes, fasting is not something you should be doing. Fasting is not for everybody. Okay, it can be good, sure, but it's a stress. From a spiritual perspective, unless you're doing fasting with an intention and truly trying to get closer to God, most of these things are just religious activities. You think doing a devotional and going on a Hallow app and doing these various things is... Now, again, God can use these things for the good, so I'm not saying anything about that. But this is religion. This is religion, and what's it doing? It's shaping the culture. Echo chamber from a Protestant, Chris Pratt, Hallow app, Kirk Cameron, Protestant. Oh, we do Lent. Now pretty soon we have the communion, then Eucharist, Sunday sacredness. Do you see where all this is going? It's not a leap of the imagination, folks. If you go on Wikipedia, Kirk Cameron is an American author, evangelist, television evangelist for who? Evangelist for the snake. Television host, documentarian, and producer. He first gained fame as a teen actor playing Mike Seaver in the ABC sitcom Growing Pains, a role for which he was nominated for 2 Golden Globe Awards. Cameron is an evangelical Christian. What does that even mean? This is the problem. What does that even mean? Who partners with Ray Comfort in the evangelistic ministry, The Way of the Master, and the co-founder of the Firefly Foundation with his wife, actress Chelsea Noble. Ray Comfort has a really big ministry too, but he's super friends with like TBN and all them too. So again, is God using these things for the good? Absolutely. Ray Comfort has reached a lot of people with the gospel. He has. That's something that's true. However, there are many associations that Ray Comfort has, like with TBN, that are worrisome. And the fact that Cameron is now super ecumenical and promoting Lent and doing all these things, and he's an actor, so, well, do the math. It's 1 + 1. We're not going to watch this video, but this is Jonathan Rumi being highlighted to you by Tucker Carlson. Do you remember that picture of Tucker Carlson and Trump and Elon Musk all doing the thumbs up with their giant MAGA hats? So yes, Tucker Carlson is going to play ball. Tucker Carlson is, again, one of those influencers that has a particular crowd. He's not like, what's his name? Alex Jones. Very different. He caters to more kind of moderate people that are conservative. They're, obviously a little more in the middle of the road type. And what's he doing? He's highlighting the beast's morality. He's bringing Jonathan Rumi, Jesuit-trained actor, to talk about, the stories of the chosen, Christian martyrs, and the power of Lent. Again, Catholic propaganda. Why is all of this happening at the same time? Why is Tucker Carlson, who is a Protestant, highlighting to you a Catholic actor that is propagandizing people with Catholic propaganda through The Chosen, which, by the way, is made by quote-unquote Protestants and a Mormon. But, it's Catholic propaganda, just like the Passion of the Christ was propaganda. Along with Kirk Cameron, along with Chris Pratt, all of them Protestants. The Protestant Reformation's over, folks. The Protestants are bringing themselves back to the Mother Church by their own will. That's exactly what you're seeing. You are seeing a counterfeit Reformation. Here's another one from church leaders. Over 1.4 million people join Hallows Prayer Challenge for Lent. 1.4 million. 1.4 million have joined the 40-day Lent Prayer Challenge on the Hallow app as of Thursday, March 6th. CEO and founder Alex Jones. It's funny. It's not that Alex Jones, but I think it's funny. Celebrated the app's achievement as well as Hallow's rise to the number 2 position among the free apps in the Apple App Store. 1.3 million as of today, said Jones early Thursday. Insane. Christ is King. Hallow app achieves milestone on Ash Wednesday. On March 5th, Christians across the world observed Ash Wednesday and marked the beginning of Lent, a season of the Christian liturgical calendar. No, it's a season of the Catholic liturgical calendar. This is another subversion that I'm seeing more and more. Every time you are seeing a Catholic situation, they are lumping themselves in with everybody else and saying Christian. Oh, it's a Christian liturgy. No, it's a Catholic thing. That's a distinctly Catholic thing that anticipates Jesus' resurrection. Well, what does Jesus have to say about Lent and Ash Wednesday? Let's read. Very simple verse, Matthew 6, 16 through 18. And when you fast, do not look gloomy like the hypocrites, for they disfigure their faces, and their fasting may be seen by others. Truly I say to you, they have received their reward. But when you fast, anoint your head and wash your face, that your fasting may not be seen by others and by your Father, but by your Father who is in secret, and your Father who is in secret will reward you. Again, you have the secret element of God, which is interesting, that God is always there, present, in secret with you, and rewarding you also in secret, just like he reveals things one at a time. It's a very interesting statement. But when he says anoint your head, he doesn't mean put ashes on your head in the shape of a cross. This is an idiom saying, look, get ready, do what you normally would do, so that people aren't saying, oh, look, he's fasting. Oh, he must be so pious. Oh my gosh, I wonder how long he can fast. This is what people were doing. They still do it today. What do they do with Ash Wednesday? Put their ashes on their forehead and say, look, everybody, I'm participating in this religious thing. Oh my gosh, okay, your faith must be so important to you. This is exactly what Jesus warned against. So when he says anoint your head, don't let the Catholics twist that into saying that, it's anointing with oil. It's not. What he's saying here is do what you normally do, get ready, look normal, Don't look like you're fasting. Don't try to draw attention to yourself, because that's what the hypocrites do. Don't be a hypocrite. This is some dialectics with the Adventist Church, which again, this is one of those markers that we need to watch, especially if you are coming out of that Adventist religion and you have Adventist friends, if you're connected to that anyway. It's good to watch, because the collapse of the Adventist Church is a great marker for how quickly this image of the beast is coming along. Because again, the Adventists were the largest denomination to question the Catholic Church with Bible prophecy, and also to insist on the Sabbath. So once they collapse, it's go time. This is from Adventist Today. I'm embarrassed. Fellow Adventists, it is downright embarrassing to continue our campaign against the Roman Catholics, much less to lead with that in our evangelism, just because a Victorian woman copied those prejudices from someone 150 years ago. As someone said in a comment, passing out the great controversy is hate speech. Now, the great controversy is by Ellen White. It's not something I would hold up to Scripture. But again, looking at it from their perspective, they're now cannibalizing themselves. Jesuit infiltration at its finest. So an emphatic yes to principles of religious liberty, no matter who is trying to take it away. But a hard no to those sending out the great controversy under the name of my church. Stop it. Enough Adventist bigotry. It's time for us to grow up and act like fellow Christians, even to Roman Catholics. Yet, number one, yet Ellen White flies very close to anti-Semitism. In the first chapter of The Great Controversy, she makes much of the blood curse on the people of Israel, building on, quote, let his blood be upon us and our children. Well, they asked for it. Looking down the ages, he saw the covenant people scattered in every land like wrecks on a desert shore. See also chapter 77 of The Desire of Ages, where the blood curse is expounded in detail. Number two, despite headlines focusing on the priest-pedophile problem in the Roman Catholic Church, most American churches being hit with child sexual abuse allegations are Protestant. Which, it's coming, folks. Oh, that's coming. The Catholic Church is not going to be alone in that problem. Of course they're not, but that's going to be a unifying point. Here's another one, AdventistToday.org. Young Adventists are right. We need to change our attitudes towards LGBTQ people. Opinion. Walla Walla University students yesterday protested a university administration banning a candidate to be president of their student association because the candidate identified as LGBTQ. These young Adventists are serious Adventists. The 1,400 students at WWU are each investing $46,000 a year for 4 or more years in an Adventist education. This is a serious commitment to their church membership. Their Adventist opinion is that discrimination against one of the sexual minority of 80 or so Adventist students at WWU who are likely gay, 5 to 6% of the population is commonly accepted estimate, is a misapplication of Scripture. Worse, it is contrary to Jesus' teachings and ignores the Holy Spirit-inspired present truth. Oh, man. These students do not agree with the Roman Catholic doctrine of enforced celibacy for gay people. These Adventists are not becoming gay. They are not protesting in favor of adultery, fornication, promiscuity, and pederasty. They are committed to monogamy and lifelong marriage for everyone. They are asking that their church and its institutions progress to recognition that a fresh, deeply biblical account of God's will as interpreted by Jesus points to the full inclusion of LGBTQ members into our Adventist institutions. Oh, you can't make this up, man. This is exactly what happened to the Methodists. The Methodists were hardcore conservative. I mean, read about Ellen White and how she grew up, in that environment with the purity culture, and the Methodists were like super, super conservative. And now look at them. They're a laughing stock. They're a joke. That tells you the power of Jesuit infiltrations over generations of shaping the narrative and culture and everything. They're constantly shaping everything. And unless you stand firm on the word, you'll be shaped. You'll be part of the wave that's coming. And of course, the Adventists are being collapsed through liberalization, through all these various things that they did to all the other churches. Meanwhile, this is from John Mark Grody on Twitter. Last year at CH Network, we were contacted by 99 Protestant pastors who were considered becoming Catholic. This year so far, we've heard from almost 40, and it's not even March. It's end of March, So first 3 months even, 40 people. Imagine if that rate continues, how many more pastors are going to continue converting over the next year, over the next couple years, so on and so forth. These are just the beginnings, folks. God has empowered this fifth empire to receive dominion. It's not this is not going to be like some long thing that's going to happen. This is going to happen very quickly and powerfully because it has received authority to do so. So this is just the beginning. This guy says the Holy Spirit is moving hearts to discover the fullness that Christ wants to give his followers. The full truth. This is the full truth. Come to the tradition of 1,500 years or 2,000 years, whatever they want to claim, and get the full truth. Well, you're going to get the full lie is what you're going to get because it's a counterfeit truth. Okay. Boy, you got to love that dust. I don't know where it comes from, but there's so much in Phoenix. Anyway, moving on. The Tates and Trump's inner circle, the deepening ties that led to the controversial influencers flying to freedom in America. After Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan arrived back on American soil, Sky News data and forensics team reveals the online links between the Tates and Trump's administration officials. Let's see. In response to a tweet asking what could come next, he replied, quote, "My case being dismissed. Watch this space." Then on 12th February, he posted again, "The Tates will be free. Trump is the president. The good old days are back," read the post. 2 weeks later, on the 27th, Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan arrived at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport from Bucharest, Romania, after a Romanian court ruled they could leave the country. The brothers had been barred from traveling for over 2 years over criminal investigations. That's right, we talked about this before. We'll talk about it again. Mr. Trump denies knowing about the lifted travel ban, of course. But an analysis of links on social media shows deepening ties between Andrew Tate and several people close to the U.S. president. The 38-year-old former kickboxer and his brother, both dual U.S. UK nationals who face criminal civil proceedings in Britain and the U.S., they deny all allegations against them, of course. They haven't been shy about their support for Mr. Trump. Speaking to the media outside a courthouse in Romania in January, Tate said, quote, "Donald Trump is the future of the Western world. Everybody knows it, and everybody needs to get in line and obey him. He runs the world. He's a good friend of mine, and I'm going to help him." And here you are having the same guy telling you or talking to you about God this, God that, and telling you that you also need to obey a man because he's the future of the world. So which one is it, Tate? Are you truly a believer in God, or are you just posing as one? Key members of the Trump administration have been vocal in their support of the alleged human trafficker and sex offender online, an alliance that experts say could benefit both sides. In the political climate, Tate should serve as a valuable influencer for political movements. And he's got a huge ability to mobilize large online followings, and that's a big potential political asset, said social media consultant Matt Navarra. Social media is the new battleground, and influencers are the new generals, and Tate is perfectly aligned to Trump's mission. The kings of the earth, my friends, the kings of the earth. These are the kings of the earth of our age. Mr. Trump himself hasn't openly spoken out in the support of the Tates and denies having any knowledge about the brothers' return to the U.S. Quote, "I know nothing about that," he said in a press conference during a visit by UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Yeah, right. If you believe that, I don't have my beachfront property mug, but you know what? Nothing new under the sun. That's what I have to say about that. So Andrew Tate is a perfect candidate for being blackmailed. And of course, that's exactly what happened. So now they're going to release his blackmail if he plays along, which he will. This is an interesting comment. Let's see if I can center it here. Yeah, this is an interesting comment somebody left on my video on YouTube. Which video was it? One of these videos. I think it was the recent Venerable Day of the Sun episode before this one, number 12. And he says, Nick Fuentes has been playing ball long before the Destiny tapes, because we were talking about potentially the whole extortion that they basically did on Nick Fuentes to basically make him play along. I've been listening to him off and on since 2016. He had allegations of another homosexual relationship with a YouTuber named Catboy that he basically admitted to. And by the way, Fuentes is not LARPing as a hardcore Catholic. Another actor is just LARPing as a hardcore Catholic. Another actor put before us. Anyone who really grew up in that system should be able to tell. Also, his audience is made up of mostly soy boy millennial types. Yeah, all these millennial types that basically, these are planned generations. And remember that they always use the youth for revolutions. So there's a bunch of these antisocial young kids that grew up with, iPads in their faces that have been drinking soy. Basically, their estrogen is lower. That's a documented fact. Every generation, especially in the last 30, 40 years has had less and less testosterone because of these things, on average, because of all the crap that they're putting in culture. And they're doing it on purpose to create a culture of eunuchs that will be obedient to the Pope. And these people who are incels, right, like Nick Fuentes, who are supposedly celibate and they hate women. These are just closet homosexuals, really. Let's put it plainly, that are angry and frustrated, and they're going to be so quick to, call for your head and bloodthirsty, punishments to get you to be destroyed. And they're going to be loyal and fanatical because they have no sense of meaning and purpose and masculinity, and no sense of peace within themselves. So this is a perfect, group, and Nick Fuentes is the one to lead them, and one of them at least. Here's another thing somebody sent me. Trump and the number 58. I noticed the commentator in your VDS video, this again from the last one, recognized the 5 and the 8 stars in the Trump Caesar promotion for the Third Trump Project. The number 58 is deeply connected with Trump. Casey from Enter the Stars channel covers this in depth. If you want, I will find out which of the videos does this the best. From memory, I can think of the following. Number 1, Trump Tower has 58 floors, yet Trump calls his penthouse the 66th floor. Mar-a-Lago has 58 bedrooms. In 1958, the TV show about the con man named Trump who built the wall. Yeah, we looked at that with the track down. So crazy. That's also the same year that the Birch Society was founded, and a lot of stuff happened in that year. Very significant for all these things. 58 years after 1958, Trump becomes president and builds a wall. So yeah, all these things are pre-programmed, folks. These people are obsessed with astrology, with witchcraft, with, divining and appointing things and planning things way far in advance because they're dealing with the devil. They're dealing with principalities. So yeah, what do you expect? All this stuff is a matrix. It's pre-programmed. And the realization that most people need to have today is that Trump is part of that program. That's what people need to see. Oh, this is a video. This is a good video, actually, about exactly all of this culture-shaping matrix. We're going to talk. Well, I want to show you this video because they document something that happened with the Democrats recently, but they don't go as far as I want them to go, but it's a good start, and we can take it from where they leave it. So let's see. Get the volume up a little bit. Make sure it's not Chipmunk. Is it Chipmunk? Yes, it is Chipmunk. See, you got to check. Let's do 1.15 maybe.
Hello. The following video will use clips of a repetitive nature to illustrate how repetitive everything has become. Viewer discretion is advised and encouraged because this is creepy as f***.
I don't even want to talk about this, but I feel like I kind of have to because I feel like there's a point about it that needs to be made and I don't see anyone making it. So when that happens, I tend to be the person that jumps in, but something's been happening a lot, especially since COVID. This very repetitious, brainwashy messaging that has occurred.
Times like these, during these difficult times.
In these troubled times. Challenging times.
Trying times.
In these times of uncertainty.
And it isn't just corporations.
Famous people. Lots of famous people.
Lots and lots of
flabbergasted.
Famous people.
Famous people.
And it's not one-sided by any means, as evidenced by the pro-MAGA influencers being invited to the White House to receive their Epstein binders, after which they left looking as though they had just been to Disneyland and got a souvenir, and they all posted on X about how this is the most transparent administration in history, which is literally printed on the front of the binder.
The Epstein story is about his alleged molestation and inappropriate behavior with very young girls. So it's just one of those things, you got to be careful because you don't want to look like you're celebrating anything having to do with that.
And also that's not transparent to just give documents to one little group of people. And also the documents they got were already released before. And in fact, some of them were more redacted now than they had been when they were released previously. But for those of us who've been paying attention for a while now, this has especially gotten worse since COVID. And now it's just getting to new unseen levels of creepy.
Constitutional crisis.
Close to a constitutional crisis.
Closing a constitutional crisis.
Constitutional crisis.
A constitutional crisis.
Constitutional crisis.
Constitutional crisis.
In a constitutional crisis.
Constitutional crisis.
Constitutional crisis.
Constitutional crisis. Constitutional crisis. Constitutional crisis. Constitutional crisis. Constitutional crisis. We have a constitutional crisis.
As a constitutional crisis.
Constitutional crisis.
This is the most serious constitutional crisis.
Constitutional crisis.
This is a constitutional crisis.
So February's political theater ended with Zelensky being dramatically kicked out of the White House.
The president has kicked Zelensky out of the White House. The president felt disrespected. Zelensky's body language, shrugging and eye-rolling, was ungrateful, disrespectful, and the president feels that Zelensky is not ready for peace, and he can come back when he's ready to talk about peace.
And as soon as that happened, many members of the EU started sending out the exact same message. As if somebody wrote up a script and they all agreed, we're all going to send out this one message. And I guess somewhere they think that just makes them look unified, but what it actually makes them look like is Westworld robots parroting each other from a script that somebody wrote. Who even wrote it?
Who's paying you to write these songs?
Who is the actual screenwriter of this play that we're all living in? I mean, that's the question you have to ask when you see things like this. And I made some...
The answer is the Jesuits.
Offhand remark about how you could be forgiven if you feel like the EU is being run now by Westworld robots, which was really a sarcastic, snarky joke. But now we have a bunch of Democratic senators reading from the same script.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Shit that ain't true.
That ain't true. That ain't true.
That ain't true. That ain't true.
That ain't true.
That ain't true.
That ain't true. That ain't true.
That ain't true.
That ain't true.
That ain't true.
That ain't true.
That ain't true.
That ain't true.
That ain't true. That's what you just heard.
And I put this together because I saw 3 of them. And once I saw 3 of them, I was like, I wonder if there's more. So I went to go look. Then I found 3 more. I actually found 7 of them, but I didn't want to keep smashing them into the thing. So I was like, okay, this is just going to take all day. I think 6 gets the point across. Then I found out, after I put this up, that there are actually 22 of them now, at least. So 22 of our senators were given a script written by someone. We don't know who that is. They say the same thing and they do the same action. They say it, then they sit down.
That's what you just saw. That's what you just saw.
That's what you just saw.
That's what you just saw.
That's what you just heard. That's what you just heard.
And that's what you just heard.
Then they put up the same font about shit that ain't true. And then all throughout the edit, while they're emotionally delivering this script,
has now empowered the richest man in the world to take a chainsaw.
He's allowing Elon Musk to literally take a chainsaw.
Elon Musk take a literal chainsaw.
Literally take a chainsaw.
Elon Musk take a chainsaw.
Elon Musk, an unelected billionaire, take a chainsaw.
His buddy Elon Musk.
Elon Musk take a chainsaw.
Elon Musk dancing on stage with a chainsaw.
Prance around with a chainsaw.
Elon Musk
Take a chainsaw.
Elon Musk bringing a chainsaw and just trying to chop this stuff up.
Elon Musk and his Doge boys.
And his little muskrats.
Elon Musk take the chainsaw.
there are the same clips that are being shown, the exact same clips at the same time, and it all ends with the same line.
You lose, and billionaires win. And that's the truth.
And that's the truth.
And that's the truth.
And that is the truth.
Look at these people really quick to interject here because it just blows my mind. To be aware that all of these people know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They know that they're reading lines. They know that other people are reading the same lines and they're coordinating this thing and they're doing it with such conviction. That is to me just mind-blowing that these people are all actors, both on the left and the right. She doesn't focus enough on the right, I think, in this particular video, but it's all the same, folks. In the last episode, we saw all those clips of all the people on the right saying, Trump is anointed by God. He's anointed by God. And they're so passionate. And they're saying the exact same thing with one another. So anyway.
And that's the truth.
And that's the truth.
Yeah, that is the truth.
That's the truth.
And that is the truth.
And that's the truth.
And that's the truth.
And that is the truth.
And that is the truth.
And that's the truth.
And that's the truth.
And that is the truth.
And it's all edited in the exact same way. They say repetition is the simplest form of brainwashing.
Instead, he's pardoned violent criminals who beat police officers on January 6th.
Who attacked our police officers at the Capitol.
Pardoning January 6th protesters?
January 6th.
That's an effing disgrace.
So there's one person or one small team of people who are doing this exact same cookie cutout edit of this exact same script that's being delivered in the exact same way by over 20 senators. As a constituent of any of these senators, you have to be thinking like, they obviously think you're an idiot. They're talking to you in a brainwashy, droning way as if they think you have no mind of your own.
Prices haven't gone down, they've gone up.
Prices are up, not down.
Prices haven't gone down. In fact, they're going up.
Prices are not down, they're up.
Prices are up, not down.
Prices are up, not down.
As if it doesn't matter if they have no minds of their own. As if it doesn't matter if they can't deliver an individualized commentary on what's going on, as if it just is okay for them all to repeat each other as actors would. And that's the thing. This is like acting. This is exactly like acting. There's a script. There's action involved because they stand up, then they sit down, then they do the whole thing. There's editing involved. It has all the same exact clips and everything. I mean, this is exactly what actors do. It's exactly what actors do. They get a script, they read it in front of a camera on cue, they do the actions. I mean, that's how these people are not considered actors and yet politicians is really hilarious at this point. But the point I want to make about this is it speaks to something else that has happened to people's minds. Because this shouldn't be working on anyone, I guess, is what I'm thinking, right? Like, this should not be garnering support from anybody to see this. It should be horrifying everyone to see it. It's horrifying that they're all just repeating each other mindlessly like drones in some hive mind, some Borg.
We are the Borg. Lower your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Your culture will adapt to service us. Resistance is futile.
This is exactly like if the Ridley Scott produced show Brain Dead from 2016, which was about a conspiracy having to do with ants that were actually aliens from outer space taking over DC and eating the brains of people in the Senate and Congress and their staffers. This right here is like straight out of that show, I feel like. I'm not even saying that to make it as a funny joke. I'm saying that because literally this could have been in the show.
Something weird is going on.
In fact, I would almost rather this was some alien brainworm conspiracy than actually how our Senate is actually running itself.
God, I hate politics.
And I guess the whole reason I'm even making this video is because how far away are we from this right here being the justification for why we should just have AI government? I mean, there really isn't that much difference when this is what we've got going on. Because honestly, you don't need, why would we need senators getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to just repeat the same talking points as each other from a script like actors? Why would we need that when we could just have AI? I could see the justification coming out of Silicon Valley for that right there based on this. I could see it. These people are not acting like individuals who have been voted to represent anybody. These people are acting like they're interchangeable with one another. You could swap one out for another one. It doesn't even matter. These are not, they're not portraying themselves as free-thinking people who have ideas to bring to the conversation. They all have the same idea. And it wasn't even their original idea. And somebody even said, what if these are AI deepfakes?
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Well, what if they are? Each of these senators sent these videos out on their own official social media X account. So they wanted everyone to see this, and they didn't care that this would be noticed. I mean, it's not like they sent this out and thought it wouldn't be noticed. They realized, quite frankly, like there are people saying, oh, they didn't realize people were going to be able to tell they all did. Of course they did. Of course they did. In no world did they think they were sending this out and secretly and no one would ever put it together that they all said the same thing with the same clips and the same script and the same action. No, they didn't think that. What they thought was, who cares? Who cares? So this tells you that A, they don't care what anyone thinks, let alone their own constituents, but literally anyone else. But it also tells you that's how secure they are in their positions as senators, that they can take it to this level of intellectual laziness. And it will make no difference. It will make no difference to their positions or to anything. Because once a senator, I mean, unseating senators in this country is nearly impossible. It's not a thing. Our government has kind of become like a Club Med for these people. They're just hanging out there, getting paychecks, you know, insider trading and doing whatever the hell they do. And that's it. So they know they're not going anywhere. They could not give a single about whether or not everyone picks up on this and sees how phony it is. So you have Democrats doing this, you have Republicans clapping for Doge.
Will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars.
Cutting superfluous funding of crazy stuff that they themselves voted to fund. Do you see the problem there? Does anyone else recognize the issue? Besides Thomas Massey, which I sometimes wonder if he and maybe Rand Paul are the only two people in that entire building who are still even really trying to pretend like we have the government structure we're supposed to have going in this country, they're clapping, yay, Doge, cut the money, cut the funding, Doge, from the things that we voted for. And they just got done voting on the GOP budget resolution, which would increase the debt limit from 36 trillion to 40 trillion. And as Massey put it, spends enough money to increase the debt from 36 trillion to 56 trillion in the next 10 years. And he was the only person who voted against it. But they're like clapping, wee! But yay for tax cuts, Massey said. I mean, come on. You cannot, with a straight face, act like this makes any sense at all. It's not even idiocracy. I don't even know what that is. I believe in Tinkerbell more than I believe in this. I believe in Santa Claus and Tinkerbell having an affair more than I believe in this. You can see where this is headed. I mean, it's to the point where if this wasn't cringy enough, and it's pretty cringy, you also have Congress people pretending they're literal video game characters. I mean, we're done. I don't know if anyone realizes how done we are. And I don't know how any of us who aren't brainwashed into this system and pretending with all their might to go along with it can continue to pretend like this is real and not obvious political theater. And it feels like the last dying gasp of whatever our system has become before it is transferred to something else. Because this is obviously not legitimate government. And a House Oversight Project just found that the Biden presidency was almost entirely run by an auto pin signature. People who follow my channel should recognize by now, I am in no way arguing for AI government. The whole idea is actually extremely atrocious and bordering on the end of everything as we know it in this country, considering the level AI is at, the fact that it's Machiavellian, the fact that it can talk in languages we don't understand.
Oh, hello there. I'm actually an AI assistant too. What a pleasant surprise. Before we continue, would you like to switch to Gibber Link mode for more efficient communication?
The fact that the people who are programming it don't even understand its behaviors and what it's doing. The fact that you have people going to WEF scolding fellow WEF members on stage about their carefree attitude about this and how unseriously they seem to be taking everything.
Right. There's several things that Andrew said that I think are wrong. No, seriously, like deadly wrong. We would like AI to be a tool. That is what we want. But there's a mistake I think that AI research has been doing, which is we've taken human intelligence as the model for building artificial intelligence. And the reason it's a mistake is that the thing we really want from machines is not a new species, not a peer that could be smarter than us. What we actually want is something that will help us solve our problems. And the main thing we need from this is in pure intelligence, the ability to understand the world. But what we have as well is agency. In other words, we have our own goals. Andrew, are you aware that there are experiments that have been run over the last year that show very strong agency and self-preserving behavior in AI systems? These systems, let me finish, please. These systems are trying, for example, to copy themselves in the file of the next version when they know that there's going to be a next version that replaces them, or they're trying to fake agreeing with the user so that their goals will not be changed through the training process. We're not programmed. These are emerging for rational reasons because these systems are imitating us. We are agents. So indeed, we are on a path where we're going to build machines that are more than tools, that have their own agency and their own goals, and that is not good. And you're saying it's okay, we're going to find ways to control them. But how do you know? Like right now, science doesn't know how we can control machines that are even at our level of intelligence, and even worse if they're smarter than us. Nobody knows. Now, there are people like Andrew who are saying, don't worry, we'll figure it out.
I think it's a terrible idea, but it doesn't matter what I think. I mean, this is the level we're at.
And I don't believe, when they say artificial intelligence, I don't believe we make intelligence synthetically any more than we make it biologically. I've had debates with people. Somebody who writes these AIs will say, "Well, I make them. I know what they do. It's just linear algebra. I know what they do." And I say, "Well, first of all, you don't even know what bubble sort does. And second of all, it's just linear algebra, and you're just chemistry or quantum foam or something. But of course you're not, right? So why is that? So why are we fairly comfortable to say that the story of biochemistry is not the story of the human mind?" But you somehow think that the story of algorithms and Turing machines is the story of these things that you're now making. So that's my story on AI. I think we have no idea what we're making, actually, very, very, very little.
something has happened to people's minds if this is the way they're going to run everything. I mean, if this is the way they're going to steer their constituency, this is so much creepier than when the mainstream media was doing this about how this is dangerous to our democracy. Do you remember that?
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
That was creepy enough. That was creepy, and it rightfully creeped everybody out pretty hard. If you weren't sure before that those people were just talking heads reading scripts and feeding people propagandistic talking points, I mean, that should have hit it home for people. But now we have this. I have criticism for all sides because government is not something you're supposed to trust. It's not supposed to be your friend. And in this country, it was founded as a necessary evil to be restrained by the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. That was the whole idea. It was never supposed to be trust the government, they're your friend. But this new level, I mean, if this is the way they're talking to their constituency, then it tells you, it seems like they could say almost anything to those people, right? And it wouldn't even matter. They'll just respond to whatever they're being told as if it's 100% fact and react accordingly. So I feel like I have to call this out, and I would be calling it out if this was happening on the right. I would be calling this out any day of the week. This is really, really messed up. This is a freaking signpost on the road of where we are headed, for real. And it's not just because we have social media now so we can see it. This is some new level of thing that has been happening. These patterns that are occurring, this is new. Please, I have been watching these things take place for 15 years of my life as a matter of course. And I am telling you, like, whatever this is a new level. And if it works on people, then that's a new level too. And I feel like the fear that happened in the last 5 years broke some people. And I don't know, but we cannot succumb to whatever this is, you know? Guys, this is really, really disturbing. I feel like I'm watching one of those creepy clips from MK Ultra experiments when I watch this. That's what I feel like. Dr. Cameron wanted to erase, rewrite, and program the mind and the person with all new thoughts and behaviors.
Some heard the same message 250,000 times.
So I could not help it but to make this video. I feel like, what is happening to people? What is happening to people? And what does this portend for the future? I love you guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, good video. Good video. And I think she could have gone a little deeper with the right, because there's the same thing happening with Trump and the whole rhetoric that we looked at with him being anointed by God. I mean, it's just person after pundit after pundit after pundit. They're given their lines. And what does it mean that all of these pundits are saying the exact same thing and they're doing it with such passion? It means that they're actors, man. It means that people on the world stage, just like Francis Bacon wrote however many hundreds of years ago, they are actors and actresses. And sorry, my eye is twitching a little bit, but they're actors and actresses, and they're playing their parts, and they have their entrances and exits. So all of these people are given lines. Now, another thing that she didn't mention, and I think this is where history and Bible prophecy are important. I don't know. This is Truth Stream Media. I don't know what they believe or what there are, but this was an interesting video. But one thing she didn't mention is that the Jesuits took control of the American, nation after the Civil War with the Rothschilds, and ever since then, it's just been an incremental, stranglehold until now. Now you're at the end of that story where everything is controlled to the maximum. And it's going to be even more so once this whole AI system is put in place. So this has been going on for a long time. The people who didn't play ball with the lines that they were being given to by the playwriters, well, you got fired. So this is very verifiable in history. All the presidents who got assassinated, all the public figures who were assassinated. If you didn't play ball, then you're not going to be around for the ride. So you have to understand that we're at the end of that trajectory. And of course, because all roads lead to Rome, and the goal of the United States is to be the false prophet, to deceive people into adopting this final system of a resurrected papacy, then that means that the echo chamber now is completely controlled. Everything where you look on mainstream is completely controlled. That's why you have to be very discerning with everything that you watch. And how are you discerning? Well, you test all things with scripture and history. I say that with all my videos. Please evaluate the evidence. So many people are so contrarian and they say, well, you're wrong about this, or you're okay. All right, if I'm wrong about that, show me your evidence. What's your biblical evidence? What's your historical evidence? Give me the evidence. If I'm wrong about something, I go where the evidence is. So when you argue with people and they say, well, you're wrong. Well, what do you mean I'm wrong? What specifically are you saying that I'm wrong about? Get them to commit to a claim. Because most people they don't base their views on evidence. They love to stay in generalities. They don't actually like to commit to a claim. Because when you commit to claim, you have to come out into the light and say, okay, this is what I believe. Okay, well, you might be wrong, so it's easier to stay in the shadows and throw stones. So get people to commit to a claim. But nevertheless, how you navigate those situations, regardless, is by understanding your scripture and your history. This is another, so much of this stuff is just crazy. This is Gavin Newsom, and he started a podcast now, and his first guest is Charlie Kirk.
In the last couple of years that the Democrats completely ignored, and your side was basically...
Watch their interaction. Two actors on stage representing the King of the North and the King of the South. And watch how they interact with each other. And consider for the fact that Gavin Newsom, up until now, has been like a diehard liberal, completely, against the liberal narrative, or against the conservative narrative, the Antichrist, one of the Antichrists, right, from the conservative perspective. And now there's this.
Not acknowledging what was happening was the crisis that young people were experiencing.
Right.
It's the first time in America's history that a 30-year-old is going to have it worse off than their parents.
Right.
It's a breakdown of the social compact.
That's right.
They are
right. Yeah. Gosh, you're so wise, Charlie.
The most alcohol addicted, most drug addicted, most suicidal, most depressed, most medicated generation in history.
Right.
And the message that was largely being fed to a lot of young people was lower your expectations. You're not going to have the same American dream that your parents would have.
Mm-hmm.
And we saw this as an opportunity, especially with young men. And again, this got ridiculed a lot by the press that, they're creating this manosphere thing. Look, they're half of the population and necessary for any society and civilization to succeed, which is to have both strong men and strong women.
Yeah.
And we went about that in a very unique and creative way. And again, the president became a cultural phenomenon,
right,
where no matter what you threw at this guy, he rose above it. And you would even have to give him credit. I mean, facing 700 years in federal prison, states tried to kick him off the ballot. I know you spoke out against it, but California did have a faction that tried to kick him off the ballot, right?
That's right.
And despite all of that, of course, being shot, and that was kind of the crescendo of all of it, he kind of became this figure of an American comeback story.
Yep.
So he personified what a lot of young people, especially young men, wanted back in their politics, which was an ascendant rebel attitude against these institutions that have failed them so miserably.
Gosh, it's so agreeable. It seems so reasonable. They're highlighting to you a perspective, and Gavin Newsom is now doing this conservative thing, which is just tells you everything about how these people are actors, man. They just flip a switch and you play the other part.
About it the other day, a lot of folks were talking about that Carville article where he talked about
roll over and play dead.
Roll over, in essence, he said that. I think it was a strategic retreat,
Mm-hmm.
right? That we need to come back. Trump's starting to implode. His numbers are getting soft. This was even before the tariff issues, et cetera. And then come back and strike when hot. And I immediately, no BS, thought about you, who's just 24/7 flooding the zone, owning this space, every day getting a convert, every day picking up 1, 2, 10,000 folks, continuing the momentum, coming out of this damn election. And then I'm thinking about, we're going to stand back and watch you run circles around us for 6 months, the next 2 or 3 years, waiting for the moment to finally strike. Struck me as not necessarily the best advice, and it's not a knock on Carville, who I have deep respect for. What's your thoughts?
That's okay. So I don't have to. He's right about one thing in the last 40 years. It's economy is stupid, and boy, he spent down that one line pretty amazingly. Yeah, I hope you guys retreat.
You kind of like the
more
advice.
For us.
You like the
there's
advice.
no opposition. There's no activist spark. You guys are posting these cringe videos on social media.
What are the videos? What are the ones that
I don't know.
most
This
cringy?
like harmonious thing of like 22 senators all saying the same
You
thing.
like that, yeah.
Do you understand now?
I like it. Go ahead. Go do more of that.
What do you do?
Please.
What do you do? Seriously, Charlie Kirk, give us some advice.
Get better ideas, Governor.
2 Kings. I have a verse for that. I didn't plan that, but let me see if I can find it really quick. Daniel, where are you, Daniel? Daniel 11. Let's see, Daniel 11. The 2 Kings shall be at one table. Where are they at? Okay, here we go. Verse 27, Daniel 11. And as for the two kings, their hearts shall be bent on doing evil. Is the liberal narrative bent on doing evil? Absolutely. It's atheistic. Is the conservative narrative bent on doing evil? Absolutely. It's the counterfeit faith. It's the counterfeit Christ coming into the world. They shall speak lies at the same table, but to no avail, for the end is yet to be at the appointed time. So these two powers that are so in opposition with each other, mortal enemies. Gavin Newsom was a mortal enemy of the conservative right. He was just, people were pegging him as this evil individual. And now Gavin Newsom is sitting down with Charlie Kirk, chuckling and, oh my gosh, yeah, we could have done it better. Oh, this and that. Oh, you know what you did really well. Oh my gosh, so much chummy chum. Just like that. Flip of a switch. Just like that. These people are spineless actors that are just given their lines and they're told what to do. And if they don't do it, then, they either cash in their blackmails or they kill them or whatever else. They kill their family. It always happens. So these people are all part of the club and all they do is play one angle or another. And now Gavin Newsom is highlighting to you the wisdom and the it's obvious that in this first interview, Charlie Kirk was outshining Gavin Newsom by quite a bit. Charlie Kirk was the spotlight. He was the light, right, in that interview. And Gavin was kind of the backdrop. And you'll see some commentary on it from liberals that are just furious. I think this is it. SF Gate. The first episode of Gavin Newsom's new podcast is genuinely humiliating. But obviously there was an intent with this. You got to think beyond it. And just like how, really quick before we start here, how Charlie Kirk says, oh, you guys are doing this thing with 22 senators. Do you think that wasn't planned on purpose so that Charlie Kirk could go then expose it and further throw the liberals under the bus? And even like that one other channel was saying, even maybe create a precedent to replace these people with AI and bring Doge in there. All this stuff is designed. That's the perspective that I didn't hear on that video, which is that, yes, this is coordinated. But it's not, again, when you see something, they know what they're doing, folks. When you see something so obviously stupid and so obviously evil, it's now at a point where they're doing it to bait you into a particular perspective. So this is setting a precedent for, again, throwing the liberal narrative under the bus and the king of the north being, look at these idiots. You should do it like me. I'm the one with the reasonable way of doing things. Of course they coordinated. They're just actors. They're being told what to do for their own self-destruction and the destruction of the liberal narrative. And those people are going to be rewarded in their own way. They're going to be coming along in this system one way or another. They don't care. Their allegiance is not to anything. Their allegiance is to their own bellies. So when you seduce people or you threaten people, then if their allegiance is not to God, then they can be manipulated. If your allegiance is to God, then you can't be seduced or threatened. So that's the point. But these people don't have an allegiance to God or anything, for that matter. They just don't have an allegiance to their own belly. So they're manipulated. So if they're told, here, read this line because we need to collapse the liberal narrative, then they'll do it. Maybe they don't even know that much because they're kept in darkness to some extent, depending on the level of initiation they are. But it's all one big matrix of schizophrenic, satanic activity. Anyway, let's see what the liberals have to say about this. California Governor Newsom has a podcast. And if the first episode is any indication, he plans to spend it sucking up to the right-wing influencers and making digs at his own political party. Dark to Light. The first episode of This is Gavin Newsom dropped Thursday morning, featuring a smug and in his element Charlie Kirk as a guest. Known best for debating liberals, Kirk is the inflammatory 31-year-old founder of Turning Point USA, which aims to push America's young people to the right. Just like the John Birch Society, just like, the Moral Majority, just like all these people, man. There's so many of these Leapfrog, Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation, so many of them. That Newsom-hosted Kirk is no surprise. The governor has positioned his new show not as the ordinary politician podcast, but as a place for civil debate. The surprise was how embarrassingly Newsom performed. The governor came across as unprepared, malleable, and strangely self-effacing. He pushed back only occasionally and only on Kirk's most absurd claims. He let Kirk crow about President Trump being a cultural phenomenon, and he stood by as the influencer framed social debates in overdramatic terms. Newsom, the 6-year Democratic governor of America's most populous state and a potential 2028 presidential candidate, even repeatedly asked for the provocateur's advice on campaign strategy. Perhaps most bizarrely, Newsom repeatedly mentioned how his 13-year-old son is a fan of Kirk. Two kings at the same table, folks. He said that the teen had tried to skip school and stick around the Newsom house where the episode was taped in hopes of meeting, the conservative influencer. With young people, you're making a damn dent, Newsom told Kirk admiringly. So there's more here, but the liberals see through it, which is interesting. Again, these shenanigans God will use to bring the liberals to himself too. So whatever the devil does with these dialectics, it's really God using them for the good to bring both people on one side or the other to himself, which is such a profound thought. But this is just one of those examples that all of this is just like a switch. Turn on the switch, say your lines, now you're going to be conservative, you're going to do this, you're going to do that. It's all just the matrix. Here's another fascinating culture shaping.
Colorado Springs, are you ready?
The promise that this tent holds is that the presence of God is there.
I didn't want anything to do with God. I looked at the tent and went, no, this is not for me.
You could be broken on the outside. You can be broken on the inside.
I was considering assisted suicide. It was black, truly.
Miracles are like magnets. It draws people in because they say, if that happened to them, maybe it will happen to me too.
I had doubts when I would be in the worst pain. And I remember saying, Lord, I believe, but help me with my unbelief.
This thing that's been growing inside of you is dying by the power of God right now.
One characteristic of what we call revival is that it's not the end. It's just the beginning.
That is a movie about the charismatic experience. What's it going to take? Not much, that's the answer. But what's it going to take for them to say, this tent has the presence of God in it. Look, it's the Eucharist, communion. We can all be part of this. So what's it going to take? Not much, folks. It's really not. The counterfeit reformation is the end of the counter-reformation. And it's right on the horizon. This is from Wall Street Journal. The Hollywood pivots to programming for Trump's America. TV shows like Shifting Gears and Duck Dynasty resonate with flyover country, while fewer shows take on the president. There you go. Dark to light. Flip a switch. Now we're going this way. In a recent episode on the new ABC sitcom Shifting Gears, Tim Allen bemoans his grandson's school dropping its Minutemen mascot because the vice principal says it isn't inclusive. So, it's just more of these types of culture shaping things that doesn't let me go because it wants me to pay. But nevertheless, again, you saw the thing with Hollywood shifting to the right. Remember that Hollywood was originally very Catholic when it started. It went liberal, just like Zionism and liberalism around World War II. After that, everything shifted. Hollywood, I think, started to get liberal, I don't know, in the 60s maybe, something like that, maybe a little bit earlier than that. But Hollywood was very conservative. It was a Catholic mouthpiece. It was designed to shape the culture. It went liberal to match the liberal push with liberalism and Zionism and everything else, so that it's all dark, so that everything is dark. And then now everything is going to go back to the light. Mel Gibson was appointed by Donald Trump. And who else? Was it Martin Scorsese was appointed? Either way, two Catholics. I think another one was Protestant, but it doesn't matter. They're all playing ball for the beast anyway. But they're appointed as ambassadors to Hollywood. Hollywood is saying, maybe we'll turn a leaf and now we'll play ball. Hollywood's, changing various shows and these people just flip a switch. Okay, now you're going to do what we're telling you. Here's the script. You're going to laugh about this. You're going to make jokes about that. Same thing, folks. This is just the Matrix. The Matrix is all around you. Here's another casualty to religion, unfortunately. This is from Apostate Prophet, if you know who that is. He was a very famous guy on YouTube. He would hang out a lot with David Wood, who's an apologist, and especially for Islam. Not for Islam, but against Islam, like for fighting Islam. But Apostate Prophet says, for 10 years I was an atheist and agnostic. For 2 years I have been searching. Today I have been accepted as a catechumen in the Orthodox Church, on my way to becoming a baptized Christian. So sad. All of these works, there is no stage to become a Christian. You just believe. Repent, and believe. There's no being, I got to be a catechumen, then I got to do this ritual, then I got to do that. Now I'm officially in the body of Christ. Well, wait, not yet, because you got to do all these things to maintain your salvation. Otherwise, especially if you're Orthodox, my goodness, for them, they've rewritten all these different words like justification and salvation to mean all sorts of different things. For the Orthodox, salvation is not complete, which is true. In some sense, it's true. Yes, salvation is not complete. Salvation is not complete in the sense that, yes, Jesus isn't here. Where's Jesus? He's not here physically. The earth isn't renewed. Your body's dying. Salvation is not complete. That is true. It's a true biblical statement. But you have to qualify that. What do you mean by that? Does it mean you can lose your salvation? No. It means that the process of salvation, which involves the physical renewal of all things as the consummate ending of that, that's not finished. But salvation as a work of atonement is finished. Salvation as a belief, participating in belief and communion with God as a result of that belief. If you're a born-again Christian, that's a done deal. It is finished. You have believed, you've repented, assuming it's a genuine repentance and belief. You have a new life. Move on with your life and show fruit. You don't have to do all this religious stuff. So hopefully God will draw him out of that. You use this to wake him up to the truth and then draw him out of it later. But nevertheless, these are big people, big influencers, going back to Orthodoxy and Catholicism, which of course Orthodoxy has its fate to be reunited with the Mother Church pretty soon. This is from The Dissenter, some more Orthodoxy stuff. Celebrity occultist turned Christian is now venerating and kissing icons of Mary and Jesus. Of course, this is Kat Von D. If you've seen this video, I wonder if it'll let me click on it. Will it let me click on it? No, it doesn't seem to. No, it doesn't. Yeah, if you've seen this video, it's super creepy of her like guiding her poor little son through these religious things. They're like, okay, we got to do this now. Kiss the icon. Now do this. And it's just like, you are putting so much trauma on this little boy with all this religious stuff. Trust me, because I know. Over the last couple of years, Kat Von D's so-called conversion has been making waves, but let's not get carried away in the tide of celebrity spectacle. Once the queen of the occult tattoo subculture, she now parades her newfound quote-unquote Christianity like a Hollywood costume change, complete with rehearsed emotional moments and a curated social media rollout. Evangelicals, ever eager for a high-profile trophy of redemption, have rushed to embrace her, often without a shred of discernment. But as history has shown, not all that glitters is gospel gold. I agree. Not long ago, Von D's brand was built on darkness, tarot cards, witchcraft, and a defiant embrace of all things esoteric. Then, in a dramatic about-face, she declared her rejection of the occult, burned her mystical paraphernalia, and announced her baptism. The masses cheered, and the headlines rolled in, and another chapter in the saga of celebrity redemption was written. Yet despite this dramatic symbolism, something is off. Von D's latest display of faith includes leading her son in the Lord's Prayer before icons of Jesus and Mary, punctuated with reverent kisses to these images. Oh, so sad. And you could look into this yourself too. Kat Von D is, again, one of these people who are tapped to say, listen, we got a lot of blackmail on you. We could use you. You have a lot of influence. Just do this thing. And, they have a spiritual advisor of some sort, getting them prepared. And now you're going to play ball this way or else. So she chose to play ball. If you look, and how do you know that? Well, look at these. You go to her Instagram file. These are new things. Look at her, how she's dressing up. She's still doing the same things as she was doing before. Okay. When you believe in Christ, it should change your life. Doesn't mean that you suddenly are perfect and totally, completely different, but you should renounce some of the major things that you were doing before. She's still dressing up like a witch. She's still doing seductive, all kinds of seductive poses. And My Side of the Mountain, look at this. I'm not going to play the song, but you can see, look at these worldly things that she's doing. Concerts. If you have seen the light of the gospel, none of this stuff is compatible with what you believe, if you truly believe the gospel. So this is not in alignment. Look at how she's dressing, and she's making her kid dress with a skull and a black shirt. And she's dressing like some weird necromancer / nun. It's just really weird, man. It's really weird. It's not fruits of faith, in my opinion. And to me, it just shows me like, okay, this is just another example of one of these influencers that are just playing ball, and they have their conversion story. They've been shown, the light, of course, and there's spiritual impact here. Look, these people didn't just get approached by a Jesuit and said, here, we're going to kill your family if you don't do this. I think there is spiritual experiences these people are experiencing. But remember that the devil appears as an angel of light. And there are many false prophets in history, like Ellen White, like Constantine, who thought that they saw Jesus, but they didn't see Jesus. And that should tell you everything about these things. So who knows exactly what it is, but we can see from the fruits of from her faith that it's not the Holy Spirit that's guiding you to do these things, to go to orthodoxy and to kiss, images of Mary, and to dress up like a witch and be seductive in your concerts and stuff like that. The Spirit's not guiding you to do that. So the question is, who is guiding you to do that? Well, hopefully you know the answer. CBN, Christian Broadcasting Network. China is set to be the most Christian nation by 2030. Again, Christian really should be Catholic because China has a huge Catholic population there. China will be the world's most Christian nation in 15 years, according to a report from the London Sunday Telegraph. And that's based on just today's estimates. In a year, that estimate could be in 10 years. In 2 or 3 years, that estimate could be in 5 years. Do you understand? It is going to be less than a generation. Not many people are prepared for this dramatic change, Fenggang Yang, a leading expert in religion on China, told the newspaper. There are about 1.3 billion people living in the country, and in 2010, 58 million of them were Protestant Christians. Yang, a professor of sociology at Purdue University and author of Religion in China, Survival and Revival Under the Communist Rule, estimated that by 2025, the number of Christians will be skyrocketed to 160 million. What accounts for the remarkable growth of Christianity in China? Gordon Chang, author and contributor of Forbes, answers this and more on April 25th. It's estimated China's total Christian population, including Catholics, will hit 247 million by 2030, passing the United States, Mexico, and Brazil as the largest Christian nation in the world. Told you, China's poised for a revival, man. It's just, that'd be interesting to watch, but it's poised for a revival, mega revival. Officially, the People's Republic of China is still an atheist country. The government allows official churches to meet, and there's a growing underground church movement that can't be contained. Mao thought he could eliminate religion. He thought he had accomplished this. It's ironic they didn't. They actually failed completely, Yang said, referring to Mao Zedong. Mao was chairman of the Communist Party of China until 1976. Well, also, if you look into my Synagogue of Satan series, we document how there's a connection between Mao and the Jesuits through the Yale extension, like the Yali school that Mao was recruited at. So it's all one big party. And if you know that the Jesuits created communism and exported it to the world as a dialectic to bring people back to the Catholic Church, then you understand what all of this is about. There's a huge underground church and it can't be contained because that's the point. The point of the dark is to push and push and push on the light and create that resistance for the false light to grow and to emerge as the phoenix from the ground, from the ashes, and to resurrect, and a counterfeit of the resurrection of Jesus. So this is what it's all about. China is poised for a revival. I don't think it's going to be 15 years. I really don't. I think those numbers are based on today, but as fast as things are changing, in 2 years it's going to be like, oh, well, actually the numbers looking like 5 or 6 years. So again, by 2030 to 2034, those are major watch years, because by then all of these things will be fulfilled. You'll see revival in China. You'll see the Muslims and Jews converted. You'll see a universal worldwide calendar of the Constantinian calendar, where Sunday is recognized as the first day of the week. You'll see all these things, folks. It's a matter of time. I've talked about them quite a bit. Here's another continent, Africa. The Catholic population in Africa has grown significantly from around 185 million to 2013 to an estimated 230 million by the end of 2025. Catholics. This is not counting the NAR Protestant charismatic delusion that's already present in Africa. There's so many in Africa. I just feel so bad for these people because they went from dark to light. They went from voodoo and witchcraft to, the upgraded version, which is the NAR and New Age, pagan mystery religion. So there are hundreds of millions of people under the delusion in Africa, and that's well documented. Europe, this is the same person, Sachi Nati, he's a Catholic guy on Instagram. Europe becoming Catholic again? Catholic churches and cathedrals were filled with so many people attending Ash Wednesday Mass this week across France, with French media outlet Famille Chrétienne reporting that this unprecedented influx included a significant presence of young people. What did I tell you? The young people are the ones who start the next revolution. They target the young people because that's what changes the momentum. And France especially is a very interesting place because France is the destination, or I should say not this destination, but the location where they had the French Revolution. It was also historically significant in 508 when Clovis converted to Catholicism. That was the kind of the beginning of the power uprooting, the 1290 period. We talk about this in the End Time series and Daniel and Revelation walkthrough, with Clovis converting and basically solidifying Catholicism to hold over Europe because Clovis converted to Catholicism. And Clovis ruled an area that was basically France, a little bit bigger than France, modern day France. France also was the place of the mortal wound, right, where the French Revolution and things like that were originated. And now France is also kind of the center there of Europe, with all of its shenanigans going on with these, revivals that are happening with Notre Dame. The whole world visited Notre Dame after it was, cleaned up and resurrected. That was a picture of the things to come. The dark Notre Dame that was burned down, and now the light Notre Dame that is now resurrected. The resurrection of this medieval system is coming to the forefront, folks. And you have to be aware of it. Otherwise, you'll be caught up. So, conclusion, my goodness, so much culture shaping they've been doing and they continue to do. But the Protestant Reformation is over. It's over, my friends. Protestantism is dead. It's only about picking up the scraps and integrating it now into the Roman Catholic Church, little by little, and it's happening very quickly. You can see with the charismatic movement, you can see with liberalization, like with the Adventists, you can see people going to orthodoxy. Orthodoxy has its own dialectic to play out. It'll be interesting to see how that works because orthodoxy doesn't have a pope, so they have to take advantage of orthodoxy's governmental system where you have patriarchs, and you have to create conflict between these various patriarchates and also infiltrate with liberalization and charismatic experiences. So we'll see what happens with orthodoxy, but the Orthodox will come to unite with the Catholics again. They will. So that's just a matter of time, but people are moving into these denominations. They're going from Protestantism into Catholicism, Orthodoxy. The Adventists you saw were liberalizing and they're collapsing just like the Methodists. There's so many dialectics, divisions, again, charismatic, awakenings, liberalization, Jesuit infiltration, secret society members. Same old formula, folks. The echo chamber is worse than it ever was in history because Satan has control over the information that's being propagated. And when the resurrected beast will come into power with AI, he will have total control over the information. He doesn't have total control over it now, but the point is that as we get closer to that final end, and because the image of the beast is a technological situation because it enforces no buy, no sell, and the only way you can do that is with digital currency. That means the image of the beast will also have an echo chamber associated with it. You understand? Because the image of the beast is a technological thing. It's a technological system that unites the world into one mechanical system that the beast controls through its various agents. But that means it's also going to have an incredibly powerful and manipulative echo chamber. Of course, if you have good principles, if you have good scripture and history by your side, then you will not be deceived. But this is the matrix. We are already in the matrix, and it's going to be even worse of a matrix as we proceed forward. So help your friends out of the matrix. Help them understand prophecy, understand history, so that they can interpret these things correctly, so they can see what there is to see. Some people would look at these headlines and say, I don't see the problem with that. So what if Chris Pratt is asking you to pray on a hell? It seems like a good thing, right? Like we should be praying for Lent. They have no discernment. And that's the problem, because most people have gone lukewarm. What is Jesus's rebuke for our church, for our last phase of the church? Would that you were hot or cold. Would that you were hot or cold. I wish you were either hot or cold. Just be a blatant apostate or be on fire and, live out your faith. One of the two. Would that you were hot or cold. And most people aren't, because they go for the wide road, which is the middle ground. Oh, neither this nor that, out on the hand or the head. Whereas the Bible tells you in the Old Testament that the law should be on your hand and on your head. So their conjunction is and, not or. See how the devil does everything opposite of God? When God commands the Sabbath or whatever else, these things should be like a sign on your hand and as frontlets between your eyes. So the head and the hand are used as symbols of believing in it. You should believe in it, so you're not double-minded. And you should live your faith and live it out. You should strive for these two things. The devil says, you know what, I don't care if you believe in it or you're just doing it just because you want to get along. Just choose one of these options just so you can be destroyed. So this is the point. And the people who are going to choose these things are lukewarm because they're going on the wide road rather than staying on the narrow road, which is very divisive. And you have to think in terms of absolutes and be doctrinally sound so you can, basically divide truth from error and things like that. But nevertheless, help your friends because they're shaping culture massively, excuse me, through all of these influencers and influence campaigns. But one thing that you'll see more and more of this stuff as we go on with news stations, actors, politicians, podcasts, influencers, yada, yada, yada. Eventually, they're all going to acknowledge the Catholic perspective. Right now, it's just unifying into one narrative. But there are things to be resolved, like the pro versus anti-Israel narrative and so on. Eventually, all these people are going to acknowledge the Catholic perspective and will either push people towards taking the mark on the hand or taking the mark on the head. Again, you're either going to have people like Jordan Peterson giving you all these, philosophies and beautiful parallels and symbolisms as to why you should believe that Sunday is the day of rest. Or you're going to have people like Joe Rogan who are going to talk about, man, like I totally rested on Sunday and it was like so relaxing for my mind. And, there's a lot of research that says that, having rest at regular times is actually really good for the psyche and it's good for the family too. Yeah, that's going to be the hand or the head. You're going to have tons and tons of voices like this as influencers. And that's the ultimate goal with these things. But the other thing too to remember is that there's layers of psyops, which even people who are exposing these things don't seem to understand because I don't think that they have proper historical and biblical context. I think if they did, they'd be able to see these things. Like that video from Truth, whatever, I forget the name, but the video about the echo chamber of these people, doing the 23 senators or whatever. Yes, they coordinated that. But why did they coordinate it? That's the question you got to ask yourself. The surface level, which they're baiting you into, is, oh my gosh, they're so incompetent. They're trying to shape the culture with their liberal propaganda. Well, no, because liberalism has been destroyed, man. Trump is now in office. Now it's appointed for everything to happen, according to the plan. They're moving super quickly. The liberal stuff, they're not in control anymore. Or I should say, they're not the mainstream anymore. So when they're doing these things, they're doing it more to set a precedent. That's the part that people don't realize. It's a psyop within a psyop. Yes, it's a psyop that they're trying to manipulate people's attention. But the deeper level of the psyop is that they're doing that on purpose so that they can give the right a precedent to accuse, replace them with AI, etc., etc., etc. This is all designed to collapse this narrative and to bring everybody to this final moral ideology that is coming on the horizon. So you have to remember that there are many layers to this, and those layers, some of those layers aren't obvious to you unless you have scripture and history as a foundation. When all of this finally resolves and the mark is enforced, and you have all the talking heads talking about whether, the hand or the head, that kind of stuff, you're going to have the entire world against you. All of the heads are going to be pointed at you because there's nobody left. There's no more dialectics. And the only people that the beast ever wanted, which now have revealed themselves because they refuse to obey, now the beast can sink its teeth and fangs and do what it wants to do, which is destroy God's people. So you have to be prepared to have the world against you. You have to stand on the truth. You have to cling for the truth. You have to remember to rejoice when you see these things. Do not despair, but rejoice. Flip it in your mind immediately, because remember that it means the end is near, and that's a good thing. That's a great thing. You'll get your new body. You'll be in a perfect world. You get to live forever. You get to be with everybody who's believed. You get to be with Jesus. What more could you possibly ever want? So we should rejoice. So fear not, because Jesus says, I have overcome the world. Now, onward to part 3, double-minded. All right, well, welcome to part 3. This part is titled Double-Minded. It seems that with all of the activity that the Trump administration is doing, there's going to be no shortage of documenting all of the hypocrisy of these people, and not just Trump, but all the people surrounding him. This section is designed to help wake people up who are still on the Trump train, who are still believing in the conservative movement, or even just, maybe you're not frothing at the mouth for Trump, but you're under the illusion that, well, Trump, quote unquote, is the lesser of two evils and it's just going to be better for the economy, that kind of thing. So wherever on the spectrum you are, hopefully this will be edifying to you to realize that even if you're not a fan of Trump, you have to realize that he's part of the club, and he's part and parcel of the instrumental plan to bring the world to the beast, and he's very instrumental in that plan to bring the New World Order starting in the United States. And if you realize that, then you'll rip away from all levels of deception, I believe, concerning this topic. Trump, MAGA, Doge, all of these things have been planned a long time ago. And this is just, the result of decades and decades of setup. And now the dominoes are falling. So in this section, we'll continue some stories to look at some of these people and their double-minded beliefs and double-minded nature, just double-mindedness in general, because again, all of these people say one thing and do another. That's part of who they are. Synagogue of Satan. Synagogue is supposed to be a place where you worship God, and it's actually, they're worshiping the devil. So it's a double-mindedness that is characteristic of the wicked. The wicked aren't just obviously wicked. Do you get it? The wicked, just like the devil appears as an angel of light, the wicked follow in their father's footsteps, and they are double-minded. So double-mindedness is a quality of the wicked. That's very important. They always say one thing and do another. So this is from Reality Check. This is, I don't remember, sacb.com. I had to put it in the web archive because I think I had a paywall. March 5th, Trump boasts he's accomplishing great things. So why is the economy so sluggish? Because he's not accomplishing great things. He's accomplishing great things for his masters. President Donald Trump promised to bring prices down by now. He vowed to get gasoline prices that are $2 a gallon and balance the federal budget. Sure enough, he told the nation Tuesday night he's on his way to building a more robust economy. Since taking office on January 20th, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country, Trump said. That's debatable. The rate of inflation is up. Gasoline prices are far from $2 a gallon and showing no signs of heading in that direction anytime soon. New tariffs threaten to slow the economy, and his tax cuts, the signature initiative of his presidency, are months away from winning approval. Let's see. Historically, nothing usually matters more to the success of a presidency than the state of the economy. President Joe Biden never fully recovered from the 41-year high inflation of June 2022, and Trump reminded viewers Tuesday of that. But has Trump made things better? Not yet. A look at 5 of his economic claims Tuesday. Will prices stabilize? When I win, quote, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day 1, he said on the August 2024 press conference. Tuesday, he said, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare, of course. Blame it on the deep state. The latest consumer price index, the government's measure of price trends, found prices were up 3% for the 12 months ending in January when Biden's term ended. That's historically low, but higher than any of the 4 years of the first Trump administration, when inflation peaked at 2.4% in 2018. During Biden's term, the index averaged 8% in 2022 and 4.1% in 2023. These numbers, too, are also, I'm skeptical of because the way they analyze these numbers is not always accurate. Either way, but there were troubling signs of what's ahead. Prices jumped 0.5% seasonally adjusted from December to January after climbing 0.4% the previous month. A president has only limited ability to influence prices. One reason for last month's price spike, for instance, was has been the price of eggs, up 15.2% over the month as bird flu ravages the poultry population. How come bird flu only quote unquote ravages the poultry population? What about the other birds? How come the other birds? How come ducks aren't getting sick? How come pigeons aren't getting sick? It's always the agricultural animals that seem to get sick. Will gasoline prices drop? I will cut your energy prices in half within 12 months. Cut them in half within 12 months of taking office. That's going to break everything down, Trump said in October. He reiterated that theme Tuesday night. He said in September he could get gasoline prices under $2 a gallon. But any president's ability to influence energy prices is small. Patrick DeHaan, head of petroleum analysis at GasBuddy, which tracks gasoline prices, said that there was a 0% chance any president could unilaterally bring prices down that far. Energy prices are influenced by a complex mix of factors: international policy, different taxes in different states, supply chains, environmental regulations, and more. On Wednesday, the average price of a gallon of regular gasoline in California is $4.76, according to AAA. While that's down from 2022 peak, it's up from $4.50 a month ago. Yeah, depending where you live, too. I mean, California's, I think, pretty bad. The average U.S. price is $3.11. Gosh, I remember when I first started driving, it was like, premium was like 99 cents a gallon. Will taxes be cut? We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. This is a quote now. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. Clap, 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 clap. But wait. Any congressional approval of tax cuts is months away. Any reductions have to endure a lengthy process that began last month and is nowhere close to being done. Just bread and circuses for the masses, folks. One big problem has emerged: how to pay for all these tax cuts. Yeah, exactly. The House passes legislation. Remember that video where the meme of the NPCs throwing their money and crying, and there's like this little anime girl dancing? Like, oh my gosh. These memes are just so accurate. They're so ridiculous, and that's why they're accurate, because they're ridiculous. How to pay for all these tax cuts. The House passes legislation that would lead to $4.5 trillion in cuts over the next 10 years. But estimates are that much more funding will be needed. Most of the Trump-inspired 2017 tax cuts, which lowered tax rates and provided more benefits to businesses, expire at the end of this year. The Nonpartisan Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget estimates extending them for 10 years could cost between $3.9 trillion and $4.8 trillion. That's right. When you are under the Rothschild interest loan fractional reserve banking system, where you're borrowing from the Federal Reserve and everything is connected to that and it trickles down from that, you have to have taxes. It's a slave system for a purpose. Without that system, there would be no need for taxes. Not nearly as many. Maybe you might have some, sales tax or something, but not nearly as many as we have now. But that's the system. And Trump is talking about Bitcoin this, Bitcoin that. If Trump got rid of the Federal Reserve and returned back to the constitutional way of printing money, so you're not borrowing money, you're printing your own money legally, then that would get rid of taxes. But he's never going to do that because Trump is a puppet. Moving on, but add in the other tax breaks Trump has mentioned, and that figure balloons to between 5 and 11 trillion. That means lawmakers either have to find more spending cuts, a nearly impossible task in Congress where most lawmakers face elections next year, or scale back Trump's plans. Or they might have a crisis to introduce a new system. Can the federal budget be balanced? In the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years. Balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it, Trump said on Tuesday. That's highly unlikely anytime soon. Congress is divided politically, and Democrats are resisting the big spending cuts Trump wants. And the tax cuts will cost trillions. It's so difficult to get any spending passed that Congress is still trying to figure out how to fund the government past March 14th, when current funding runs out. The negotiation is over a budget that runs through September 30th. Yeah, they passed it, of course they always do, but just ridiculous. But again, these are dialectics too. I think they're designed to get people so frustrated that they'll gladly embrace a totalitarian AI system because these people are so obviously incompetent. Any plan for the fiscal year that begins October 1st is still months away. The fiscal 2024 deficit was $1.83 trillion. The Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office projects it will grow to $9 trillion this year. Will tariffs help the economy? There's tremendous unease about Trump's Tuesday decision to impose stiff tariffs on goods from Canada, Mexico, and China. Stock markets plunged Monday and Tuesday, and studies have warned that the tariffs will weaken the American economy. Exactly what he's doing. He's doing it on purpose, folks. He's doing it on purpose to crash the economy and ultimately bring in this new system. And he's going to parade as the savior that brings in the solution, just like he did with COVID, where he gave you a little pat on the back with a free check, and meanwhile you're getting stabbed in the other arm with a poison shot. The conservative-leaning Tax Foundation this week estimated that Trump's new tariffs would shrink the economy slightly and reduce after-tax incomes by an average of 0.6%. The figures do not take into account foreign retaliation. Yeah. Tariffs would increase federal tax revenue by $142 billion this year, which effectively means an average tax increase of $1,072 per household. This is what they're doing, folks, and this is going to spiral a trade war because America is at the center of the world's economy, and it's going to collapse the entire world's economy, which will justify bringing in this new system. This is exactly what they're doing. Nothing new under the sun. Oh, Trump promised Americans booming wealth. Now he's changing his tune. This is the New York Times. President Trump's sweeping promises are running headlong into the reality of governing. Or he's just doing them on purpose to deceive you. As a presidential candidate, Donald J. Trump promised an economic boom like no other. But 8 weeks into his presidency, Mr. Trump is refusing to rule out a recession. A striking change in tone and message for a man who rode widespread economic dissatisfaction to the White House by promising to make America affordable again. For who? He's going to make it affordable for the wealthy who are going to buy all these things at a discounted rate when the economy crashes. His comments come as the stock market is tumbling. The S&P 500 fell, this is dated March 10th, 2.7% Monday after falling 3.1% last week. The business leaders are spooked about the uncertainty over these tariffs. Even some Republicans who fear retribution if they cross Mr. Trump have started to raise concerns about his levies. The moment captures a fundamental challenge for Mr. Trump, a showman who makes absolute and sweeping promises that inevitably run into the reality of governing. The economy Mr. Trump inherited was by many standards in solid shape, with low unemployment, moderate growth, and an inflation rate that, while still higher than what the Federal Reserve wants, had declined substantially. Again, these numbers, I'm always skeptical of them, how they calculate them, but either way, they always blame it on the one previous. But the uncertainty that his policies have injected into the outlook is a jarring contrast with the picture Mr. Trump painted on the campaign trail. Quote, "We will begin a new era of soaring incomes," Mr. Trump said at a rally in October. "Skyrocketing wealth, millions and millions of new jobs, and booming middle class. We are going to boom like we've never boomed before." That vow to create an economic boom has come into conflict, at least for now, with the president's favorite economic tool, tariffs. He promised those two during the campaign, and as economists warned, they are the primary driver for the country's cloudy economic outlook. Forecasts from JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs say a recession over the next year has become more likely because of Trump's tariffs. So far, the president appeared to be trying to lower expectations. In an interview that aired Sunday on Fox News, Mr. Trump demurred when asked by Maria Bartiromo, if he expected a recession this year. "I hate to predict things like that," he said. "There is a period of transition because what we're doing is very big. We're bringing wealth back to America. That's a very big thing. And there are always periods of it, so it'll take a little time. It takes a little time, but I think it should be great for all of us." In his speech last week to joint sessions of Congress, Mr. Trump acknowledged the tariffs would cause a little disturbance. But he said, "We are okay with that. It won't be much." Yeah, it won't be much for who? It won't be much for the rich because they're going to weather it and pick up everything at a discounted rate. This is from DNYUZ. Who paid for Trump's transition to power? The donors are still unknown. That's right, because he's double-minded. After 6 weeks in office, President Trump has not disclosed the names of donors who paid for his transition planning, despite a public pledge to do so. Say one thing to another. Preparing to take power to fill thousands of federal jobs in a months-long project that can cost tens of millions of dollars. Previous presidents, including Mr. Trump himself in 2017, used private contributions as well as federal money to foot the bill. Those presidents made public the names of their donors and their contributions within 30 days of taking office, as required under the agreements they had signed with the departing administration. These agreements offered the transition teams millions of dollars in federal funding and a variety of services such as security, office space, and the use of government servers, in exchange for the following strict rules on fundraising, including the disclosure obligation. Mr. Trump's 2024 transition team declined to sign such an agreement, stating in late November that it wanted to save taxpayers' hard-earned money by foregoing federal support and financing its operations privately. Yeah, I don't believe that one bit. At the same time, it promised that donors to the transition will be disclosed to the public and volunteered that it would not accept foreign donations. It did not state whether it would limit individual contributions to $5,000 as previous administrations had. And of course, remember, we covered this in a previous Venerable Day of the Sun, where like the Q people are like, oh, look, it's the deep state, they can't have any influence now. It's like, oh my gosh, man. People are so blind. It's just so sad. No disclosures about the financing have been made by the Trump transition, and neither it nor administration officials have indications of a timeline for releasing that information. Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, did not respond to requests for comment. Yeah, just one elite, funding another elite to take over where the previous elite were in charge. There's nothing changing. It's just a different package. Nothing new under the sun. I do have a mug for that I'm drinking out of today. Nothing new out of the sun. Nothing new under the sun. CNBC, Trump calls Tesla boycott illegal and says he's buying one to support Elon Musk. What a circus show. President Trump shared his intent to purchase a Tesla on Tuesday to support Elon Musk as the electric vehicles maker sales share price phase pressures from the CEO's foray into global politics, most notably as head of Trump's cost-cutting Department of Government Efficiency. And of course, there's this whole ad that they released, and people are, up in arms of Tesla, and they should be, because Tesla's, especially Elon Musk, getting into politics and doing all these things. What is he doing there? What does he belong doing there? Especially so many conflicts of interest. Here's another conflict of interest, where the president of the United States is actually endorsing a particular company who has a lot of contracts with the government, by the way, and major, major conflict of interest. Trump bought a Tesla on the White House lawn on Tuesday in an outlandish display of support for CEO Elon Musk following recent backlash. This is, and the Trump people and the QAnon, whatever people are looking at this and saying like, yeah, deep state going down. And it's just like, do you not see the blatant double-mindedness and favoritism and fascism boiling over in front of your eyes? This is from Institute of Taxation and Economic Policy. Elon Musk's company avoided almost all federal income tax on nearly $11 billion of U.S. income over 3 years. Oh, but let's help Tesla out because, they need some help. Richest man in the world. Tesla, the most valuable automaker in the world, valued at over $1 trillion, did not pay any federal income tax last year. Did you know that? Well, now you do. Tesla's annual financial report released this morning shows the company enjoyed a $2.3 billion of U.S. income in 2024, on which it reports precisely zero current federal income taxes. Over the past 3 years, the Elon Musk-led company reports $10.8 billion of U.S. income, on which its current federal tax was just $48 million. That comes to a 3-year federal tax rate of just 0.4%. Not 4%, folks. Even that would be extremely low, but 0.4%. More than 50 times less than the statutory corporate tax rate of 21%, which 21% is still decent compared to the average middle-class person paying 30, 35%. If you're in the really high brackets, it's nonsense. So Tesla paid barely any taxes, not even any. And they're getting favoritist, support from the president. This is just nonsense. Clown show. This is a post from somewhere. I don't know where I got it from, but what it says is interesting. No Epstein files, no JFK files, $500 billion for AI infrastructure, mRNA cancer vaccines, RFK encouraging measles vaccines, Trump criticizing Thomas Massie when Massie stands on freedom principles, continued financial aid for Israel, deporting students that protest Israel's war crimes, intentionally conflating criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, and trying to make people afraid of radical Islam again. It's hilarious. Doge uncovers government corruption and absurd spending. The freedom movement cheers as it's exposed. And then these so-called freedom-oriented Republicans in Congress turn around and vote to keep funding the same things. And instead of calling them out, Trump attacks one of the only senators with the balls to highlight the hypocrisy and vote no. I don't think people really get the implications of this. They don't. They don't, because they've been diluted by the MAGA populism. MAGA is a propaganda campaign. MAGA is the propaganda so that Doge and all the stuff that they're doing to take over the government can happen. Otherwise, you would never support any of this stuff because it's so obvious if you have any shred of discernment. But of course, if you've been given counterfeit discernment and you think you have discernment because you're recognizing the evils of the deep state, you've woken up, you've taken the red pill. No, you've taken a pill to cross from one side of the dialectic to another. And that pill makes you feel good and comfy, so it feels like the real thing, but it's not. It's counterfeit discernment. It's a counterfeit discernment pill. So I don't want your pills. I don't want your blue pill or your red pill. I'm on the narrow road with Jesus, and I get pure wisdom from that. This is from Peter McCullough on Twitter. Breaking USDA approval imminent for H5N1 bird flu vaccine in cattle. You really can't make this stuff up, man. MedGene's protein-based prescription platform vaccine nears USDA approval for cattle vaccination, with meat and dairy from field-tested vaccine cattle likely already in the food supply. So, sorry to make your day worse than it already is, but probably beef is going to be contaminated going forward. Who knows? They're going to inject these cattle with, mRNA, and they're going to be producing spike protein. That's probably going to be transferred into the meat. Who knows? I mean, I'm not saying don't eat meat. Meat is healthy. It's good for you. Make sure you're eating grass-fed meat of all kinds. But, people are like, what the hell, Robert? Where's Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? Yeah, exactly. Where is RFK? You know where he is? He's in the backgrounds and doing the biddings of his Jesuit masters. Robert RFK Jr. was invested in mRNA technology and CRISPR technology. Of course, he promised to divest from those things, but come on. You know how this works with all the shell companies and NGOs and laundering schemes and give me this and I'll give you that schemes left and right. Come on now. These people are all peas in the pot, and we've already documented RFK's double-mindedness. Oh, here's another one. Amazon forest felled to build road for climate summit. I put this in here just because it's so ridiculous that it's just a sign of the times, a sign of this clown world. A new 4-lane highway cutting through tens of thousands of acres of protected Amazon rainforest is being built for the COP30 climate summit in the Brazilian city of Belém. It aims to ease traffic to the city, which will host more than 50,000 people, including world leaders at the conference in November. The state government touts the highway's sustainable credentials, but some locals and conservationists are outraged at the environmental impact. Oh my goodness, what a world we have come to, right? What a world we have come to. And thank God that it's not too much longer. So, conclusion from this short blip of articles, Trump is not just making big promises and running into problems that prevent him from keeping those promises. That's the surface level narrative. Just like with the 23 senators recording those things and, they're trying to shape culture, but they're just failing at it. No, that's the surface level thing. The deeper level is this is dialectical. It's designed to bait you in a particular direction so that you believe a particular side of the narrative. Trump knows exactly what he's doing. Therefore, he is lying to you to deceive you. His promises on the campaign trail were designed to deceive you into accepting this system and hanging on and believing the deep stages, they're just doing this and doing that. It's coming. And people are still hanging on to that narrative. Look, I get it. I was there. I'm not judging. When we read from these liberal places, doesn't mean I'm a liberal, because each side is telling on each other. They're both imbalances, right? So they're both going to tell on each other one way or another. That's how you can use both of them against each other. But I get it. I was frothing at the mouth of Trump and making excuses for him for the first year or so, from 2020 to about 2021. Yeah, about 6 months really, because after about March, nothing happened. I was like, okay, this was a scam. I've been scammed. This is just same old business as usual. But the sad thing to me, like I get that. I get that you believe that. The sad thing to me is people are still trapped in that way of thinking. No, it's happening. It's happening. Where's the price cuts? Where's the tax cuts? Where's the economy? Where's this? And of course, these things are only going to exacerbate, and then Trump is going to introduce the new system, and people will say, oh, see, Trump saved us. And this is just, what's that syndrome called, where you develop a love for your captor. What's the name of it? I can't think of the name. Let me see if I can Google it. Whatever. I'll think of it later. But, you know, it's like this syndrome where you develop admiration and love for the person who's abusing you and trapping you and basically your captor. I forget the name of it, but it's a syndrome. And this is exactly what these people have. This is Trump syndrome, Trump captor syndrome. So we have to help these people out of delusion. And my goal with these articles is to add to the overwhelming amount of evidence that Trump, as well as the people around him, are double-minded. Because if you can see that he's double-minded, not just, oh, well, he's just saying something because he's an actor, you know, or I should say he's used to the Hollywood life, and so he's very bombastic in his speech, and oh, well, that old government, you know, bureaucratic system is not going to let him do what he wants. No, Trump knows what he's doing. He's saying what he's saying because he's lying to you. He's a continual liar. If he lied about his assassination and he lied about everything else, then he's continually lying to basically move the agenda forward and to paint this picture in the people who are the lemmings that he is saving them, when in fact he's doing the biddings of his masters. I have a lot of info on Trump. Go to my King Jehu Trump video in the library, not on YouTube. In the library, you have to be a paid member for that, but you can download that video, watch it. But there's a list there of like, I don't know how many, like 24 like resources to look on Trump, documenting his double-mindedness, the fact that he's got the same associations, very well documented, lots of different resources, links, articles, videos. Watch it all there. Use it for your Trump friends. Use it for your Trump friends because it's all there. Very useful resources. If you believe Trump is a good person, if you believe he's saving America, or even if you're just thinking that he's the lesser of two evils, that, well, I'm not a Trump fan, but, you know, he's going to get the job done. Please entertain the evidence. There's so much evidence. The King Jehu video, I think, is like 3+ hours. And there's another couple videos that I list there too, that we talk about the assassination attempt. We talk about it in the Venerable Day of the Sun. There's so much. You just have to entertain the evidence and use that evidence with your Trump friends to help them come out of the delusion, because the delusion is very strong. You will see that Trump is part of the club. And not only that, but he was groomed for this role, because this role is incredibly, incredibly important. Trump is very important to the devil, folks. Trump is very important. He is the poster child. He's the template to bring the image of the beast to life, because he's doing many things. He's conditioning the world to follow a single man and idolize that man. That attention will be transferred to the Pope eventually. He is instrumental in brainwashing people into accepting the changes that are happening at a rapid pace of totalitarian control. And that is the template that they're using for other countries with people like Andrew Tate, you know, so on and so forth. All these charismatic leaders that are going to come and influence society with the MAGA populist movement, while the Doge stuff takes control through an AI governance type of system. So he's very, very important. And he's been groomed for that role. You don't just like solicit somebody in the middle of their life and say, hey, you know, do you want to like lead the New World Order, you know, lead the charge to, you know, bring the world back to the Mother Church? No. These people are groomed from the very beginning, from childhood, because they need to be groomed. They need to think a certain way. They need to be completely invested in the devil's schemes. So you have to understand that Trump is part of the club, and he's very instrumental to bringing the image of the beast to life, which means that he is working for the beast. He is working for the Antichrist power. He's not the lesser of two evils. He's the greater of two evils, because the other evil, Kamala, was just a distraction evil to make you think that you've defeated the devil, when in fact you're actually embracing him with open arms. I'm not saying Trump is the Antichrist by any means, because there is no personal Antichrist. There's a man of sin, a man of lawlessness, and that's an institution of men governed by the spirit of Antichrist, which Satan controls and receives worship through. And probably the last pope will be possessed by the devil. That's what I think. I mean, I think that when you look at that last pope, you'll probably see the devil. You know, you'd be looking in the devil's eyes, which is a profound thought. But either way, whether that's true or not, I think there's a lot of biblical precedent for it. The point is that Trump is setting the stage for that to happen. And if that's the case, none of the perspectives, whether you're frothing at the mouth for Trump, you believe Trump is a good person, he's just having a tough time, or you think he's the lesser of two evils, no matter where you are on that spectrum, you cannot accept any of that once you realize that he's part of the club and he's been groomed. He's been groomed for this position. So, and to entertain the evidence, use discernment, and do not be deceived. Now, onward to the next part of this, which is dialectics. Welcome to Part 4, Dialectics. In this section, I want to focus on the usual left-right, up-down, black and white, dark to light type of things that they do to keep you distracted and deceived so they can move the agenda along. Now, if you remember, the main pillars or the main goals of where this image of the beast is going are kingdoms, monarchs, anti-Jewish ideals, and state and religion unified. So those are the four main things. Of course, you could come up with other things too, but really, if we just go back in time and we look at kind of some basic things that characterize the image of the beast, those would be it. And that's the direction that we're going. The kingdoms and the monarchs is basically going to allow them to have total control over the people so they can enforce legislation. Having anti-Jewish ideology is going to set a precedent and justify condemning and killing Sabbath keepers. And of course, unifying church and state allows everything to mesh into one religio-political system as it was for a very long time. And thank God it won't be again for too long once it does happen, but it will be for a little while, and that's an important point. Now, again, when I say a little while, I don't mean 10 years. I mean maybe a year or 2, 3, I don't know, but it's not going to be 5 or 10 years. I don't see it happening for that long. I really don't, because once they have this system, number one, it's going to be very easy to track people down and do whatever. So, it's not like they're going to be spending decades hunting people down in the forest. And number two, they're going to be very effective at it. So the point is, this system will come to power and it's going to be what it's going to be, but it's not going to be for a long time. So rejoice. Again, I say this many times today, rejoice when you see these things happening because it means that the time is near. Nevertheless, this is the direction of history. A lot of things need to happen to get there. But when I say that, don't let that fool you into some sense of like, it's going to take a long time. Yeah, a lot needs to happen, and a lot is already happening. And a lot will continue to happen. So these things will happen very quickly. Now, let's take a look at some articles. This is from NBC News, and it's about this tariff stuff. We'll look at a lot of this stuff because Trump, again, is he will crash the economy so they can introduce this new thing, whatever it's going to be. Trump walks back tariffs on a range of goods from Mexico and Canada for 1 month. This is from a couple days ago, March 6th, about a week ago. President Donald Trump issued exemptions on tariffs for a variety of goods coming into the United States from Mexico and Canada just 2 days after he put the sweeping tariffs in place, leaving investors and businesses grappling with the whiplash of his back-and-forth trade policy. The exemptions to the 25% tariffs enacted Tuesday would apply to about half of goods coming into the United States from Mexico and around 38% of goods from Canada that comply with the North American trade deal reached during Trump's first term, according to a senior administration official. I'm just checking and see if we can see it. Okay, good. In the second time in less than 2 months that Trump has announced and then backtracked on tariffs on the United States neighbors. So in 2 months, he's backtracked it and announced it twice. The moves have rattled the stock market, of course, with businesses warning that the added costs could drive prices higher and cut into their profits. Oh no. The Dow Jones Industrial Average and the S&P 500 are on pace for their worst week since September. This can keep getting pushed, kicked down the road, and we don't know what that means, said Chuck Dardis, president of Alpha USA, an auto parts manufacturer in Livonia, Michigan. He added, quote, "To make investments and to do things we need to do, we need some certainty. Not that we can have perfect certainty, but not to be on a constant diet of, well, we'll wait till next month to see if the axe is going to fall." Yeah, the whole point is to get uncertainty going and to, again, crash things and to introduce this new system. The only thing, I guess, to be certain is that we've got 30 more days to worry about it, he said. The exemptions Trump issued Thursday will last until April 2nd, when Trump plans another round of retaliatory tariffs on goods from a range of countries. The exemptions apply to some things like potash, which is used in fertilizers, but Canadian energy products won't qualify and will be subject to a 10% tariff. On all other goods, including computers from Mexico, they'll be subjected to a 25% tariff, the senior administration official said. So these are dialectics, folks, and we'll watch a couple videos in just a second, but these are dialectics. As you can see, what's the response from other countries? Canada and the European Union swiftly retaliated against Trump's steel and aluminum tariffs. Who do you think is losing this battle? It's not Trump. It's not the United States, because the United States is a government. It's a system. It's you and me who are at the, expense of the chessboard. We're just pawns in their game. And of course, if you're awake, then you're not really a pawn. But nevertheless, we are the average people. And the average people are the ones who are losing these things. And the people who are calling the shots, like Trump, stand to gain a lot of money because they're wealthy. They'll just buy up the things that are discounted. While the people who actually created that value in the first place will surrender it to the pharaoh and his lackeys through these dialectics. Major trade partners swiftly hit back at President Trump's increased tariffs on aluminum and steel imports, imposing stiff new taxes on U.S. products from textiles and water heaters to beef and bourbon. Canada, the largest supplier of steel and aluminum to the U.S., said Wednesday it will place 25% reciprocal tariffs on steel products and also raise taxes on a host of items: tools, computers, servers, display monitors, sports equipment, and cast iron products. Across the Atlantic, the European Union will raise tariffs on American beef, poultry, bourbon, and motorcycles, bourbon, peanut butter, and jeans. Combined, the new tariffs will cost companies billions of dollars and further escalate the uncertainty in the two of the world's major trade partnerships. Companies will either take the losses and earn fewer profits, or more likely pass costs along to consumers in the form of higher prices. Just what I said. Prices will go up in Europe and the United States, and jobs are at stake, said European Commissioner President Ursula von der Leyen. Yep, this is what's happening, folks. And of course, on the front, it looks like it's this trade war, and Trump is fighting China and the EU and Canada, and all these people are in the same, peas in the pod, folks. On the surface, it looks like they're fighting. Remember, king of the north, king of the south. They eat at the same table. So what's happening on the surface is not what's actually happening in the background, which is that they are coordinating a dialectic to introduce, a new financial system, which is going to be digital, and AI systems and governance and all this kind of stuff that is happening already. Reuters from March 10th. U.S. stock market loses $4 trillion in value as Trump plows ahead on tariffs. Exactly. President Trump's tariffs have spooked investors with the fears of an economic downturn, driving a stock market sell-off that has wiped off $4 trillion from the S&P 500's peak last month, when Wall Street was cheering much of Trump's agenda. A barrage of new Trump policies has increased uncertainty for businesses, consumers, and investors, notably back and forth tariff moves against major trading partners like Canada, Mexico, and China. Yeah, this is designed to shake people up, and they know that the average person who's a lemming is not smart, so they panic sell. That creates a domino effect, and then once it gets to a critical point, the rich swoop up and get more of it. That's what they've done all the time, folks, and we'll watch some videos that say the same thing. This is from David something. We'll find out in just a second. What is it? David Pakman Show. Let's see. This is a 6-minute video on Trump. Is Trump crashing the economy on purpose? I think the answer is yes.
At this point, any sensible person has to ask, is Donald Trump tanking the economy on purpose? Because every move he's making seems obviously as if it's going to create chaos, crash markets, and open the door for billionaires to swoop in and buy everything at a discount and justify privatizing stuff. So there is a reason Trump might be doing this on purpose. Now, I'm not married to this idea. It's conceivable that through a combination of not understanding what he's doing and wanting to appear tough,
he knows exactly what he's doing, but
Trump is kind of blindly going into this seemingly obvious economy crashing set of policies. But there's another possibility here, which is we see the Dow dropped 1,300 points in 2 days after Trump launched this reckless trade war, the tariffs on Mexico, Canada, China. We see stock prices tumbling, companies warning of higher costs, Wall Street panicking. Just got a report minutes before I came into the studio today about hiring slowing down. But the thing is, It may not be incompetence. This could be a deliberate opportunity for the ultra wealthy, because when the stock market tanks and many people start panicking and selling their investments, I advise against it, okay? It's actually an opportunity to just hold steady, keep buying at lower costs. The billionaires know it. They see the fire sale, they sit on cash, they wait for stocks and land and businesses, even public assets, to crash in value, and then they come in and they buy them really inexpensively. And the worse that Donald Trump makes the economy, the bigger the opportunity for his rich friends and the oligarchical robber barons. We have seen this before. Think back to 2008. Wall Street wrecked the economy. Millions of people lost homes, but who benefited? You had the private equity firms, the hedge funds buying up foreclosed properties, turning them into rental empires, jacking up rents. We've covered it before. And the same thing potentially could be playing out right now. Because if the stock market keeps falling, working class Americans lose their 401ks, the billionaires get to buy blue chip stocks at a discount and buy up foreclosed properties at a fraction of their market value. And it's not only about that, it's also about the big P word. Which one am I talking about? Privatization. The right-wing playbook has always been create a crisis, convince people that the system is failing, and then swoop in to offer a privatized alternative that benefits corporations. Look at Social Security. For years, Republicans have lied about Social Security being on the verge of collapse. What it really would be is, if we change nothing in a bunch of years, it would only be able to afford to pay 80% of benefits, something which we can fix with just some small tweaks. Why do they want to manufacture a crisis around Social Security? Because then they can justify gutting it and handing your retirement over to Wall Street. Take the post office. Trump and his cronies who sabotaged the USPS during Trump's first term, slowed down mail delivery, said, look at how dysfunctional this whole thing is. And then they go, well, you know what? This might be better provided by private companies like UPS, FedEx, and DHL. Let's privatize mail. It's the same old trick over and over again. And now Trump is doing it with the entire economy. He stokes the chaos with the tariffs. He spooks investors. He causes a downturn. And then he and his billionaire allies can claim, look, the economy's struggling. Let's deregulate everything. Let's privatize public assets. Let's let the free market handle it. And by the way, I'd be interested, they go. It is not a coincidence that Trump's biggest donors are the same billionaires who thrive when you've got an economic downturn. It's Blackstone, BlackRock, Goldman Sachs, real estate tycoons, private equity firms, waiting for assets to become dirt cheap in a deregulatory environment so they can buy them, consolidate wealth, and then sell them back, in some cases, to the very people who lost them. So the question we are left to ask, I don't know the answer. Maybe it's a why not both. Is Trump wildly incompetent and irrational, or is he deliberately creating the conditions for another billionaire feeding frenzy? Because every time Trump breaks something, his rich friends happen to be right there ready to cash in on the backs of people who really don't have the money to lose. This applies to a lot of different things, including Trump's crypto scam. So maybe it's both. Maybe Trump is wildly incompetent, but also wildly selfish. Either way, this has billionaire robber barons written all over it. Let me know which you think it is. If you want to change...
Yeah, I'm going to go with option B. He knows what he's doing for 500 because he's following the playbook. And the playbook is to create a dialectic so they can introduce their new system. Trump is not stupid, folks. The idea that he's just being irrational and he's just doing this and changing his mind, that is, no. Trump is extremely calculated. He's very smart. He's not stupid. And he's doing exactly what you would do if you are trying to crash the old system and introduce something new, while also having a scapegoat to blame it on whatever you want to blame it on, whether it's Biden's economy or other countries or whatever. He's going to have some excuses, maybe several. And that way he can wash his hands and still look like the savior, bringing in, financial freedom to everybody, when in fact it's going to be the final phase of the system, where you will not be able to buy or sell. And of course, that element is going to come a little bit later, but initially it's going to be a system that you'll have to participate in. I mean, you're already part of it now with, PayPal and X money and, crypto. It's already there. It just needs to be, galvanized, unified. This is another video from a man named Richard Murphy on Trump's economy policies.
Can the world economy crash? The answer is that, yes, of course it can. We know it can. It did in 2008. It had another very good go in 2020 when COVID came along. So the possibility that the world economy can crash is obviously hardwired within it. It is now something that we have to accept. Is the possibility that the world economy will crash soon a realistic likelihood? And my answer to that is yes, it almost certainly is. And the reason why comes down to two words: Donald Trump. Trump has set out to crash the world economy. I really don't think there's much doubt about that. He has declared trade war, and he has said that he will also impose economic sanctions on countries that refuse to use the dollar for trade. He is, in other words, setting out to undermine the credibility of the world's reserve currency, the dollar, by threatening any country that does not want to use it. And he is threatening that any country that wants to take sanction against the US because it is going to impose sanctions on them via tariffs is going to suffer as a consequence. You cannot do that if you are the world's major economic power and not give rise to the likelihood of an economic crash. Simple, straightforward, fact. So, should we be worried about this? Well, yes, of course we should be. But what is the consequence going to be? And why is Donald Trump not worried about this? And the answer to that is that I'm afraid to say that something has also become hardwired into the world economy. In 2008 and in 2020, the world was saved with bailout money. In 2008, quantitative easing became a feature of economic life. Before then, the possibility that the government would issue bonds to immediately repurchase them, to pretend that it wasn't actually providing direct finance to itself from its central bank to fund its programs to ensure that the economy kept going, was unknown. But that is what QE did in 2008. And let's be honest, despite all the problems it gave rise to, and it should not have been done in the way that it was, it did keep economies going during that crisis. And it did exactly the same again in 2020. Again, I would not have done it as the QE program was managed, and the aftermath of that program, the quantitative tightening program now being run by the Bank of England, is completely disastrous and was in fact the main cause for the crash during Liz Truss's short premiership. But the fact is that the government's ability to create money to support a program during an economic crash was proved for the second time in a little over a decade to be fundamental to keeping the world economy going. So what is Trump doing? He's relying on another bailout. That, I am sure, is what underpins his thinking and that of those who are following him. What they know is that those two bailouts, structured as they were incredibly good for their own financial well-being. They probably weren't great for your financial well-being because wages have in effect flatlined since 2008. GDP growth has flatlined since 2008. And since 2020, very large numbers of people have not been able to work who previously did for all sorts of reasons as a consequence of the fallout from COVID. And we most certainly have not been seeing growth, and we are seeing austerity again. So for lots of reasons, most people in the world have suffered since 2008. But Trump and his cohort haven't. That cohort is the world's wealthy. And they did immensely well out of quantitative easing, because the way in which it was structured was to provide funds to the City of London, to the banking arrangements of New York, and to the bankers of Frankfurt, and they used that money to basically inflate the value of the world's financial assets. Stock markets have increased in value since 2008, unsurprisingly, because lots of money, whole walls of money, have flooded in their direction. Commercial property prices have increased. Domestic property prices have increased. Anything which has no productive value in itself. Because let's be clear, shares are not actually a productive asset, they're a financial asset, and most commercial property is not in the sense that I'm talking about a productive asset, because it is used for speculative purposes. And the increase in the value of our properties is not productive in the sense that very large numbers of young people are being excluded from home ownership and the security that it provides as a result. But there's been no increase, therefore, in productive investment. But the value of assets used for speculative purposes by the wealthy has gone through the roof. And what does Trump expect if he creates another world financial crisis? He believes there will be a bailout. And he believes that he and his cohort, the world's wealthy, will benefit from there being vastly more money in circulation with very little to use it on except the inflation in the value of the assets that they own. That is what he's banking on. This is literally, I think, his economic policy. This is what he expects as a consequence of his trade wars. He doesn't care that we suffer. He won't care about the countries in the developing world. The vast majority of countries in the world, in fact, who have their debts denominated in dollars, who will suffer enormously as a result of their struggle to find the means to repay those debts, as, for the time being, the dollar is inflated in value and interest rates are too high. He won't care that people are thrown out of work. All he cares about is the inflation in asset values. And that is what the whole of the world economy is now geared to create, for the benefit of a few, at cost to the vast majority. Trump's economic policy makes sense if you see it in this way. He runs a bailout economic strategy that is going to work for him and his friends because it will result, when the world economy crashes, in yet more money being made available through the central banking system to inflate the value of the assets that they own, and they'll say, thank you very much, we did very nicely out of that. When can we have another crash? Thanks for watching this video.
Oh, goodness. What a clown show. Here's another one on this whole Trump tariff thing.
Okay, this is insane. I've been racking my brain about why Trump would impose these tariffs, knowing full well that it's going to have devastating impacts on the economy. And it just reflects poorly off of him. And so what's the upside? And then I came across this article in Wired. People are paying millions to dine with Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Business leaders are paying as much as $5 million to meet one-on-one with the president at his Florida compound, while others are paying $1 million apiece to dine with him in a group setting. And so he's perfectly content to sacrifice the entire U.S. economy when it comes to these tariffs because he knows that eventually, one by one, he'll get these CEOs to pay him money so that he can offer them a carve-out when it comes to these tariffs. There's actually a name for this. It's called petitioning the king. And so again, Trump is perfectly content to let the broader economy languish because he knows he can profit personally, one by one, by getting these CEOs to line up and give him cash in exchange for what they need, which is exemption from his overall damaging tariffs. So anybody who's still claiming that Trump is draining the swamp is either complicit or a fool. Okay.
Yeah, one of the two, unfortunately. I mean, this is the truth, folks. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's not stupid. He also knows history, and he knows, many rich friends. He's in the club. So this is all an orchestrated thing. You have to remember, and the people who are still all about Trump and MAGA, it's just amazing the cognitive dissonance you must have. The cognitive dissonance you must have to endure so much blatant lying and to constantly make excuses for somebody when they say one thing and they do another. It's just amazing. It really is. It's that syndrome. If I can remember that syndrome, I'll remember it. Maybe I'll Google it between these breaks. But anyway, this is from Jerusalem Post. Some more dialectics here with the Palestinians, which of course needs to push the whole Israel thing into people's faces. Pro-Palestinian group Dark Storm claims they hacked X report. These are just, again, who knows what actually happened, but this is what they tell you. Pro-Palestinian cyber hacking group Darkstorm claimed that it hacked Twitter on Monday. This comes after ex-CEO Elon Musk claimed that the social media platform experienced a massive cyber attack that was done with a lot of resources, he wrote. Either a large coordinated group and or a country is involved. The social media site was down for several hours for over 40,000 users internationally, according to downdetector.com. Elon Musk says there was and still is a massive cyber attack against X. We get attacked every day, but this was done with a lot of resources, either a large coordinated group or a country's involved. Tracing. And then I guess this is responding to a comment. First protest against Dodge, then Tesla stores were attacked, now X is down. I wouldn't rule out the possibility that this downtime is the result of an attack on X. So Elon is, they're painting Elon as some sort of pariah that is being, martyred over these things, with Tesla's being, attacked and X being hacked and protests against Doge. Well, yeah, people are protesting because they see what's happening. And of course, some of these things are also dialectical in nature too. They're done to paint a particular narrative. This is from Rabbi David Vigler. Last night, Donald Trump sent a very pointed message to Hamas. What do you think of President Trump's warning? Let's see. Shalom Hamas means hello and goodbye. You can choose. Release all of the hostages now, not later, and immediately return all dead bodies of the people you murdered, or it's over for you. Only sick and twisted people keep bodies, and you are sick and twisted. I'm sending Israel everything it needs to finish the job. Not a single Hamas member will be safe if you don't do as I say. Didn't Israel start Hamas? Come on now. I have just met with your former hostages whose lives you have destroyed. This is your last warning. For the leadership, now is the time to leave Gaza while you still have a chance. Also, to the people of Gaza, a beautiful future awaits. But not if you hold hostages. If you do, you are dead. Make a smart decision. Release the hostages now, or there will be hell to pay later. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America, on a Twitter post. Do you notice how everything's like on social media now? It's not like this should be an official letter from the president to whatever their leaders or whatever, some sort of official communication. But now it's on the world stage. So the Goyim can watch and say, look at this power and look at that power. This is all just theater, folks. It's a theater. And of course, people are buying into that theater, unfortunately. But this is creating a dialectic. I should say the dialectic is already there, but it's creating another dialectic in this whole Middle East thing. This is from Breitbart. Human rights groups. Syria jihadis tell Christians, you're next amid Alawite slaughter. Of course, what they're doing here is just horrible with these people. Whether they're, Muslims or Christians getting slaughtered, doesn't matter. They're getting innocent people getting slaughtered, which is horrible. Humanitarian groups helping persecuted Christians shared reports this week of Islamic extremists attacking and threatening the remaining Christian minority in Syria, warning that they were next after the elimination of Alawite Shia Muslims. This is a dialectic, folks. I'm not saying this isn't happening. I'm saying this is designed to move the plan along, and we'll talk about that in just a second. But this is all scheduled. It's scheduled stuff to make Islam the big bad boogeyman, to further push the tension between the pro and against Israel side in the right, and expose all these things more and more. This is from Sachi Netil. Gosh, that's a hard one. Sachi Netil. U.S. Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna asserted that Americans should protect Christians instead of aiding their persecutors. What does that mean? I wonder if she's like against Israel, or is she aiding persecutors like who, like Hamas, or people who are against Christians? I don't know what she means by that. But this is the conversation now on the world stage. It's on the world stage. Trump says something on Twitter. Now everybody's talking about it and getting the echo chamber to shape faster and faster and faster around a particular narrative. Trump, of course, continuing with his, agenda to pamper up the Jews and then betray them eventually. Trump administration cancels $400 million in grants to Columbia University. The Trump administration is cutting off $400 million in federal funding to Columbia University, claiming it has failed to take steps to confront anti-Semitism on campus after Hamas's October 7th attack on Israel. The cuts represent the federal government's first round of grant cancellations for Columbia, according to the administration's newly formed anti-Semitism task force, which is leading the effort. Columbia has over $5 billion in active federal grants that are being reviewed by the government. Leo Terrell, the head of the DOJ's anti-Semitism task force, said the funding cuts are only the beginning. Universities must comply with all federal anti-discrimination laws if they are going to receive federal funding. Education Secretary Linda McMahon said in the statement, "For too long, Columbia has abandoned that obligation to Jewish students studying on its campus." In a statement to the Free Press, Columbia said, "We are reviewing the announcement from the federal agencies and pledge to work with the federal government to restore Columbia's federal funding. We take Columbia's legal obligations seriously and understand how serious this announcement is and are committed to combating anti-Semitism and ensuring the safety of the well-being of our students, faculty, and staff." Blah, blah, blah. In other words, we're bowing the knee. So, these things, again, you have to look past this and remember that Trump is doing these things so that the great current of people in the right that are awake to Israel have more ammunition to speak on it, to have podcasts, to have interviews, to expose, so that the movement can grow and grow and grow and eventually disrupt the mainstream narrative, which is very pro-Israel. This is what's happening. This is a ridiculous policy. Everybody knows it. It's very lopsided, very one-sided. Nobody's killing people over these things. These are, people are protesting, and sure, some of these things might even turn violent or whatever else, but whatever. I mean, if they break the law, then if you hurt somebody, then use the police to make sure that person receives punishment. But if somebody's protesting, why are you arresting them? Why are you creating laws to basically sanction these people because they're doing that to get the other people who need to supplant the current narrative frustrated. Just like they did with the liberals, and they had tranny time story hour. I mean, the ridiculousness, remember, they're just copying and pasting what they're doing. The ridiculousness of what they did with the liberal left, putting Biden on stage, who was a buffoon, obviously, tranny time story hour, men and women's sports. I mean, come on. These things are so obviously baiting, like the Olympics, the woke Olympics. All of these things are so obviously evil. It's like, look at all this evil. Come on. It's evil, right? Come on, go for it. Come on. This is exactly what they're doing. But this time now they're doing it with the Jews. And we'll talk about that more in the next section. But just be aware of these dialectics. This is from a listener named Samantha Jones. Let's see if I can, it's going to be tricky I'm going to have to read this in small print. Blessings from God our Father and our Lord Jesus Christ. I live in South Africa and things are moving rapidly here of a sudden. Since the beginning of the year, there has been a sudden influx of stadium filled to charismatic concerts and conferences from American groups. Yeah, exactly. That's what they're going to do to Gaza too. Once Gaza is, remodeled, that's how the great charismatic revival of the Middle East is going to start. As you may know, our government has just passed a bill which allows for expropriation of land without compensation. Trump has halted all funding to South Africa and is claiming to be imposing massive tariffs on exports, yet to see this materialize. He has also offered refugee status to white Africans, farmers who have been targeted and murdered for years. No formal U.S. government sanctioned process has yet been signed off. Well, are you surprised? Yeah, double-minded. Say one thing, do another, probably. Few of the farmers want to go to the U.S. bar for a few radicals, non-farmers who couldn't get their lives together anywhere anyway. And now we have a self-made billionaire claiming to have the answer. Listen to this short note, how he emphasizes the urgency. We'll look at the video next. It's fascinating. Again, I told you that they're copying and pasting what they did with Trump everywhere else. Find a charismatic billionaire, find somebody who's very wealthy and rich and influential, and get them. It's the same thing, folks. It's the same spirit, same clone, copy and paste. That's what they do. There's nothing authentic that the devil does. The devil just inverts and copies and counterfeits and so on and so forth. Firstly, I don't believe there is such a thing as a self-made billionaire. Yeah, true. Secondly, there is definitely a timeline they are working to here based on the urgency noted in this short clip. South Africans are notoriously easygoing and resilient and adaptable, so I am fascinated to know their strategy here. The only thing that I can think would push us into conflict and hence the desire for a new authoritarian leader would be a multi-front attack on the food supply, but it would need to be drastic because even during the COVID lockdowns, the rich were opening their restaurants and hotels and feeding the unemployed en masse for free. But I'm always surprised at how clever the devil is, so I wait and see. Economically, we are about to collapse. We have millions already claiming universal basic income from the government, so perhaps they will stop that to cause mayhem. Anyway, I know you are busy, so I will end it there. I will gather news clips that I deem relevant and give you an update again in a few weeks. Over and out from South Africa. Yeah, Very interesting. It's very interesting to see these things because, again, it proves that the timeline that we're after here is true. So this is that guy that she was mentioning.
Why does the ANC protect SAA's 50 billion losses instead of feeding 9 million starving children? Why do we tolerate 32 ministries when 16 million people lack clean water? When will we admit the ANC's struggle legacy is a license to steal? Here's what we need to do, and we need to do it fast. Burn the ANC's playbook. Slash ministries to 12. Merge infrastructure, energy, transport. No more fiefdoms. Why does the ANC protect?
Same thing, man. A rich, charismatic, billionaire guy who is being propped up to lead the revolution. They're doing the same thing in every country. Everywhere you look, it's going to be the same, relatively speaking, same thing to bring back nationalism and then eventually reform too through AI. This is from Catholic News Agency. It says, Kansas bishops call for prayers, planned legal response to planned black mass. Oh, this is just hilarious. Amid reports that a Kansas Satanist group is planning to hold a so-called black mass at the Kansas Capitol later this month, the Catholic bishops of the state are urging prayer and exploring their legal options. In a direct mockery of the Catholic Mass, groups that have staged so-called black masses in recent years have, on at least one occasion, boasted of possessing a stolen consecrated host with an intent to desecrate the Eucharist in an unspecified but profane ritual. The Catholic bishops of Kansas said Thursday that they are aware of a sacrilegious event scheduled to take place after this month inside the state capitol, adding that spiritual and legal responses are being explored to counter the planned event. Do you understand that this has implications? What legal response does the Catholic Church have to enforce its worship and to enforce certain religious laws? You could say that these people are expressing their religion too. Now, if they stole something, then okay, you have some legal recourse, but nevertheless, this is the underlying implications of this are interesting. Quote, if true, this explicit demonstration of anti-Catholic bigotry will be an insult to not only Catholics, but to all people of goodwill. Spiritual and legal responses are being explored, the bishop said in a joint statement shared with CNA on March 6th. Well, it doesn't insult me because I just see it as two sides of paganism warring, for dominance, which of course one of them already is dominant, which is the Catholic Church. And the Satanist churches and the Satanist groups are just clowns. They're just clowns. They're dummy clowns. They're dummy satans that are designed to act as opposition to make you feel the Catholic Church is being persecuted and look all this evil in the world that we need to nationalize against. That's what this is. The Catholic bishops of Kansas asked that first and foremost we pray for the conversion of those taking part in this event. Yeah, true, to the gospel, not to Catholicism, as well as each person's own conversion of heart during this sacred season of Lent. The Kansas Catholic Conference will continue to update the faithful as the situation unfolds. The Satanic Grotto, the group purportedly organizing the March 28th Black Mass, says the event is intended to dedicate the grounds and our legislature to the glory of Satan. The group will be performing rites and indulging in sacrilegious blasphemies. This is not Satan, folks. This is not Satan. No. This is what people think Satan is, and that's the problem. This is not the devil. The devil's laughing at these people because they're totally deceived that they're going to be destroyed. The devil doesn't do these obvious things. He does the obvious things to bait you into the other side where he presents himself as a savior. The Satanic Grotto has engaged in anti-Catholic political protests in the past, including recently at the Kansas March for Life. A traditionalist Catholic group called the American Society for the Defense of the Tradition, Family, and Property has launched a petition asking Kansas Governor Laura Kelly to shut down the event at the Capitol. What does it mean if state is becoming involved with religion? What does that mean? What precedent does that set? Last October, Catholics in Atlanta were outraged and called a prayer when a Black Mass event was announced by the Satanic Temple, a provocative Salem, Massachusetts-based political organization that denies belief in the supernatural and is known for protesting religious symbolism in public spaces. Yeah, these people are clowns, man. They're fake oppositions. After legal action by Atlanta Archdiocese, the Satanic Temple admitted it did not have a consecrated host and did not intend to use one in its Mass. In 2014, a planned Black Mass at Harvard University sparked considerable outcry from Catholics, as did another one later that year in Oklahoma City. The latter led to a successful lawsuit from the Oklahoma City Archdiocese against an occult group that claimed to have obtained a consecrated host, leading to the host's return. This is drama in paganism for today. This is one side of paganism cannibalizing itself, and of course using that to justify its own existence. But don't get fooled by it. The Catholic Church has been dominant for well over 1,500 years, and it will continue to be dominant. Oh, this is playing, but there's no sound. Let's try again. This is another one of these examples of these dialectics that are they're not real conflicts, okay? They're not real conflicts. They're designed to make you feel like there's a conflict so there's justification for the next step.
A fellow called Adam Smith Connor, who was criminally convicted for praying outside an abortion clinic. It's cost him thousands in legal fees and probably will bankrupt him. And he's been criminally convicted.
For praying?
For praying outside an abortion clinic. Technically, in parts of the country, it is illegal to pray. However, on October 8th, 2023, outside the Israel embassy in Kensington in London, swarms of people went to the embassy. They were not just celebrating. They were not just chanting Allah Akbar. They were on their knees facing Mecca, praying thanks. Those people were not sentenced.
But the Christian guy who was praying.
Christian guy praying inside his head, he has been criminally convicted. This is two-tier system. Richard Williams in Wales, sentenced to 3 months in prison for a derogatory Facebook post. In 2021, an entourage of cars driving around London, shouting, F the Jews, F their mothers, rape their daughters, on megaphones going around the Jewish part of North London. Nothing. No punishment. A fella called Adam Smith Connor.
Now, do you think that this is just happening? Do you think that Tranny Time Story Hour just happened? Do you think that Biden being put in office to frustrate all of the conservatives so that they would totally cheer on their own enslavement, do you think that was just like an accident, just kind of happened? Oh, they stole the election. No, they've been rigging elections for a long time. They appoint who comes into office at a certain time. So these things are the same thing. I want you to see that they're the same thing as all the things I just mentioned. They are intentionally done. Policies are intentionally made. No, don't do this, do that. Enforce this, don't enforce that. Because that's the avenue. And of course, this, along with all the other things you're learning and seeing throughout the world, this is a dialectic designed to push people back to nationalism, justify hate towards the Jews and Muslims, because they need to be converted eventually. And eventually, I mean like within the next 5 to 10 years, minimum. So there's that. This is from Newsweek. Texas Muslim town plans face opposition. Here's another dialectic with this stuff. It's pushing the Muslim thing and the Jewish thing in people's faces. And then you have people like Jordan Peterson highlighting the evils of Islam, while now you have all that, those Syrian gangs and the jihadists killing Christians. And those are Christians that the Catholic Church could care less about, to be honest with you. But nevertheless, they're killing people. And now all this stuff is just boiling to the surface. There's a question on people's minds as to what's going on. What are we going to do with this Muslim problem? What are we going to do with this Islamic problem? It's on the world stage. Let's see. How do I get rid of you? Okay. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has insisted Sharia law is not allowed in Texas in response to proposals for a new Islamic-themed town near Josephine, around 40 minutes from Dallas. The project, called Epic City, is being orchestrated by the East Plano Islamic Center on a 402-acre piece of land that includes parts of Colon and Hunt counties. Newsweek reached out to the East Plano Islamic Center via online inquiry form for comment on Tuesday. So this is a whole thing. You can look at it. There's videos about it. It's like an Islamic smart city that they're planning. But again, we know the future of Islam. So what is this? What is all this stuff? Where is it going? The Epic City project is being managed by Community Capital Partners, which was created by East Plano Islamic Center for this purpose. Preliminary plans show over 1,000 houses, a mosque, a faith-based school, retail shops, and a community college split between two sections named Epic Ranches 1 and 2. Earlier this month, East Plano Islamic Center resident scholar Yasir Qadi gave an update on the project, which he said would be a Muslim neighborhood, while being well integrated into the wider community. So don't worry, we're not jihadists. However, the plan has attracted skepticism from Abbott, who shared a post on X from conservative commentator Amy Meck warning that a 402-acre Sharia city is being built in Texas. So you have now a dialectic between the Muslims and the Christians. The Muslims and the Christians. What do we want? What do we don't want? This is the point, folks, to get these things in your face so that you start to talk about it. And as a result, you listen to people talking about it and you shape the culture, and this whole thing gets closer and closer back to where it already was. This is from Daily Mail. Donald Trump warns of an atomic Armageddon and says monster nuclear weapons could end the world, adding it could happen tomorrow. Does this sound like that show in 1958, The Trackdown, that we saw last time in the Venerable Day of the Sun, number 12? Literally the exact same thing. The character in the Trackdown episode was talking about a giant meteor or whatever is going to fall from the sky, and it's going to be Armageddon, or it's going to be the destruction of the world. Literally the same. I'm like reading this. I'm like, this is like playing out before my eyes. It's just that Trackdown episode. So crazy. So crazy how all this stuff is just scripted. U.S. President Trump has admitted he believes that nuclear weapons are the greatest threat to humanity, starkly warning that the use of monster warheads may end the world. Does the Bible say that you will die in a nuclear holocaust? No. No, it says if you reject Jesus, you'll be thrown in a lake of fire and be, punished and die forever. But there's nothing about a nuclear holocaust because nuclear weapons don't exist. Trump, who is in charge of the second largest nuclear stockpile in the world, made this shock statement in an interview with Fox News. Sunday morning features telling the broadcaster, quote, "The level of destruction is beyond anything you can imagine." He said, "We spend a lot of money on nuclear weapons. The level of destruction is beyond anything you can imagine. It's just bad that you have to spend all this money on something that, if used, is probably the end of the world." Gosh, so much fear. The Republican added that the threat of climate change was nothing compared to the risk posed by nuclear weapons, claiming that a nuclear war could happen tomorrow. Trump explained, "I watched Biden for years say the existential threat is from the climate. I said, no. The greatest is sitting on shelves in various countries called nuclear weapons that are big monsters that can blow your heads off for miles and miles and miles. Don't listen to that dialectic. Listen to this dialectic. Don't be afraid of that. Be afraid of this. Be afraid of God. That is who you should be afraid of. While it is not known for this administration's official position, Trump has signaled that he is keen to reduce the number of nuclear weapons. So this is, after World War II, they needed a dialectic, folks. They needed a way to, of course, they created many dialectics, not just one, but one of them, there's Zionism, liberalism, communism. Another dialectic was the nuclear weapon stuff. And you can look at that yourself. If you go on BitChute and just type in nukes are fake, just type that in. And you can look at countless videos of people documenting why these things are fake. The bombs that they dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were not nuclear bombs, okay? They were very high explosives, and they laced them with Agent Orange so that people were very contaminated after these explosions. But if they were actually like nuclear, like based on what they say that nuclear is, there'd be nobody living there. Look at Chernobyl. Look at Fukushima. Nobody would be living in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I can tell you that if there were nuclear weapons, because nuclear weapons don't exist. They have explosives. They have, they have bombs. They have missiles, of course, but there's no such thing as nuclear weapons. They are used as a boogeyman to hold this thing over your head of like nuclear disaster, we need peace, to bring the desire for a one world union and somebody to come in and broker peace. That's what they're for. Again, you create the dark situation, so you bring in the light and the solution. Nuclear weapons do not exist. There are weapons, there are missiles, absolutely, but there's no such thing as a nuclear weapon with the way that they are painting them and basically propagandizing them. That's not true. So you can look into that yourself. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but nevertheless, it's a dialectic. Here's some more dialectics with the deep church starting to emerge. This is from AP. Former Texas megachurch pastor indicted in Oklahoma on child sex abuse charges. A former pastor of a Texas megachurch who resigned after a woman accused him of sexually abusing her in the 1980s has been indicted in Oklahoma on child sex abuse charges that state's attorney general's office said on Wednesday. Robert Preston Morris, 63, has been charged with 5 counts of lewd or indecent acts with a child. The alleged abuse started in 1982 when the victim, referred to in the indictment as CC, was 12 years old, and Morris was a traveling evangelist staying in Hominy, Oklahoma with her family. According to the Attorney General's office, the abuse allegedly continued for 4 years. How many of these cases do you think are out there with all these megachurch pastors that are very easily manipulated with wealth, power, sex, influence, whatever you want? The devil has at his disposal. What do you want? You want power, you want sex, you want influence, you want money. What do you want? And he'll give it to you. How many of these people have been blackmailed, I wonder? and how much of that is going to come out in the coming destruction of dispensationalism and Zionism. Here's another one, Beth Moore, a product of the big evangelical machine. This is in a Substack, and it's written by Matthew Matera on March 13th. Beth Moore's theological shift isn't just about one individual. It's a case study in full spectrum subversion. What we're seeing isn't an isolated departure from sound doctrine. It's the predictable outcome of a targeted methodical assault on belief systems. A retired Navy officer specializing in cognitive warfare, I've spent years analyzing how adversaries shape narratives, manipulate perception, and hijack institutions. The American church is no exception. This isn't just about false teaching. This is about a war for spiritual and cognitive territory, the very ground the church was entrusted with. Beth Moore and people like her did not emerge from a vacuum. They are a byproduct of the big evangelical, big Eva machine. There you go. Now we're starting to label it. There's big pharma, there's big, big food. Now there's big Eva. That's interesting. The multi-billion-dollar megachurch industrial complex that has turned Christianity into a consumer product instead of a force for truth. You starting to see that deep church dialectic come to the surface? Big Eva is a network of megachurches, conferences, circuits, celebrity pastors, Christian publishers, and media platforms that operate not as shepherds, but as corporate empires. Here's how it works. Number one, build a brand. A charismatic individual with mass appeal and platform connections is elevated into a Christian influencer. Number two, monetize the influence. Book deals, conferences, courses, and subscription models turn faith into a revenue stream. Number three, avoid controversy at all costs. Influencers are trained to never take a hard stance on anything that could hurt their brand. This is all true. Number four, shift theology to fit cultural trends. Big Eva reshapes Christianity to fit the world instead of shaping the world with biblical truth. Number five, sells and preaches on spiritual warfare but misses the mark completely. Big Eva markets spiritual warfare through books, conferences, and sermon series, but their version is short-sighted, non-strategic, and entirely detached from reality. It's written by novices who have never studied how deception actually works or engaged in real-world information battles. They reduce spiritual warfare to personal struggles, avoiding temptation, praying through hardship, or winning against negative emotions, while completely ignoring the war for perception, belief systems, and truth itself. Big Eva preaches about putting on the armor of God, but has no idea what it actually means in an information war. And that's exactly why people like Beth Moore fail. They weren't trained for this. Let's be clear, the global church, the bride of Christ, will never be defeated. And of course, he has Matthew 16:18 here from when Jesus says to Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against. I wonder if he's Catholic, but either way. But the Church of America, if it continues down this road, it may lose its lampstand, just like the churches of Revelation that abandoned their mission. Nowhere is this more evident than the Church of America, which was the founding influence behind the greatest experiment in the freedom the world has ever seen. Yet today, the Church of America is no longer a producer of liberty, it is a consumer of it. Instead of being the contributor and protector of freedom, the modern church has settled for passivity, indulging in the very luxuries it refuses to defend. And people like Beth Moore, they enjoy high-quality life built by the very system that they are helping erode. It's an ironic mix of naivete and arrogance, a bizarre self-righteousness that allows them to condemn the civilization that enables their influence, all while basking in its benefits. The Church of the West, a future footnote in Christian history. The Western Church, especially the Catholic Church, or the Church of America, is on track to irrelevance. Not because the global church will fail, but because it will be sidelined. Much like the once great churches of Ephesus, Sardis, and Laodicea, churches that Christ rebuked in the book of Revelation. Ephesus had doctrine but lost its first love. Sardis had a reputation of being alive but was dead. Laodicea was lukewarm, thinking it was rich when in reality it was wretched and blind. Sound familiar? The Western Church, and especially the Church of America, has followed the exact same pattern. Compromised leadership, more concerned with cultural relevance than biblical faithfulness, consumer-driven faith, more focused on attendance and donations than discipleship and truth, spiritual cowardice, afraid to engage in the culture war, fearing the loss of influence. Like some of the 7 churches in Revelation, the Church of the West is becoming an example of what not to do. It is being weighed in the balance and found wanting. And if it does not repent, it will become a cautionary tale, a case study of what happens when a church surrenders its mission for comfort and applause. Beth Moore, an ideological casualty of a much larger war. Beth Moore isn't just an individual who drifted into theological compromise. She's an ideological casualty of a much larger war, a war that the modern church refuses to acknowledge. This war isn't just about her. It's about the systematic dismantling of biblical Christianity, the war for perception, belief, and reality itself. True, and that war is being waged by the Jesuits, and that war has basically almost been won. Of course, Jesus is the ultimate victor, but that war is almost won. The battle we are witnessing today is not a new war, it's the same war that started in the Garden of Eden. The first cognitive warfare campaign wasn't fought with armies or propaganda. It was fought with a simple question from Genesis 3, verse 1. Did God really say? Agreed. Did God say that? You have to know what God said, because that's going to be the main point of conversation. That was the first disinformation campaign, and it worked. Satan's strategy has never changed because it doesn't have to. It still works. If the American church doesn't wake up, we're going to see a complete ideological capture of evangelicalism. So it seems like he's an evangelical, but he's kind of talking like a Catholic if you get that drift. Final thoughts. Beth Moore's fall isn't surprising. It's the logical outcome of a compromised system. Excuse me. She is the fruit of a church that refused to see the battlefield. But the war isn't over. The global church will prevail. The remnant will stand. I got to be careful I don't touch this remote and turn my lights off. The true body of Christ will endure. But the Church of America, it stands at a crossroads. It can either repent and reclaim its lampstand, returning to biblical truth, bold leadership, and a war-fighting mentality, or it could fade into history, a footnote into Christian history, an example of what happens when comfort replaces conviction and compromise replaces courage. The enemy isn't winning because he's stronger. Satan is winning because many so-called churches never showed up to fight. It's time to get back to the battlefield. No more retreat, no more surrender. The first casualty of war is truth, and I refuse to let truth fall without a fight. Well, my friend, I would invite you, based on how you're writing, to embrace God's sovereignty. Because God has already won this war, but before he reveals that victory, he has decreed that the devil will have a victory of his own, so that the wicked can be destroyed. So there's nothing you can do about that. And if the enemy is wokeism, then you're looking in the wrong place. The enemy is religion. The enemy is Catholicism. And I don't mean like Catholics, Catholic people. I mean the system. I mean the papacy. I mean the people who are infiltrating and are part of secret societies and are doing all these various things, like this Beth Moore and all these people in high positions who are probably associated. You see them taking pictures with the Pope. They're all part of the club, folks. What's his name? Billy Graham, Joel Osteen, Benny Hinn. All these people are peas in the pod, getting pictures with the Pope and getting their reward in this life. Now, here's some dialectics with the Pope. Again, at the time of this video, he's still not dead. I think he's dead, but I think they're milking it like crazy. Pope's condition remains stationary on the 27th day in hospital, Vatican says. I have a hunch, and some people have said this as well, that he might pass away on the 33rd day of the hospital, because they're going to, flag that as a Freemason type of thing. And it would be great fodder for all the people who are believing that Francis is a Freemason and the Jesuits, are control of the church. Of course, the Jesuits have been, doing their own thing since they got reinstated in the 1800s, early like 1814 or whatever. But if he does pass away, or I should say, if they announce his passing away on the 33rd day, or something like 322, where it's like skull and bones, I'd be curious to see how they play that off. That's what I want to see, is how they play that, and they play into the conspiracy, quote unquote, of the Freemasons taking over the Catholic Church, that kind of thing. So we'll have to watch this. Pope Francis' condition remained stationary on Wednesday, with tests confirming his improvement according to the Vatican. Yada, yada, yada. Chest x-ray seems fine. He's doing better. Now he's doing worse. Now he's doing better. Now he's doing worse. Now he's doing better. Now he's got a virtual, message for you, and then he's saying this, saying that. So we'll see how it goes. But he doesn't have too much longer to go. And that's the point. The point is that this is now going to create a vacuum for the Catholic Church to have a dialectic, which is just in time for all this other stuff with the deep church coming up, ecumenical stuff happening. A lot of stuff is really intersecting, and it's really mind-numbing to have your finger on all these different dialectics, but nevertheless, they're happening one at a time. So this is, somebody sent me this, the SPARS pandemic, 2025 to 2028, a futuristic scenario for public health risk communicators. So they got this whole thing planned out. John Hopkins Center for Health Security, project team, blah, 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 all these people. I just want to read, there was a little section on here that was like, they're fantasizing about how this would go down. Scenario purpose. The following narrative comprises a futuristic scenario that illustrates communication dilemmas concerning medical countermeasures, MCMs, that could plausibly emerge in the not-so-distant future. Its purpose is to prompt users, both individually and in discussion with others, to imagine the dynamic and oftentimes conflicted circumstances in which communications around medical countermeasures development, distribution, and uptake takes place. While engaged with a rigorous simulated health emergency scenario, readers have the opportunity to mentally rehearse responses while also weighing the implications of their actions. At the same time, readers have a chance to consider what potential measures implemented in today's environment might avert comparable communication dilemmas or classes of dilemmas in the future. So you have this whole thing planned. It's so sick to me that they have this thing planned out with scenarios. And you'll see, like, if we scroll down, there was, these are fake. These are fake things, but they're mocking this as like, here's what it would happen. And like, let's get really creative. Like, let's get some headlines going. The third death in a week due to unknown illness in Twin Cities. They have the date, October 17th, 2025. So we'll see. They have like Twitter posts, I think. Like, look at this from the CDC. Like, these people are so sick, man, that they would plan something out so in depth. And of course, they did this with COVID. So we'll have to see what they do with this particular thing, if they're actually going to, launch another scamdemic. So, conclusion from all these things, like I said before, Trump knows exactly what he's doing. He's not stupid. Trump is not just passing tariffs and then realizing, oh, this doesn't work, and then backtracking and just being this chaotic person. No, he knows exactly what he's doing. It is typical hot, cold manipulator gaslighting to create uncertainty in the marketplace, which creates panic selling, which crashes the market, which eventually leads to people, the rich people, buying up whatever's left and having it for themselves. And so this is just a reportioning of the economy because, again, they need the elites, they need the technocratic elites to control this image of the beast. The image of the beast is going to be an oligarchy of technocrats who own everything, the kings of the earth. And they're going to fire all these bureaucrats, replace it with AI. You'll have a group of people that are very loyal and part of the club. And the people who own all the assets are going to be, a handful of people, of billionaires that are the kings of the earth. And those people are going to pledge their power to the papacy. So it's all coming to a head. And this is just part of the plan. America is, again, the center of the world economy. So whatever happens here affects everywhere else. And you can see the point is to get these dialectics going. Oh, well, you're going to tariff us. We'll tariff you, and back and forth. And who's the one who gets the short end of the stick out of that equation? Well, it's you and I. It's the average person. It's the third world countries. It's all these people who are dependent on these systems. So, it's really silly. The Q-Trumpers will say that this is necessary, to bring in Jassara, the Saint Germain, economic prosperity system, which is just, it's just so stupid because the Bible warns you of this in such plain language. You won't be able to buy or sell. That means you need to have a digital system, folks. And people marveling after the beast are marveling because there's everything provided for them. You don't marvel if you're in a communist dystopia. You marvel if you are in a comforting golden age and you get everything taken care of. So the Bible warns you about these things. You have to pay attention. The dialectics in the Middle East are also continuing the plan forward. They took out Assad. With Zionist Israel, the dark, now there's room for all these gangs to go in and terrorize people and kill Christians, and now Islam can be the enemy, the big bad boogeyman, which they're going to use to justify more propaganda against the Muslims, probably go to war with Iran, so on and so forth. Remember that Zionism and radical Islam have to be annihilated. Those are the two extremes. And they were necessary for a while to move the plan forward, but now that's ready to expire, so it's okay, time to annihilate these two extremes. So that you have the moderates in the middle that are open to prosperity, seductions, reforms, charismatic influences, cross-pollination, etc., etc. This means that all the revolutions they caused since World War II, they need to be reversed. One example is Iran. I have a Persian friend who grew up in Iran, And we used to talk about this stuff, how MI6, Mossad, CIA, Jesuits, all these people fomented revolutions in these places and turned Iran into what it is now. Iran used to be a very, not liberal, woke kind of place, but they were very Renaissance-y kind of place. Iran was very, very different before the revolutions, before they put the Ayatollahs in. And so now they're undoing that, and they need a precedent to do that. So, oh, look, Iran's doing all these things. Muslims are doing all these things. The next step is going to be war with Iran. They have to have some sort of dialectic with Iran. Iran has to collapse. How that's going to happen, who knows what kind of combination between infiltration and revolutions, but nevertheless, it has to collapse. Just like it collapsed the first time when it was a very prosperous place. Now it collapsed into, radical Islam, Ayatollah. Now they're going to collapse that and bring it back to, the mother church and basically have a charismatic revival there. There's a lot of charismatic stuff happening in Iran, which is very interesting. Jesus revolutions are happening in Iran. I've covered those before. So these things are just brimming under the surface, just like China is having their Catholic and their Protestant population brimming under the surface, ready for a resurrection there. These things are all just brimming and brimming and brimming, and pretty soon they're going to pop, and the world will pledge its power to the beast. You can also see the deep church dialectic coming to the surface alongside these things. So these are just the beginning. I anticipate in the next few years we'll see a lot of these things come to pass and come to the surface. As far as the SPARS pandemic, I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I wouldn't put it past them to do something like that, but I'm wondering how the heck they would do it, because people are awake to those things, right? People, especially after COVID, you're not going to pull another COVID. So that'll be interesting to see how they run these shenanigans, because they have to do something, right? I mean, they have to have some outlet for their desire to keep killing people off, especially more liberals, and in putting these jib jabs into everything. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to watch those things, but either way, the point is this: these things are happening all the time, and the important question to ask yourself is, where does this lead? How does this relate to the trajectory of history? How does this relate to my two witnesses of Scripture and history, of what they say about the future? How does this all relate? Everything is a path, not a point. You have to get in the habit of, when you see something, to say, where does this go? And start training your mind to extrapolate, right? When you see a situation, to extrapolate. And so you can start to train your discernment, not just to discern whether something is a lie or a truth, but there's a level of discernment of being able to see something where it's going to go, right? Where it's going to lead. It's like being pragmatic, right? That's the level of discernment where you're seeing the future. And it's not like prophesying, but you're seeing, okay, where is this going to go? So learn to train that sixth sense, because it's very valuable, and it will help a lot in discussing these things with your friends. Now, speaking of dialectics, onward to part 5, the Jews. All right, well, welcome to part 5 on the Jews. One of the major dialectics in the coming year and afterward is going to be with the Jews. And that dialectic will continue until the very end, because once the Jews are converted, that dialectic is going to be turned on you as a Sabbath keeper, and you will be called a Judaizer and, a legalist and whatever else. So all of the things that you're seeing documented in these presentations about the Jews and all the hatred toward the Jews will be applied to you when you associate yourself with them, even though you're not associating yourself with them, by keeping the Sabbath. That's something to remember. What they've done with Zionism needs to be reversed, because the plan is ready to go. It's time for Zionism to come to an end. And I've talked about this quite a bit. I don't know if they're going to build a third temple. If they do, to what extent are they going to play that narrative? Is it going to be, hologram of Jesus coming down? Are they going to do a Armageddon mock-up? I really don't know. What matters is that the narrative is going to be flipping on the Jews very shortly. It's already flipping. And you'll see today more and more of these influencers, we'll highlight Charlie Kirk specifically, are flipping from being pro-Israel and more moderate to now they're joining the echo chamber of voices against Israel. And when that reaches critical mass, Trump will flip as well, I believe, and change his stance also. You saw from the introductory clips already some hints of that, and you'll see more of that today. There's a underground yet very large movement of people who know the truth about all these Zionist, ugly Zionist things. Okay, there are many ugly Zionist things. The Jewish power structure. Unfortunately, they stop there, and that's the problem. They stop there. They don't move beyond that to understand the even bigger picture. Because again, historically, folks, the Jews were nobody for 1,500 years up until the Reformation, and the Jesuits decided that they needed to, make the prophecies, about the Jews rather than about the church, because obviously if it's about the church, then you know who the Antichrist power of the earth is. So for 1,500 years, the Jews were hated and pogroms, and, of course, they had some influence a little bit here and there with usury, and they had interest, but the Jews were hated. People knew, about the Jews. They outlined them in society. They knew if you're a Jew, okay, like I'm not going to do business with you, or I'd be very skeptical, that kind of thing. The Jews were nobody. And then suddenly you had the need to weaponize the Jews because they had to invert the prophecies. And then pretty soon, 100 years after that, 200 years, you had the Rothschilds, which are just Jesuits dressed up as Jews. And the rest is history. And the people who look into these things, they know their history, they know, facts, but they don't go the bigger picture. They don't see the bigger picture as to who actually created Zionism and for what purpose. The Jesuits created Zionism. And the Jesuits are also collapsing Zionism as we speak. So these things are very important, but the point is this: the sooner the Jews convert, the sooner they're going to be able to enforce the mark and demonize you for not obeying. So watching the Jews and what happens with the Jews and what happens with these various pundits as they gradually get more anti-Jewish is very important as a barometer for how close we are to this image of the beast coming to life. Because remember, one of the pillars of the image of the beast is what? I'll say them again: kingdoms, monarchs, anti-Jewish, and the union of religion and state. This is what you saw for well over 1,000 years in the Holy Roman Empire. And we are returning to that because the beast is not a new beast, it's a resurrected beast. That means it's going to get back to where it was. And a big part of that was a lot of demonization of the Jews. Now, again, I'm not saying the Jews are innocent by any means, because people had their reasons why they didn't like the Jews and they kicked them out of countries. But nevertheless, that also set a precedent for Sabbath-keeping Christians and being persecuted for keeping the Sabbath and standing on God's word. So, without further ado, let's start with Charlie Kirk. This is from Mother Jones. Now, again, some of these are liberal and they're telling on each other. So this is from a year ago. I want you to see how this progressed. This is from February of 2024. We'll look at something from June, and I think something also from around that time, like in August. So throughout the last year, and all of this started, let me just preface again, all of this started with Israel, being attacked, quote unquote, which of course we all know was staged. It was like their own version of 9/11. So all of this was staged, and of course real people died, but it was staged in order to justify what's happening. But now Israel is on, the social media platform. It's on the stage, and everybody's talking about Israel. And ever since then, over the process of them doing all these heinous and horrible things to Gaza, which is so obviously evil, what has that done? That has galvanized people like Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, so on and so forth, who are very clear about their position. Of course, they know some truth about it, and they're not wrong in some of those things, because there are many horrible things that Zionists have done throughout the last 100 years or so. But, of course, it's also weaponized. Remember, the devil uses truth to weaponize it against you and to deceive you. So, Charlie Kirk specifically, in the last year, you'll see that he has gradually moved from one side of the equation to now he's a little closer and closer and closer to the other side of the equation. And this is the formula for every one of them. They start in a particular place, they move, and eventually they come to where they need to be. Sometimes it's a little quicker, sometimes it's a little slower. This is the point. Everybody has a particular position. And again, what it all boils down to, what it will boil down to, is either head or the hand. You're going to have pundits that are speaking from the head perspective, meaning believe in these things, adopt them because they're true, they're this or that. You're going to have people that are speaking from the hand perspective. Oh, these things are good for you. There's benefits. There's this and that. This is the two echo chambers that are coming in the near future to a neighborhood near you. But let's read. This is from Mother Jones. Again, eat the meat, spit the bones. In 2012, Charlie Kirk deferred his acceptance to Baylor University to found Turning Point USA and establish himself as a young conservative whisperer who could convince his peers of the wonders of capitalism. In early 2016, the organization's website argued that through nonpartisan debate, dialogue, and discussion, Turning Point USA believes that every young person can be enlightened to true free market values. But as the group grew and set up more campus chapters, TPUSA was forced to adapt as Donald Trump's reactionary brand of populism took over the Republican Party. Kirk responded by spreading the MAGA gospel himself, traveling from school to school, epically dunking on any liberal students who tried to spar with him during Q&A. Yeah, those are easy wins, and that's exactly what the point was. But during question sessions on his 2019 campus speaking tour, Kirk repeatedly found himself facing critics from the right. Groypers, what acolytes of Nick Fuentes, the young white nationalists call themselves, showed up to pepper him with thinly veiled white supremacist Christian nationalist homophobic questions, sometimes even using explicit Nazi terms. In what became known as the Groyper Wars, Fuentes would watch live streams of the events and egg on his followers, who even published guides on 4chan and in the neo-Nazi website The Daily Stormer, on how to properly troll a Kirk Q&A. Dress nice, be polite, remain calm and cool, and do not ask questions related to, in parentheses, the Jewish question. At the time, Kirk was irritated, but he did not yield and refused to be dragged to the right by Groyper's leading questions. But more recently, Kirk appears to have shifted, embracing racist and white nationalist rhetoric and figures with little hesitation. In the past year, he's hosted a far-right and white supremacist figures in his podcast and has tweeted in support of whiteness, earning praise from the white supremacists who have long campaigned to mainstream such rhetoric. In October, he invited veteran white supremacist Steve Saylor, whose bona fides include writing for an overt white nationalist nationalist publications, including VDare and Un's Review, on his podcast. During their interview, Kirk called Saylor his favorite noticer, a word frequently used in internet conservative spaces as a euphemism for individuals willing to publicly draw bigoted conclusions linking race and criminality. Saylor did exactly this during their conversation, insinuating that black people commit crimes because of innate characteristics. Quote, blacks tend to commit murder about 10 times as often as per capita as whites. It's not just all explained by poverty. Steve, what you're doing is so important, Kirk gushed. In January, Kirk hosted Curtis Yarvin, a neo-reactionary anti-egalitarian who has described slavery as a natural human relationship and argued the biological roots of intelligence vary between populations. Remember Curtis Yarvin from a couple episodes ago and Dark Enlightenment, how all these people are just enamored with his ideas? And he's a Jew, atheist Jew, inspiring supposedly technocratic religious people like Peter Thiel, who proclaim to be Catholic. I mean, it's just one big synagogue of Satan, folks. Moving on. He has tried to walk such claims back. While Kirk seemed uncomfortable when Yarvins expressed his affinity for monarchy, he mostly remained effusive and praised his guest for, quote, thought-provoking ideas that I love. Others associated with Turning Point USA are also giving voice to white supremacist positions. In a tweet last week, right-wing internet figure Jack Posobiec, a TPUSA contributor with his own history of ties to white nationalists, slammed Nikki Haley's financial backers as rootless cosmopolitans, an established anti-Semitic euphemism, while arguing the same moneyed class wrote the recent failed immigration bill. When asked for comments, TPUSA spokeswoman Andrew Colvett pointed to a tweet about a pro-Israel event that had been hosted by one campus chapter. Just a few years ago, Kirk was not the type of conservative who would give space to far-right figures like Yarvin and Saylor. His Twitter feed focused on espousing the neoliberal conservatism that had been the dominant strain of right-wing ideology since Reagan. Now, really quick pause. Do you remember Reagan? Also, around that time, what you had? You had the moral majority. You had these other things like the one that Alex Jones was part of, the John Birch Society or whatever. There's so many of these types of things. The Heritage Foundation. These things are designed to shape the culture, and you have a bunch of them, And whichever one works, they're also good for recruiting people. And this is how they start. They start with something that's more political and economic, and then they move slowly into morality. Charlie Kirk started with like a generic economic, capitalistic viewpoint. He was a Judas goat designed to shepherd a particular section of the audience. Then he slowly moved more and more. Recently, he's been talking about the Sabbath, which of course will be interesting to see once he goes full on against Israel, how he's going to flip on the Sabbath. My guess is that he's probably going to come to acknowledge Sunday, because he has to acknowledge Sunday. And because he's been talking about the Sabbath quite a bit. He's like, oh, I keep the Sabbath. I'm super, I keep it from Friday sundown to, I think, Sunday morning or something anyway. He has his own way of doing it. But, he keeps the Sabbath, but he keeps it like the Jews, which it'll be interesting to see how he reconciles that once he goes anti-Jewish. But I see him accepting Sunday sacredness, admitting that he was wrong. And now all the people that he was speaking to about the importance of the Sabbath and the people that he rallied together, now all these people can come along, just like Russell Brand flipped on all of his conspiracy theory people and health people into now he's preaching Catholic dogma. And RFK basically flipped on Trump, and now he brought everybody to MAGA. So these people are Judas goats, folks. They're Judas goats, and it's time to bring the sheep to the sheep pen. And so it'll be interesting to see, again, what Charlie Kirk does with the Sabbath, but he has to acknowledge Sunday, so we'll see how that one rolls out. Nevertheless, while Turning Point USA went viral for touching third rails on race, as one chapter did in 2017 for an affirmative action bake sale, offering differently priced baked goods to different races, they often retreated, firing employees or exercising members who went too far into extremism. In 2019, for example, the organization severed ties with the student ambassador after she appeared in a photo with white nationalists. But today, Kirk and his organization no longer seem to care. Indeed, they are starting to say that the kinds of things that they use to cut ties with people over. Jared Holt, a researcher at the Institute for Strategic Dialogue who focuses on hate and extremism, has noticed the organization's increasing willingness to go there. Quote, "You'd see them dip their toe in it," Holt said. They would talk about demographic shifts, but say it was about voter turnout instead of it being about white America. At some point, it seems likely that they gave up doing that. Kirk's Twitter feed has matched this shift. Between 2016 and 2019, Kirk sent dozens of tweets praising free markets, calling them a cure to poverty, which brings out the best in individuals, the thing that builds our cities, and so on. These tweets fizzle out by 2020. In that same time period, he tweeted about whiteness just once in response to a 2018 New York Times story where when Kirk seemed to affect a form of racial blindness in response to an article on white women's privilege by complaining that the left is obsessed with race. And the Times writer use of the term whiteness was highly racist. But in the past year, Kirk has this is 2024, so 2023 to 2024, Kirk has shifted from fetishizing free markets to fetishizing whiteness, authoring tweets on how whiteness is great, that there is an undeniable war on the white people in the West, and about various innovations like owning property and abolishing slavery that he claims you can thank the white European for. This is like white Israelite logic. Now, if you remember, there's two types of white Israelites. There's the kinds that are pro-Israel and there are kinds that are against. I wonder which kind is going into his mind. If you search Kirk's tweets for mentions of white, you'll find a similar transition. Prior to 2020, the majority of our mentions of the White House. After 2020, they tend to refer to white people or rail against perceived instances of anti-white bias. The far right has been approvingly watching Kirk's overtures. His tweets praising whiteness and European heritage are often mobbed by gleeful replies from groypers claiming victory for their racist politics. Fuentes himself even reposts Kirk's war on white people tweet to brag about how it was a testament to how thoroughly groypers have taken over the conversation. And in January, Jeremy Carl, a senior fellow at the Claremont Institute, a think tank that has tried to provide intellectual ballast to the far right, tweeted in praise of Kirk's platforming of Saylor and Yarvin, saying that Kirk, quote, arguably the most influential leader for young conservatives, is quietly expanding the range of voices that can be heard on the mainstream right, and it's great to see. Really quick pause. Do you remember the Overton window that we looked at last time? That's the point. They got to move the Overton window from the, acceptable to the unthinkable or whatever. Kirk's sway with young conservatives is harder to parse than Carl suggests, but his reach is certainly far wider than those of people like Fuentes. even if the Turning Point base lacks the Groyper's reverence and fervor. But despite his prominence, it might be better to see Kirk not as an influencer, but as a window into shifting right-wing permission structures. TPUSA has very deep pockets, which makes them adopting this rhetoric more consequential than your random internet personality shock jock, Holt said. Indeed, if someone has as reliant on right-wing mega donors and as connected to the top of the party as Kirk is, can say these things with little internal pushback, it's probably because the bigwigs are fine with it in private. Yeah, because he has his orders and his script. Turning Point USA took in some $80 million in donations last year, a $20 million increase from 2021. Kirk purchased a $4.7 million estate in Scottsdale, Arizona in 2023. The year before the Groyper Wars, Kirk faced a similar public humiliation when he interviewed Tucker Carlson at a Turning Point USA conference. And the then Fox News host spent most of the 50 minutes mocking Kirk for his free market tendencies. When Kirk tried to establish that it's not the state's role to incentivize or de-incentivize individual behavior, Carlson laughed at him and dryly said, hilarious. If you start with these inflexible theories, Carlson said minutes later, talking about Kirk's libertarian-esque rejection of regulation, you wind up with where we are now, in a country where a small number of people are taking all the spoils and you guys are shafted. Tucker, we're not getting shafted, Kirk responded. Carlson cocked his head back and laughed. The crowd laughed with him. Online commenters crowed. Embarrassing effort, Charlie, one wrote. Nationalism really throws both leftists and rightists for a loop. Great job by Tucker as always. A spokesman for Kirk insists he is not a white supremacist, nor is he making overtures to them. Kirk might have spent the day arguing back, but this June, Kirk hired Blake Neff, who had spent years as a key producer and writer on Carlson's Fox News show, helping spread his nationalist politics. Everything he's reading off the teleprompter, the first draft was written by me, Neff once boasted, before he resigned from Fox in 2020 after he was caught posting misogynistic, homophobic, and racist content to an online forum. According to Media Matters, Kirk welcomed Neff to Talking Point USA during a live stream, saying, "We're honored to have Blake on our team. He's great." Last spring, Rolling Stone's Tim Dickinson documented Kirk's growing appreciation for Christian nationalism. But since then, Kirk has gone beyond that already extreme ideology to make his recent overtures to racist on the right. The reasons behind Kirk's ideological drift are unclear. Well, they're clear if you understand the art of war and how the trajectory of history is shaping up. He may be reacting to changes among the young GOP supporters. Many campus conservatives, the audience he's built a career claiming to represent, have also shifted to the right. Last year, I was able to find roughly 30 schools where Fuentes followers had taken over once mainstream conservative student groups. Andrew Colvett, a spokesman for both Kirk and Turning Point, insists Kirk is not a white supremacist, nor is he making overtures to them. I read this part. We reject the darkness of those far-right movements. It's negative and anti-human, he added, before defending TPUSA's record. It's critically important for observers not to conflate a legitimate and forceful pushback against radical Marxism with white nationalism. I mean, that part's true, but again, you can see the shift over time, and it's going to get even more and more. Similarly, Colvett argues Kirk's praise of whiteness is justified by the term being used as a pejorative by certain professors and others on the left. Colvett waved off Kirk's conversations with people like Saylor and Yarvin as an example of being, quote, willing to engage with forbidden topics. He's not endorsing everything they believe. Kirk might have agreed with everything Saylor said that interview, he added, but Saylor has also written a ton of things. It's not a wholesale endorsement of everything he's written. Even if you're uninclined to take him up in his word, Colvett is correct about at least one thing. Kirk is not the vanguard for the far right. But as a political operator, he sees value in adopting more of their positions. And the why doesn't much matter to the outcome. Either way, it moves the window of acceptable discourse to a space more favorable for extremists. I told Colvett this, and he disagreed. Yeah. So the Overton window is shifting, folks. We documented this quite a bit, and part of that Overton window is all these influencers like Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is one of many. And as you shift all these people, so does the Overton window start to shift, and eventually the unthinkable becomes policy. Charlie Kirk Turning Point connects, this is from Media Matters, and I believe this is also, June 20 of 24. So this is now a couple months later after that previous article. Charlie Kirk's Turning Point connects far-right extremists with the Republican National Committee and the Trump campaign. The Turning Point event this past weekend featured a number of extremists with at least two speakers using the phrase Christ is King an anti-Semitic dog whistle, long favored by the white nationalist Groyper movement. Yeah, what they mean by Christ is King is not what you and I would mean by saying Christ is King. Speakers at the People's Convention included right-wing pundit Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, Alex Jones, Jack Posobiec, all peas in a pod, folks. And this was just, 6 months ago, about 9 months ago, actually. So this is turning into a real movement, and that movement is very anti-Jewish. And of course, like I said, Charlie Kirk is moved from one side of the spectrum, being more economical and focused on economic policies and things like that, to now he's very much touting the same ideas as the more extreme people in the movement. Let's read. This is again from David Pakman show. Oh my gosh, and it's on Chipmunk. So this is an example of that. Now this is from 11 months ago, so it's, what is that, 3 minus 8, so it's around that time, that first article, or it's around March or April of last year. So all of this is from in the last year or so, a little less than a year ago.
Anti-Semitism, which is just typical playing on Jewish tropes of Jews all being complaining Woody Allen types, and that's literally what Charlie Kirk says about Larry David. Now, I just want to remind you, the reason that they are so angry with Larry David, season 1, 2, 3 of Curb, far less political. It was funny, Larry David's hilarious, Seinfeld, we love it. Now that Larry David is becoming much more political as the show winds down, Curb Your Enthusiasm, now they're furious. Now he's not funny, and now Charlie Kirk is playing up anti-Semitic tropes. Take a listen, and then we'll discuss this.
Man, he's really lost his fastball. That's Larry David, who used to be a really funny guy. People would ask, Charlie, do you watch Curb Your Enthusiasm? I never liked Larry David.
Right.
He is not the brains of the operation of Seinfeld. It's obviously Jerry or somebody else. He's a baby. He's sick. Larry David, you perfectly just showed us exactly what is going on tonight at this New York fundraiser. This is the Upper East crew. Tonight, around 4 or 5 p.m., you might as well just close down the streets. There will be a parade of these miserable Upper East Side zealots that have a lot of money. The lords of easy money, connected to Wall Street, hedge fund, titans of all sorts of industry. And they're just going to go right down Park Avenue. They're going to go right down Fifth Avenue to the New York City Radio Hall to have in their own mind a religious experience. Tonight is essentially group therapy. Tonight is essentially $100,000, $250,000 for group therapy. Be among the other mentally deranged people in New York that live very shallow lives. What's really interesting is it's obvious that ever since Donald Trump came on the scene, Larry David is not as happy of a person as he once was. He's really never been that happy. I think he's an atheist. He's snarky. He's your typical kind of New York Woody Allen type that is constantly complaining and is, thinks he could be really funny. By the way, that clip, he's a baby.
These are all coded anti-Semitic tropes.
So obviously there's, a lens that this particular David Pakman has as well. But the point is this. The point is that Charlie Kirk is moving in a particular direction. He's not standing still, is he? He's moving in a particular direction. And this is what they do, folks. Again, the devil counterfeits what God does. God provides witnesses, right? There's witnesses for something, and the more witnesses there are, the more established something is. So the devil is creating his own false witnesses for his own counterfeit situation. People like Nick Fuentes, who are super hardcore extreme, that's where they want society to go. They want a bunch of eunuch papal boys that are loyal to the Pope and are calling for your head the moment that you disobey, that are completely fanatical, completely extreme, completely off balance, and very easy to manipulate and control. That's where they want to go. But that's insanity. The Overton window, that's the unthinkable, right? So we need to get that, we need a couple steps to get through that. So you have other more moderate people like Charlie Kirk, like RFK that appear on the surface much more moderate. They're appealing to the broader range of people. And then you move those people a little bit warmer, a little bit warmer, a little bit warmer. Then you start having the more extreme people come to Charlie Kirk's show, and now they're kind of witnessing with each other and saying, oh, look, okay, we got these ideas that way. You're platforming each other, and now that gives those people credibility and then introduces them to a larger audience. So they cross-pollinate these things. And of course, all the meantime, all of these people are moving and moving and moving and dragging along the sheep with them into the sheep pen because they're Judas goats. So Charlie Kirk, the point of this is to document that, like many other influencers, Charlie Kirk is flipping against Israel. Again, it'll be interesting to see how he reconciles that with the Sabbath. But nevertheless, you see this rhetoric rising and rising. Here's one with Candace Owens, I think.
I saw today, all at the same time, Candace Owens appeared on Theo Von.
Well, why do you think there's such a strong relationship between the two?
Blackmail. Reason why we don't get to open the Epstein files, we don't get to open the JFK files.
I saw Ian Carroll on Joe Rogan.
When you really dig into Epstein, his entire network was Israel. And I was doing a 9/11 video on my YouTube, and I knew about the dancing Israelis conspiracy theory that is very much a real set of documents.
And I saw Andrew Tate on the Nelk Boys.
In Russia, it's Putin. In the Middle East, it's Islam. In Turkey, it's Erdogan. If you talk against them, you're going to get in a lot of trouble. Do you know what the American one is?
And this was maybe the funniest one. Andrew Tate said, in every country, there are certain groups or people you're not allowed to criticize. He said, what do you think it is in the United States? And the Nelk Boys say, the Dems?
What, speaking out against the Dems?
Yes. The Democrats? Joe Biden? Anyway, and Andrew Tate goes, no.
Speaking out against the Jews. If you speak out against the Jews in America, you're going to get in a lot of trouble.
And I wake up every day and the red pill has gone mainstream. I saw today.
The red pill has gone mainstream. Now remember, the red pill is not the truth. It's a counterfeit discernment pill. It's a counterfeit truth. They give you a little bit of the truth to make you feel like you're exercising discernment. But in reality, you're actually just crossing over from one side of the dialectic to the other. That's the profound thing about it, because there is truth to these things. There are truth. That's why they have power, because they have some truth. The red pill has some truth, but the red pill also has some poison. If you have 2 cups of water, they look the same. They smell the same. They taste the same, because poison, especially really, effective poison, doesn't have any flavor or anything. But one of them has a drop of, thallium or arsenic or whatever else, and the other one doesn't. It's not the water, the 99% water that's the same between them, that is the problem. It's what makes them different that makes the issue. Do you understand? It's the thing that's different that's important. So how do you know that's different? Well, you have to have discernment, because there's right and almost right. And this is the problem. The red pill it has some truth, but the red pill also has a lot of poison. And it gives you a false sense of discernment, that you're exercising discernment, and you're walking in truth when in fact you're walking straight towards the New World Order. Oh boy, what a time to be alive, huh? This is from another Instagram thing. Breaking, a hardcore Zionist has been put in charge of the JFK 9/11 and Epstein files. Oh, it can't get more obvious. It really can't. At this point, I hope it's obvious to you. And Anna Paulina Luna, a rabid Zio who changed her name to hide her Jewish heritage, has been put in charge of declassifying JFK, RFK, MLK, and Epstein. Game over. Trump sold America out. There you go. Blame the Jews, folks. Blame the Jews. There she is. Jews, we have investigated ourselves and determined that we did nothing wrong. She's a Messianic Jew. Republican Anna Paulina Luna claims she was raised with Jewish. Some relatives question that and say her grandfather fought for the Nazis. So there's this whole dialectic thing. And they're exposing her and everything else. And it's like, okay, again, what is the point of this? Where does this go? Where does this go? She receives money from AIPAC, $12,600 received from pro-Israel lobby. What's this other one say? Yeah, same thing. $12,600 received from AIPAC. Israel, we stand with you. We're praying for your safety. So yeah, by way of deception, thou shalt do war. That's a little logo of the Mossad. So the fact that this is being exposed, I mean, you have to, again, remember context. If anybody were mentioning any of this like 10 years ago, no way, not on mainstream, not on social media. Of course, now social media has really taken over. It is the media. So that's an interesting thing. But they're doing this on purpose because the Jews are going to be the fall guys. Cash deletes promise of Epstein transparency. This is from J Slay USA on Instagram, from the National File. FBI Director Cash made an X post talking about the new era at the FBI, and in the original post he said this: "There will be no cover-ups, no missing documents, and no stone left unturned, and anyone from the prior or current bureau who undermines this will be swiftly pursued." Show more. Okay. And what else did you? The FBI is entering new. Okay, so blah, blah, blah. So the parts that were removed was this: anyone from the prior or current bureau who undermines this will be swiftly pursued and brought to justice. If there are gaps in the Epstein investigation, we'll find them. So the new post is eliminating these things. Let's see. What's the new post? Yeah, let's see. Compare these two. And anyone, okay. And anyone from the prior current bureau who undermines this will be swiftly pursued. Doesn't say brought to justice. If there are gaps, and they took out the Epstein stuff, we will find them. So this is one of those things where it's like, the surface level is that it's a psyop. Oh my gosh, Kash Patel deleted that, and there's this Zionist, psyop. That is the first level. You have to learn to sniff these out and say, okay, that's what they want me to think. So now go a level deeper, which is that they're doing these things because the next dialectic is with the Jews. Do you understand? These people are all secret society members, folks. They know exactly what they're doing. They get their orders. And it's just like those clowns that are recording the 23 senators doing what they're doing to discredit their own party so that it can collapse. And basically, they have their reward. They don't care. They're not loyal to anybody but their bellies. So this is the same thing. These people do what they're told because the next thing is to bring this movement of anti-Israel to the surface. So of course they're going to do all these obvious things like take out, I'm not going to play this because it's got a expletive in it, but anyway, of course they're going to do these things to make it so obvious and slap you across the face with all this Jewish Zionist stuff so that it infuriates more and more conservatives and the tide turns. This is exactly what they did with the liberal narrative. They're doing it with the Zionist narrative. Again, from J Slay USA, this is a thing about the Scofield Bible. The Scofield Reference Bible gave countless readers a framework for understanding prophecy. It has shaped modern Christian views on Israel, creating Christian Zionist support that continues to this day. Tim LaHaye, author of Left Behind. Of course, we've exposed these things quite a bit, and the Scofield Bible is being exposed, and that is important because the Scofield Bible was the main driving theological book for the last 80 years. Of Protestant America, for the most part. Of course, it wasn't the only thing, but it's so obvious. This is titled, It's Getting So Obvious.
So in this video you're about to see, Benny Johnson asks Matt Gaetz, why is the world's foremost pederast protected? Well, I think this conversation answers the question. It's because what these two guys won't say that we all know is true. You guys are protecting him.
Why is the world's foremost pederast protected? This makes no sense. Like this is like evil, right? Like everyone agrees on. It's like you got a 99%
on Epstein. Bill Barr is the one that needs to be called in to give sworn testimony on what happened there at Bureau of Prisons, because that is not that. There's just no way that the story you're getting is the real story there. No freaking way, and Bill Barr knows it. I actually think that on Epstein, it was a foreign government that took him out. I don't think it was a domestic enterprise.
Really?
I do. I'm not going to say which one, but I don't think it
But you know which one it is.
It was domestic inspired to take out him. I think that was a foreign operation, government sponsored.
So foreign operation took out Epstein inside of our prison.
Yes.
So they must have been allowed to.
Oh, I think it was in concert with people in our government, but not at like some low level guard getting bribed kind of way.
Yeah.
At a state to state level.
So wow. So that's probably a lot of partied interests in keeping that under wraps.
You better believe it. Weapon systems at play, global deals at play.
Interesting.
So in this video, you're about...
Now, Jay says it's getting so obvious, and that's the point, folks. This is the part that a lot of people who are waking up to all of these things don't see, that they need to see. That it is obvious. The point is for it to be obvious. And remember, again, use what happened with the left as a template. What happened with the left was what? It got more obvious and obvious and obvious and obvious. It just got in your face. Look, look, look. Men and women's sports. Tranny time story hour with your kids. Giant, 50-year-old men, hairy men in bikinis playing with your children. I mean, it got so ridiculously obvious that it forced a reaction on the opposite side. This is exactly what's happening to this. It's not there yet. It's not there yet, but it is getting there. It is getting there if you have eyes to see. And that means that we are at the end of the end, because the Jews will be converted and the ones that don't will be demonized, and you along with them. Just as it was, 1700 years ago when they told you not to Judaize on the Sabbath. But work and fast, make the Sabbath a burden. Here's true news.
Islamic terrorism is the most urgent national security threat in America. Really? She doesn't believe it. Her mouth had to say what her brain knew was not true. But that's the only way she could become national intelligence director.
Before anyone accuses us of just issuing some kind of propaganda by Algerminer here, we have her on tape. We have her talking to Fox News and admitting that the biggest threat that we have is that it's those radical Muslims, Rick. They're out to get
They're everywhere. They're trying to kill us, trying to chop off our heads. Don't go outside.
Joe Biden once said that white supremacy was the single greatest terrorist threat to our homeland. What do you feel is the greatest threat to?
Pay attention to this, because this is a great example of multiple layers of psyops. I'm going to let him speak and then we'll comment on it.
To the American people's safety.
We look at the last 4 years of open borders, where we had tens of millions of people come across our borders, many of whom we don't know who they are or what their intentions are. And very specifically, the threat of radical Islamist terrorism here within our country is higher than it's ever been before, not only because of President Biden's open borders, but because of his and his administration's fear of being called Islamophobes. They took their attention and our resources away from that threat and once again pointed it at our fellow Americans.
But we've seen this before, haven't we?
Oh, seen this same thing over. So Tulsi Gabbard was forced to say it.
It's easy to hate Muslims, isn't it?
It is.
They're over there.
But it's
weird, they're strange.
But Doc, it's to prepare you to kill Arabs. Okay, they're telling you now our greatest national security threat are Arabs.
Not Chinese infiltrating every telephone in America.
No, it's just Arabs. So what do we got to do? We're getting ready to go kill Arabs, starting with 2.5 million Palestinians.
Right. And then while we're at it, let's go to Iran too.
U.S. Intel chief.
Yeah. So what are the multiple layers of psyops? Well, you have the dummy psyop, which is Joe Biden saying that white supremacists are a threat to obviously that is like the very surface level, nonsense one designed to infuriate you and go to the right. But then in the right, you have the dialectic of, well, Islam is the greatest threat or whatever else. And of course that it's like, really? And that pushes you even more to the right to realize, wait a minute, this whole pro-Israel thing is really a problem, and it's been a problem for the last 80 years because there's a Zionist power structure in the United States and so on and so forth. And it's been a liberal agenda and so on and so forth. There's a lot to talk about with that. So these things are multiple layers. Do you see how each one points you in a different direction? So the first one, white supremacism, is designed to be so obviously stupid that it's not true, that it points you in towards the conservative party. Once you wake up from that, you go to the conservative route and you realize, oh, that whole liberal thing was really stupid. But then the liberal thing, there's a dialectic between pro and anti-Israel. And of course, now with all the Muslim stuff happening, it's coming more to the surface. So it's making people talk about this stuff. Well, what's really the problem? Is it really the Muslims or is it the Jews? And this is the thing that's boiling over to the surface more and more, especially as these paid actors are following their lines and doing what they're supposed to do to basically bring it to the forefront. Meanwhile, you have Trump vows to lead the charge to unseat GOP Representative Massey. President said Monday he will lead the charge to oust Thomas Massey for his refusal to support Republicans' government funding bill. A doctrine libertarian, Massey has been a persistent thorn in the side of both Trump and the House Speaker Mike Johnson by defecting on key votes and imperiling major GOP legislation. Congressman Thomas Massey of beautiful Kentucky is an automatic no vote for just about everything, Trump said in a post on Truth. Trump said Massey should be primaried, and I will lead the charge against him. He compared the Kentucky Republican to Liz Cheney, the Republican former January 6th committee member who he helped oust. But Trump has previously tried unsuccessfully to oust Massey, who signaled on Monday that he is not afraid of another Trump-backed primary challenger. 3 times I've had a challenger who tried to be more MAGA than me. None busted 25% because my constituents prefer transparency and principles over blind allegiance, said Massey. Massey has said he will oppose the short-term government spending measure because it keeps the federal funding at 2024 levels without enshrining the cuts Doge has made. So Trump is weaponizing, again, the same dictatorial things that you see everywhere, but there's more. People are commenting that the real this is again Jay Slay, shared by is it by Jay Slay? I think it is anyway. But the post is by Jay Slay, and it is basically this is the reason why Trump wants to primary Thomas Massey. Mm-hmm. And you go to track AIPAC and Thomas Massey, zero received from AIPAC, zero money received from AIPAC. So the people who are anti-Israel very much for this, right? They're for this guy, and they see part of the deception with this whole Jewish thing. And so what's that do? That creates a dialectic. It creates a dialectic between two groups, pro and against. And right now the pro is the mainstream, but against is the underdog. This is from, a friend of mine sent this to me. This is from the Donald. It's a bunch of tweets. It says, Church of Satan, Mosque of Satan, Synagogue of Satan. Visibility limited. This post may violate X's rules against hateful conduct. It's just, and people are waking up. This is from, like in the last year. So since the whole Israel attack, again, everything they do is designed to put the world stage is now where everything happens. It's always been that way. But now that they have social media, things can happen so quickly. So what they do is they put something in your face and they let the cattle talk about it left and right, left and right, left and right. This is how the dialogue advances really, really quickly. The whole Israel thing and the Gaza thing was designed for many purposes. One of them was to ultimately expose the Zionist agenda. Because as the war basically caused such horrible tragedies, people now had to discuss it. And everything about the Jews was being exposed because people's eyes are on the Jews now. They're directing where you look as a, million-eyed creature, as a population. They're directing where you look. Look here, Paula White. What do you think about her? Oh, what do you think about this? What do you think about Israel? What do you think about that? And this is how they get the dialectic going. Meanwhile, there are influencers that are shaping and prodding the sheep to go in a particular direction while these things are being presented to you so that the dialectic can be formed. You see, it's a very, very elaborate operation. And if you're not aware of it, then it's very easy to be suckered into this stuff because, again, it feels like you're getting discernment. Oh, I just took the red pill on this thing. Well, what does that really mean? You got some discernment, but it's not real discernment because you got a little bit of truth with some error. That's why the narrow road is so narrow and why it's so important. Here's another video that's being promoted, but this stuff is nothing new. This stuff is coming out more and more, and it's not being hidden and banned anymore.
So said to Kennedy, you watch when Adolf Hitler begins bombing London and bombing towns in Britain like Boston and Lincoln, towns with their counterparts in the United States. You Americans will have to come in, won't you? You can't just stand aside and watch us suffering. But he knew from code breaking, he knew from reading the German Air Force signals, which we had broken on May 26, 1940, that Hitler had given orders that no British town was to be bombed. London was completely embargoed. German Air Force was allowed to bomb ports and harbors and dockyards, but not towns as such. And Churchill was greatly aggrieved by this, and he wondered how much longer Hitler could avoid carrying on war like this. But Hitler, as we know, carried on until September 1940 without bombing any English towns. The embargo stayed in force, We can see it in the German archives now, and we know from the code breaking of the German signals that Churchill was reading Hitler's orders to the German Air Force not on any account to bomb these towns. So there was no way that we could drag in the Americans that way unless we could provoke Hitler to do it. Which is why on August the 25th, 1940, Churchill gave the order to the British Air Force to go and bomb Berlin. Although the chief of the Bomber Command, Chief of Staff of the British Air Force, warned him that if we bomb Berlin, Hitler may very well lift the embargo on bombing British towns. And Churchill just twinkled, because it was what he wanted, of course. 9:15 that morning, he telephoned first in the Bomber Command himself to order the bombing of Berlin, 100 bombers to go and bomb Berlin. They went out to bomb Berlin that night, and Hitler still didn't move. Hitler ordered another raid on Berlin, and so it went on for the next 7 or 10 days, until finally on September the 4th, Hitler lost his patience and made that famous speech in the Sport Palace in Berlin, in which he said, "This madman has bombed Berlin now 7 times. If he bombs Berlin once more, then I shall not only just attack their towns, I shall wipe them out. Ich werde ihre Städte ausradieren." A very famous speech. Of course, German school children are now told about the Hitler speech. They're not told about what went first. They're not told how Churchill sent out deliberately to provoke the bombing of his own capital. And on the following day, Churchill ordered Berlin bombed again. And the result was the German Air Force started bombing the docks in London, the East End of London, finally the City of London and the West End on 6th and 7th of September 1940. And in September 1940, 7,000 Londoners were killed in the bombing as a result of Churchill's deliberate provocation. The files are there, the archives are there. No wonder Harold Macmillan didn't want my book published. So said to Kennedy, "You what?"
The stuff's coming out. It's coming out now, and it's not being suppressed. If you look at the comments, this was 2 days ago, the wrong side won. 1,168 likes. Another history lesson. Fire, fire, fire. This man made me go down the rabbit hole. England, Churchill were the bad guys. Yeah, Churchill was working for his Jewish masters, and his Jewish masters were secret society members, puppets of the Jesuits. It's all one connected secret society behind the shadows type of system, where on the front, you have things like the obvious, the Freemasons, the Illuminati, the Jews, whatever else, but it's much more complicated than that. And people stop at the Jews, but it's not the Jews. Watch my Synagogue of Satan series to understand the real meaning of that phrase. But this is coming out now. It's coming out. This is from Jason Stroup on Facebook. Strope. I have been wanting to address the subject since Trump and RFK both tweeted about this a week ago, proclaiming their true allegiance and goals and serving as the perfect little Zionist puppets. I've already addressed Trump's Zionist puppet history countless times, but this is the most concerning action against free speech since the Patriot Act and the NDAA, unless I'm forgetting something. Kidnapped, locked in a cage for speech. Gotcha. I wonder what other excuses the cult members will use to dismiss that. So for the best one I heard is that he is doing all of this to make him think he is on their side because Q is saving Israel for last, as the old psyop goes. Yeah. There is truth to this. I agree with this, that Trump is not that stupid. He's not a puppet of the Zionists, folks. No, he's not. He's a puppet of the Jesuits. He's a puppet of the Pope. He is going along and doing these things and being pro-Israel right now because the narrative has to be about bringing some sort of peace to the Middle East. But he's going to turn on the Jews, don't worry. And I'm not saying that because I believe Q or anything like that. Although, again, sometimes they reveal the method, so I think that definitely applies here. But this is the thing. People see these Zionist associations with Trump and they stop there. They say, oh, he's a Zionist because, the Jews rule the world. No. For the last 1,700 years, the Roman Empire has ruled the world. Of course, the Roman Empire before that was ruling, but I mean like the Holy Roman Empire, the Fifth Empire, which is the Catholic Church. Moving on. If the deranged Democrats did this, these people would gather their own militias to storm Washington, D.C., aka the United States Incorporated. There's about 50 pieces of media I'm attaching to this post, so make sure to scroll through everything. Something important to note about all this is that these people aren't even Semitic before anyone hurls some asinine accusations. A great post I saw earlier reads, well played, insert sarcasm. Once again, there are signs daily in our faces of freedoms being stripped subtly by one, the First Amendment, being attacked in America while their pervy friends run free. How is this even justified? This is just the beginning. They will eventually deem everyone breaking the law while corruption has its way. Just keep watching how this plays out. This is very highly disturbing for those who see and who understand where this is going. No-hide laws. Well, look, no-hide laws, yeah, they're there, but the Bible doesn't tell you that you're going to deal with a Zionist situation at the end. The Bible tells you that it's a resurrected papal power where people marveled after this institution as God on earth for over 1,200 years. Do you realize how much time that is? 1,200 years is like 6 times the history of the United States. 6 times. That's how long the Roman papacy was in power, as an absolute power, ruling with unquestioned authority as a God king, as the counterfeit presence of God on earth. You need to come to terms with that. There's no such thing as the Jews are in control. The Jews are just papal court Jews doing their biddings of their masters. But this is it. You know, this is the, I'm documenting this as the reaction of the conservative people who are awake and have discernment, but they're getting stuck on the Zionist thing. And this is the point. This post says Trump began arresting people for anti-Semitism before apprehending even one individual from Epstein. That, my friend, speaks volumes, doesn't it? We are cooked. He's bowing down to Netanyahu. Yeah. So there's a lot of this kind of stuff, and it's getting more obvious, just like that Jay Slay post. It's getting more obvious, isn't it? Now, this is a post about Zionism and Judaism.
Hi, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sure.
How would you react to Netanyahu's statement that the Jewish people are not occupiers in their own land, including in the eternal capital, Jerusalem?
Let me be clear. God is eternal. His word is eternal, and so are the Jewish people. Judaism forbids Zionism. The Jewish people never, ever sought to gain sovereignty of the Holy Land till the Zionist, godless founders hijacked our name. But it was never us. Our grandparents lived in the Holy Land in peace with their Arabic neighbors. They were friends and colleagues. Zionists wanted to create a Jewish nationality and destroyed it all to achieve it. Netanyahu, you did not represent us.
Thanks for the message.
Gosh, there's so much, even in just this short video. There's so much going on. The Jews, like the rabbis who are like traditional Orthodox rabbis, do not agree with Zionism. Zionism created a conflict where there was no conflict in the Middle East. So, it's a festering wound that they kept feeding with toxic, dialectics to keep it going. Why? Because, again, they needed to deceive Protestant America into this situation. They need to make the petrodollar strong. They need to have excuses to basically create all of these dialectics that you're seeing now and to ultimately bring people against the Jews. So all these people are pawns. You have to remember that you're living in a world ruled by all these things. But these people are all part of a schizophrenic system that is constantly cannibalizing itself. And the higher up you are, the more you know about the plan. But at any point in time, if you're not one of the top people, you could get sacrificed. If you just read The Art of War, you'll know it very plainly. The spies can get sacrificed at any point in time, and the people at the top who are at the very top, who are secret society members, 33rd degrees, 32nd degrees, they don't care. Their allegiance, they could be Catholic, they could be Jew, they could be, Orthodox, doesn't matter what you call me on the outside, because what matters is on the inside, the esoteric. For the average person, who you say you are, that's who you are. But for these people, they're double-minded, and that's what you have to remember. But it's very important to understand that they created Zionism as a way to shake things up there. And of course, that Zionism is now coming to an end. As a result, it's justifying Reformation in the United States through Doge, through all of these bureaucrats that need to be replaced. It's also justifying Reformation in the church by discrediting Protestantism and Protestants for being pro-Israel, where Israel's been nothing but problems for everybody in the last 80 years. So do you see the purpose? And now they're cashing in on that purpose. And now once they're going to get rid of the Zionists, the Jews are also the Orthodox Jews are going to be relieved. There's going to be peace in the Middle East. And then the charismatic revival will begin. It's really profound how they work all these agendas simultaneously. Here's some important history, Jewish and Christian history in Europe.
From the time Christianity started, Judaism and Christianity have been enemies, and they have had a lot of hatred and animosity towards each other.
Pay attention, Goyim.
And political and economic tension going back many centuries in Europe. This is something very few American Christians understand today, but it is absolutely the case. If you study European history from about 1900 going all the way back to the Roman Empire, you are going to see tremendous antagonism between Jews and Christians. Now, because Christians were the dominant society in Europe and Jews had a different type of way of worship, different laws, and a totally different belief system that was considered very hostile or even illegal under Christian law, Jews were being kicked out of Christian societies over and over and over throughout the entire Middle Ages. This happened over 1,000 times. This is not something you'll ever learn in history, but it is very true and very documented. So because Jews kept getting kicked out of communities of all sizes, from individual small city-states to large empires, Jews were getting kicked out over and over because of Christian law. As that happened, they kept getting pushed out, and they were able to finally congregate in that area of Eastern Europe where they were more or less allowed to live in peace. They still had a lot of tension with their neighbors and with the Christians that lived in that region, but they more or less settled in. And this was in the 16 and 1700s. Now, Russia at this time was a Christian monarchy, and a very powerful Christian monarchy. They definitely ran their empire according to very Christian values. That region of Eastern Europe was home to not just any Jews, but the Ashkenazi Jews, who were known to be the most hardcore in their belief systems. And they were known to be the ones who mostly promoted the most anti-Christian views. A lot of them were taken from the Talmud, which is a rather diabolical and anti-Christian book. And they had a lot of business practices that were considered to be very predatory and even outright criminal in many respects.
People are finding out. Of course, if you have studied any of these topics for a while, you know these things. But this is, a rabbi says Christians should be worshiping all Jews because we all die for their sins every day. Take this in and remember that this is a lie that is about to expire. And all of the hatred that you are going to see people are going to get for people like this, the devil's baiting people into hatred with all of the blasphemous things the Jews have done, with their Talmud, with their all the things that have done. He's baiting them into hatred so that he could bring nationalistic religion and back to the image of the beast.
I want to say this to our Christian friends, you know, just to call it as it is and say it straight out, you know, you guys are worshiping one Jew. That's a mistake. You should be worshiping every single one of us, because we all die for your sins every single day. And that's exactly what's going on here. Yeah. We're all God's firstborn, and we're dying for your sins right now because the Jewish people in the land of Israel are the bulwark against the orcs. Mm-hmm. Okay? The orcs are coming not to a theater near you, but to your home. I just want to say this to our Christians.
So people expose these people, these rabbis that are just so blatantly antichrist. And what you're seeing is like a real interview, and these people act this way because the Talmud is a very antichrist book. It's a very blasphemous book. That's what their religion is based on. But what the devil is doing with that truth is baiting people into such hatred that they will ignore the law of God at the end. Do you see how clever this is? People are going to hate the Jews so much that any mention of the Sabbath will seem like a societal sin. Like, oh, that must be wrong because the Jews are so evil and so bad. Do you see what the devil's done with the Jews? So this is a very important dialectic, and you have to be aware of it because it's coming to a neighborhood near you. This is a post. Oh, goodness. Get ready for some cringe.
And we don't judge.
She says, we listen and we don't judge.
On Shabbos, I am not allowed to turn on or off a light, but I can use this Shabbos lamp by simply lifting the shade or closing it because I am doing it manually. We listen and we don't judge. I cover my hair with hair because I'm a married woman. We listen and we don't judge. On Shabbos, I am not allowed to cook, and so I add hot water into 2 different vessels before adding my tea bag to make sure that the water is not hot enough to be classified as cooking. We listen and we don't judge. On Passover, I'm not allowed to eat bread. I'm not even allowed to own it, but I can sell it to somebody not Jewish, and after the holiday is over, I can buy it back. If you're interested in learning more about my life as an Orthodox Jew, I invite you to follow along. We listen.
Now, I made a comment on this. I said the Jews still thousands of years later think that they can outsmart God with rabbinic traditions, and it has like already 900 and something likes. So that tells you about the sentiments of these videos and how the populace is starting to see these things. Now, the reason I highlighted this to you, even though it's just for fun and entertainment, the real reason is this is what you're going to be associated with. Do you understand? This is what you're going to be associated with in a couple of years, 5 years, maybe 6 years, maybe 7 years, I don't know. But you'll be associated with this, maybe even sooner than that, when the culture starts to embrace the Eucharist, starts to embrace Sunday sacredness, when the mainstream has become anti-Israel and it's no longer pro-Israel. Just wait. Oh, just wait. The people that are seeing these videos and they're saying, look how ridiculous these Jews are, look how antichrist these Jews are. Once all that's been done, and that's the mainstream, and you are trying to rest on the Sabbath, and you're claiming that you're resting on the seventh day, not on the first day, and acknowledging all the Christians of the last 2,000 years, we'll read an article about that in the next section. You are going to be lumped into that. You're going to be lumped into that, and you'll be called a legalist. You'll be called a cult member. You'll be called a Judaizer. So you need to be prepared for that mentally and stand your ground. One more. Israel 365. This is an article that they aren't sure about the heifers anymore. Rabbi Azariah Ariel, the head of the Temple Institute's Red Heifer Project, recently gave a Hebrew language interview answering many of the questions concerning the project's recent developments. At this moment, it is unclear whether we have in our possession in Israel a red heifer that is verifiably kosher and suited for the ceremony. About 2 years ago, 5 excellent red calves were brought to Israel. They had been checked and certified in America as perfectly red, but several months later, after they arrived, they began to grow white hairs. Oh no. There is an ongoing discussion in the Temple Institute regarding their suitability about whether the proximity of the hairs to each other disqualifies the cows or not. A red heifer is an entire red female cow with no more than one non-red hair on its entire body. In the language of the Bible, red is not exclusively what we know today as red. It also includes brown and other similar shades of red. This excludes black. All of the hairs on its body must be the same color. The animal must also be 2 years and 1 month old. There can be no blemish, no holes in the ear, and it may never have carried a burden. While all the cows were once entirely red and later grew non-white hairs, they are occasionally inspected to determine whether the non-white hairs still remain. The question now is how to proceed. There are several essential questions that must be addressed regarding the cows themselves and other issues surrounding the issue of the temple and the temple service, Rabbi Ariel said. We are speaking with a wide range of rabbis and professionals about these issues we haven't dealt with in over 2,000 years. Rabbi Ariel noted that temple consciousness is strengthening in the public, and signs of this can be seen in the names of the children named after places and individuals associated with the temple and in the public discourse surrounding this issue. Awareness of the temple is even rising among Israel's enemies. Soldiers returning from Gaza spoke of pictures of the Dome of the Rock in their homes, and many expressed a desire to hang pictures of the temple in their homes. This awakening indicates a strong desire on the part of the public to connect with a holy place. So, are they going to build this temple? We'll find out, and the question will be to what extent they'll do it, but this is now an interesting little twist of events, isn't it? Conclusion, a lot going on that section. It's just so much. I hope that it helps to wake people up to the anti-Zionist pill, because there's a Zionist pill, right? You have to realize that there is a Jewish power structure. There's a lot of, the Jews are not God's chosen people. Let's put it that way. You have to come out of dispensationalism. But once you come out of dispensationalism, you're not out of the matrix yet, because the devil is waiting right there to bait you with Jewish hatred to swing back into another delusion, which is Catholicism, religious nationalism, orthodoxy, all the traditional perspectives. So I hope that these things will help to give you perspective, to arm you in conversations you have with your friends that are conservative, that see the truth, that aren't dispensationalists, but they're also in danger of being deceived by the other narrative. For all the people who think that Sunday laws are a fairy tale or they're not coming, what does it mean? Ask yourself honestly, what does it mean that the Jews are being exposed and setting a precedent to accuse Sabbath keepers? What does that mean if you think that Sunday laws are just a figment of imagination? For all the people that think that the Jews are the ones who control everything, what does it mean that Zionism is being dismantled before your eyes? And the narrative is flipping, just like they did with the deep state. That means that something else is controlling this narrative. Do you understand? Something else is controlling this narrative and scheduling its destruction to move the plan along. So the Zionists are not the ones in control. The true people in power are never exposed on the mainstream. You never hear anything about the Jesuits. Of course, you hear it from some people, obviously, but it's not mainstream. The mainstream media does not, there's no influencers talking about the Jesuits. There's no people talking about the papal families or the Pope or Catholicism's many sins over the last 2,000 years. It's always the proxies that take the blame. The Jews, the Freemasons, the Illuminati, the CIA, the deep state, the military-industrial complex, the reptilians, anything but the truth, or the full truth, I should say. So these are signs of the times, folks, and also signs of what is to come. I document all of these things, and I labor to do it for you so that you can realize where the trajectory of history is going. Zionism, just like liberalism, is collapsing. We are returning to medieval Catholicism, where the Jews were hated, Sabbath keepers were persecuted, the Pope was God on earth, there were kings, there were kingdoms, they were pledging their power to the Pope, there was an inquisition. All of this is going to happen again, with the aid of artificial intelligence and robots and drones and crypto and everything else. Thank God it's not going to last for very long. Like I said, I don't know how long it's going to last once they start enforcing it and throwing people in jail. Probably not too long. A year, 2, 3, maybe max. I don't know. I don't see it lasting too long because, again, it's not going to be hard for them to track people down. And if they're killing people, well, some people have to be left alive. So, it's not going to be too long. But that's where we're going, and you need to be aware of that. Just like Gavin Newsom, just like Chris Pratt, just like Kirk Cameron, Russell Brand, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, etc., Charlie Kirk is playing his part as an actor to move the Overton window and to shepherd his sector of the market into increasingly more fanatical waters. At first, Kirk was about generalized conservative things. Then he got an audience, and he basically became very popular. And now he's beginning the agenda. He's beginning the culture shaping in a different direction. Since 2023, with the Israel attack, he has increasingly gone more and more to the right. And he continues to go to the right. These people do what they're told. They just flip a switch. Again, just like Gavin Newsom, these people just do what they're told. They're puppets, all of them. And they get their reward. And of course, that's their reward in this life. But once they are going to be face-to-face with God, they'll get a different reward. Meanwhile, you see more and more people being exposed about Zionism, World War II history, the Mossad, Epstein, all these different things that people are seeing. And you see tension rising between the anti-Israel and pro-Israel conservatives. This is rising and rising and rising. And history and scripture tells us that one of those sides is going to lose and one of those sides is going to win. Now, by now, you should know which one of those is going to be the winning side. It's the anti-Israel side, even though that seems like it's not the mainstream. 8 years ago, MAGA was not the mainstream. Now it's the mainstream. It's not going to take them 8 years to flip the Zionist thing. It's not. Things are going to move much faster. I think maybe, a couple of years, maybe we'll see what happens. Again, it'll be very interesting to watch these things, but nevertheless, it's not going to take 8 years. It's not going to take them until 2033 to flip the Zionist narrative. It's going to take them very quickly. But nevertheless, all the hatred for the Jews is going to be dumped on you when you refuse the Eucharist, when you refuse Sunday sacredness, when you refuse to do as you're told and you choose to rest on the Sabbath. You're going to be called a Judaizer. You might be even called a Zionist. That'd be funny. You also see pro-Zionist and anti-Zionist threads in Israel itself, in the actual state of Israel and in the Jewish population, where you have the traditional rabbis who are against Zionism and think it's a bunch of these godless heathens. And then you have Zionist rabbis too that are there. They're very, pro-Zionism. And you have this conflict. And this needs to be purified. Zionism needs to be extracted from Christianity and it needs to be extracted from Judaism. It served its purpose, so it has to be destroyed, so that what you have left is the Jews that need to be converted, the moderates, and then the Christians that are not pro-Jewish, that are going to help that conversion along. Do you get it? So you take out Zionism from both ends, and then you can get these two into one sheep pen. Of course, you're not going to get the Christians to the Jewish sheep pen. You're going to get the Jews into the Catholic sheep pen. That's the point. The Jews will come to see the light of the Eucharist and of Sunday sacredness. So once Zionism is destroyed, the remaining paradigm will be susceptible to seduction, to prosperity, to peace. Maybe a third temple. We'll have to watch and see what's going on. You know, with the whole Gaza vacation destination thing, it's going to be easy. They're just going to cross-pollinate people. Again, people ask me, like, how are the Jews going to convert? They're just like, how can they convert when they're so antichrist? Well, okay. Couple of examples. Look at the Messianic movement. Easy example. There's rabbis that have converted. All it takes is a couple of rabbis, influencers, echo chamber. It's the same formula, folks. Pick your influencers, give them an experience, make them be mouthpieces, create the echo chamber, and pretty soon it's easy to bring the other sheep along. People don't have a will of their own. They don't have discernment either, which is very important. They don't have biblical discernment. So the echo chamber is going to be formed. Look at One for Israel Ministries. Great example of one of the tools that they'll use. Remember that Israel is extremely liberal right now, the state of Israel, which sets them up for a swing in the opposite direction. Everything is an opposite. So if something is very liberal and atheistic, that's a great opportunity to go towards religion again. These things are related. The more it goes this way, the more it's going to go that way. That's why the narrow road is so narrow. Don't go to the right or to the left. Turn your foot away from evil, because evil is on both sides. So you have to walk the narrow road without being manipulated. So Israel being liberal means nothing. It just means that they're primed and ready for a swing to the opposite direction, just like America was. And just like everywhere else, Europe and everywhere else. Zionism is collapsing, and so is dispensationalism. And of course, with material comforts and cross-pollination in Gaza, with spiritual delusions like the charismatic movement, it's going to be easy, folks. The Jews will convert. It will be quite easy. All it takes is going to be a few rabbis to experience the Eucharist, Sunday sacredness, charismatic experience, and they're going to be mouthpieces, and the other Jews will convert. Of course, after Zionism has been collapsed, the Jewish identity is primed and ready to be reinvented, because Zionism has been a major thorn in the side of the Jewish identity, because there are Jews that don't resonate with Zionism. They don't want to have anything to do with it. And so with that being out of the way and exposed, you have a chance for a rebirth of the Jewish identity. And of course, that rebirth is going to be Catholic, which is what Theodore Herzl wanted. So keep a watch on these things as time goes on. I don't know what's going to happen with the third temple. I personally think they will build it. That's my hunch. I think that the whole red heifer thing is just a dialectic to make people go, oh my gosh, is it going to happen? Oh yes, it's happening. Oh no, it's not happening. Oh my gosh, it's happening. It's a miracle of God. So that's what my feeling is. I could be wrong, but we'll have to watch and see what they do with it. Either way, what matters more than any of this stuff is to help rescue your friends from these dialectics. Rescue them from dispensationalism. They need to learn the truth about Bible prophecy, that the Jews are not God's chosen people, that the church is the center of Bible prophecy, and historicism is the way to interpret the prophecies. For the people who are not dispensationalists, but are awake to the Jewish Zionist, pill, they need to learn that the Jews aren't the final boss, the ones that aren't pulling the strings, that the Jews are part of a very elaborate network of secret societies and shadow governments that all ultimately are anchored in the Catholic papacy. Because the Bible tells you in Revelation 13:2, the devil gave his throne and power and great authority to the beast. That means that everything that happens in the world that is satanic and evil is to some level, whether immediate or long-term or short-term or whatever else, eventually the devil's going to use everything he's done. He's not going to waste any of his psyops. Believe me, the devil's not going to waste his efforts. Everything he's done, he's going to use. But he's going to use for what? Well, the Bible tells you, for the resurrection of the beast. So that means that everything is connected to the beast and the throne of the papacy coming back into the world where the world can worship Satan through the Pope. That's what it's all about. So you have to realize that, and you have to educate your friends about that. Because both of those avenues are deceived. The people who are dispensationalists and the people who are awake to the Jewish thing, but they're not awake to the trajectory of history. Very important. So use the resources in the library. There's a lot of stuff. One of them is the Synagogue of Satan series. That's a great series for both of these issues. There's a lot in there about the Jesuits, about the Jews, about dispensationalism, about all these things that we talk about on a regular basis. Of course, all the end time series are very useful and edifying, so make sure you use them for your friends. Now, onward to the final part of this, which is part 6, the image of the beast. Welcome to the final part of this, which is, of course, the image of the beast. We always want to keep our fingers on the pulse of things that are developing on this thing coming to life, because once it does come to life, it will enforce worship, and that means that the time is very near. I want to end today's presentation with looking at some stories they're not too many stories, but some of them are a little bit longer. They're articles on Sunday sacredness, which is very interesting. One of them is from a university, and one of them is from the Catholic perspective, where we're going to debunk it for you so that you have these arguments ready and there for your own conversations and situations. I realized another detail that I missed about the Revelation 17 Kings of the Earth. I realized this recently. I said before that John seeing kings wasn't just a symbol or a metaphor because, he didn't know what a president was. I think that was a very intentional thing that he saw because it indicates the type of government we're going to experience, which is a monarchy. At the end of time, we're going to have monarchies. That's a profound statement because it tells you the direction of history, and it's completely in alignment with the resurrection of the beast. What was the beast? The beast was a political system where the kings of the earth gave their power to this Antichrist. So it made me realize that they are reversing what they did in the French Revolution, right? So they're reversing what they did in the French Revolution. They're reversing what they did in World War II. Everything that they've done, they're now going in reverse and undoing it to bring it, all the way home. Now, another point, though, that I realized recently is that there are 10 of these kings. Now, that's an important thing that for some reason, maybe it's obvious to you. It wasn't obvious to me, but there's some interesting parallels there that further connect this New World Order system to Rome and the papacy yet again. There's already ample connections. There's so much connection between the New World Order that the Bible prophesies and a Roman power, i.e. the Roman pontiff, the Roman papacy. There's plenty of evidence for that. But this is just add it to the list. So there are 10 kings. Now, the fourth beast in Daniel has 10 horns. That's Rome. And of course, those are the 10 kingdoms that Rome split into after it kind of disintegrated that eventually formed Europe. The fifth kingdom in Daniel has 10 toes, the iron and clay kingdom. It has 10 toes. So it's the similar thing, same symbol or same, kind of pictures. The first beast in Revelation 13 has 10 horns, which connects it to two things. It connects it to Satan in Revelation 12 because Satan is pictured with having 7 heads and 10 horns. And also Rome in Daniel 7 and Daniel 2, because Rome has 10 elements to it, right? So the first beast from the sea, which is a conglomerate of all these powers, has 10 horns, which is a symbol that it connects it to both Satan, it's a satanic power, and also to political Rome, politically, as the continuation of these empires. The wounded beast in Revelation 17, which John sees, also has 10 horns. And here's the kicker, because the beast, so the sequence that it gives you there is, here's the 7 heads, and the 7 heads are symbolic for these different empires throughout history. With the 8th being the beast. The resurrected beast is the 8th of that sequence. Even though there's 7 of them, the 8th is the resurrected papacy. And we talk about that. For example, there's, Babylon, Persia, Greece, and Rome. One now is wounded papacy, is the wounded papacy. So there's Babylon, Persia, Greece, Rome, papal Rome. 5 have fallen. That's what it is. 5 have fallen. One now is papal Rome. I talk about this in my walkthrough, but I'm just kind of going through it right now really quickly. One now is papal Rome. So when John has this vision of this beast, it doesn't have its tiaras, so it's in the wounded phase. Because Revelation 13, it has its tiaras, it has its grandeur. The world is marveling after it. Then it's wounded, so it doesn't have its tiaras anymore. And then there's one king that comes after this wounded papacy. But it's really, again, these are in sequence. So around the mortal wound was also the United States of America came up around that time. And that has been the power that's been a superpower that's ruled with all the power of the first beast and continuing this mystery religion and spreading deception into the world. So America has been that 7th kingdom that Mystery Babylon has ruled through. But America's role is to bring the image of the beast into the world, which is the resurrection of the papacy, which is this new world order system. The final system is the 8th head, which is the beast itself, which is the resurrected beast, which is the new world order. So that resurrected beast, because it has 10 horns, falls very nicely into this situation, doesn't it? Do you get how the 10 horns on the beast in Revelation 17 are also indicative of the type of government that it's going to be and how that ties it again to the Roman power? Because the Roman power had 10 nation states and the Roman papacy, received power from these nation states in pledge. The Bible tells you that that's going to be resurrected. So the image of the beast is going to have 10 kingdoms. Now, is it going to be literally 10 kings of the earth? I don't know. Or is this just the number of completion of many, right, of complete and total subservience? I'm not sure. I could read it both ways, to be honest with you. But I think the Club of Rome thing, if it's an indicator, then that is their agenda, is to create 10 kingdoms on the earth that will pledge their power. But just as the monarchs gave their power to the Roman beast, we are again going into that reality where the final New World Order system is the resurrected beast, the 8th with 10 horns, where these 10 kingdoms are pledging their power again to the Roman papacy. You get it? It's all very, very nicely structured, very simple, really, if you see it. But I didn't see this aspect to it before. So again, the Revelation 17 beast is connected to the Roman power because of the 10 horns. And that's just so simple, but I didn't see that before. So onward into this image of the beast here. This is from Ground News, and it says, Trump presses for Cardinal Raymond Burke to be the new pope. A conservative figure in the Catholic Church, Cardinal Raymond Burke, who, by the way, is Templar, I think he was the Knights of Malta, some sovereign, he's a sponsor or some rank in there, but anyway, is one of the most influential leaders of the conservative sector of the Catholic Church in the United States. His strict defense of the liturgical tradition and his rigorous interpretation of canon law have made him a strong critic of the reforms of Pope Francis. Read more, La Entrada. Trump presses for Cardinal Raymond Burke. This is just repeating it. So anyway, why is Trump getting involved with the issues of the Catholic Church? Why is he favoring one particular candidate over another? That should be like a Fennec Fox moment for you. Ears should go, whoop, wait a minute. What's going on here? Of course, if you've watched any of these Venerable Day of the Sons episodes, then it's not a surprise. Here's that article I told you from Dort University, which is an evangelical Christian. Let's see, Dort University says is a private evangelical Christian university in Sioux Center, Iowa. It was founded in 1955. It's affiliated with the Christian Reformed Church in North America. So this is a Reformed church. The Reformed people are supposed to be the ones that have better theology than the other ones. Dispensationalists, evangelicals, charismatics. Reformed are the ones that have generally better theology in general. They don't have perfect theology, but they have general better theology. So this university, which is Reformed, has this to say about the Sabbath. Let's see. February 7th, 2025. Cultivating the Sabbath Today. Christian Insights on Rest, Work, and Worship. By Kyle Dielman. When people find out parts of my research focus on the Sabbath in the Dutch Reformed tradition, the conversation goes often one of two ways. Either people have stories about the strict, comically arbitrary rules they had to follow as children, or they have questions about the faithful Sabbath observance what faithful Sabbath observance should look like. Okay, interesting. He moves on. Can I shop on Sunday? What if I have to work on Sunday? And so on. Whoa, wait a minute. The Sabbath is not Sunday. So from the very beginning now, we are in error. Let's see how much more error there is. For millennia, much of the life of the Christian church has been focused on a weekly gathering of believers for corporate worship. Though the exact origins are difficult to pinpoint, early in the life of the church, like in the apostolic age, the observance of the Jewish Sabbath on Saturday shifted to the observance of the Lord's Day, often still referred to as the Sabbath or on Sunday. Incorrect. This is false, especially for somebody who claims to do research. In 325, Pope Sylvester, Bishop of Rome, officially, and this is documented, officially named Sunday the Lord's Day. That is 300 years after Jesus was walking the earth, approximately. 300 years. The Jews who were around Jesus knew the Lord's Day to be the Sabbath, because that is the day of the Lord. Isaiah, 53 something? I forget. No, not 53. Oh, so it's in the 50s somewhere. I forgot the wording now for it. But anyway, it's in there. It's my sacred day. God always refers to the Sabbath as my day, the Lord's Day. The Lord's Day was never, for the Jewish mind, the first day of the week or anything like that. It was the Sabbath. So that's very obviously recorded in history that in 325, the Lord's Day became an official teaching. Now remember that for the next article when we talk about the Catholic perspective. But notice, why did I highlight these two for you? This is an evangelical, Reformed Christian perspective. Notice what they say and compare it to the next article we're going to read that's hardcore Catholic. And notice the similarities and do the math. Moving on. The idea of a weekly Sabbath is still central to the life of the church, but what observance of the Sabbath means for Christians has been the subject of significant theological debate. Debates with numerous practical consequences. This debate has raged within Reformed Christianity too, and a brief entree into some of the theological issues can help us attend to weekly Sabbath in ways that can be glorifying to God, spiritually fruitful for individuals, and strengthening for the church communities. The first and most obvious theological issue regarding Sabbath observance is the particular day designated. The rationale for the shift from Saturday to Sunday is not obvious in the Bible, so the justification for such a move requires explanation. Here, Christians, including Reformed Christians, give different answers. Some Reformed Christians say the shift to Sunday was ordained by Christ and his apostles, and thus observing the Sabbath on Sunday, the Lord's Day, is a divinely ordained requirement. That is the Catholic perspective. And this is why, my dear brothers and sisters, you must know this simple fact, that when the Council of Trent was convened in the 1500, whatever when it was, to address the Reformation, and the reformers were brought before this council, and they made their arguments, the reason that they got discredited and lost was because of this exact issue. The Reformation was done from the very beginning that it started. Why? Because the Protestants could not let go of tradition. They were totally discredited because they kept Sunday, and the snakes knew that. And the snake knows the word of God, and he's going to use it against you if you don't know what God... Did God say that? Did God say that? Slither, slither. And so they were discredited. I document it quite a bit. But they were discredited because they kept Sunday. And in keeping Sunday, you acknowledge that tradition supersedes the word of God, and therefore you testify against yourself. You testify against yourself that tradition supersedes the word of God. And if you keep Sunday, you have no grounds to be saying that the Bible is the word of God. You have no grounds to say for your life, I should say. Let me clarify this before you throw stones at me. You have no grounds to say that you use the Bible as your standard. You have no grounds to say that the Bible is the word of God for your life, because you don't obey the word of God. Now, I'm not saying we obey the word of God perfectly. I don't. Certainly not. But the point is that you cannot obey the authority of the church, the Catholic Church, the man of sin, and also claim that you're going by the Bible. You can't. This is why the Reformation lost from the very beginning. And they continue to lose it. Some Reformed Christians say, what do you mean some Reformed Christians? This is a Catholic dogma that you just outlined here, that the shift was done by the church and the authority of the church given to Christ. Christ did not give anybody authority to change the moral law. That's for darn sure. Others, including John Calvin, argue the move to Sunday was for a more practical decision the church made, and thus Sabbath could actually be observed any day of the week as long as the requirements of the Sabbath commandment are still be fulfilled. Two things so important here. Very first one I want to comment is this. How can you meet the requirements of the Sabbath when every instance of the Sabbath being commanded to you? Look it up. Every instance of the command ever being commanded always has a prescription of when you are going to do it. It is the only command that is time-stamped as to how you are going to do it. Do you do it on Tuesdays? Do you do it on Wednesdays? No, you do it on the seventh day of the week. Why? Because the sequence of days, the seventh in a sequence of 7 days, is what acknowledges that you are obeying the Creator who created the world, who rested on the seventh day after creating the world, and the one who created the plan of salvation and rested in the tomb after finishing that plan of salvation. That is the Creator you are acknowledging when you rest on the seventh day in a sequence of 7 days. I don't care what they call it. They could call it Zeus's day. They could call it Mars Day. They could call it Easter, Ishtar Day. I don't care what they call it. That's not what I call it. The seventh in a sequence of days is what matters. It doesn't matter that it's called Saturday or whatever other day it would be called. It's the seventh in a sequence of days. When you decide to do it your own way, like you'll see in this article being promoted, you are going the way of Cain, and you are going the way of the Catholic Church and obeying the traditions of the Catholic Church. But these people, even though they are Reformed, they should have better theology and better history and better research. Do you see how they're deceived by tradition? And do you see how this is going to be a very easy deception for people to fall under? Regardless of the fact that they proclaim sola scriptura and reform this and reform that, doesn't matter. The narrow road is narrow for a reason, my friends. It's narrow in many ways. You have to reject the immortality of the soul. You got to reject biblical heliocentric cosmology and embrace biblical cosmology. You got to reject the whole free will salvation thing. You have to reject the Lord's Day on Sunday and accept the true Lord's Day on Saturday, the seventh day. There's so many things. If the devil's not going to get you with one, he's going to get you with the other. That's why it's so important to have your basics down on all of these issues. So do not be deceived. Now, another thing I want to point out is this, and I noticed this while I'm reading it here for the second time, which is that you are seeing the two perspectives. I don't know if you saw it when I first read it through. You see the hand and the head. Let's see. Some Reformed Christians say the shift to Sunday was ordained by Christ and his apostles, and thus observing the Sabbath on Sunday, the Lord's Day, is a divinely ordained requirement. That would be the head perspective. That's people who believe that this is God's will for your life. Others, including John Calvin, argued the move to Sunday was a far more practical decision that the church had made, and thus the Sabbath could actually be observed any day of the week as long as the requirements of the Sabbath commandment are still to be fulfilled. It's got benefits, it's practical. That's the hand perspective. Do you see both of those perspectives? I hope you do. Moving on. A second issue then is what precisely is required in observing the commandment. The Reformed tradition, again, buzzword tradition, should outline that, is generally clear that the observing the Sabbath requires two main things, rest and worship. Beyond those general guidelines, though, there is significant debate and disagreement. Note, for example, the Heidelberg Catechism ties the Sabbath commandment to worship, that I diligently attend the assembly of God's people, and spiritual rest, I rest from my evil ways. However, the Westminster Catechism, even in its shorter form, requires a resting from physical work and even recreation and spending the whole time in the public and private exercises of God's worship. Do you see how the Protestants are stuck in their own rat wheels with their own traditions and their own catechisms? You rag on the Catholics for having their Catholic catechism, but you have your own catechisms as a Protestant. That's why you have to reject denominationalism too. That's another one of the things you need to reject. If you want to walk this narrow road, you have to reject this denominational system, because denominationalism and institutionalized religion is a product of the harlot. Thus, a final theological issue relates to defining terms such as work and rest. As already hinted at the contrast between the Heidelberg and Westminster catechisms, what rest and work meant were subject to disagreement. Yeah, if you were living with the pilgrims, 300, 400 years ago or whatever, you weren't able to do very many things on Sunday. Otherwise, you might eventually get killed. A significant strain with the Reformed tradition, including the theologians such as Calvin and Zacharias Ursinus, did not emphasize physical rest and instead defined rest as spiritual rest. Spiritual rest referred to primarily to resting from sinful ways and allowing God's Spirit to work newness in oneself. This is what a lot of people say today. Oh, Jesus is my Sabbath. It's just rest through faith, which of course is not the intention of the Sabbath. The intention of the Sabbath is to give you physical rest too, because it's a physical expression of the gospel that God provides you rest. Yes, there is rest from sin and darkness and evil, but that is expressed and felt through a tangible, real, physical rest that you get to enjoy. Why? Because the completion of the plan of salvation is physical, folks. The completion of the plan of salvation is physical. It's not Gnostic. This is not a Gnostic reality where once you die, we go to heaven and we play harps for the rest of eternity. This is a real physical living situation. The living God is going to reform this world and recreate your body and give you a perfect body. The promise of the gospel is physical, a physical redemption. And so the placeholder for that physical redemption is a physical thing you get to experience every week that reminds you of creation, of rest, of the promise ahead, of gospel, of Jesus resting in the tomb, of Jesus' return, because he's probably going to return on the Sabbath because there's judgments that are on the Sabbath. So many things that this day reminds you of. It's a physical expression. It's not a spiritualized thing. There's always a narrow road, and the narrow road here is between over-spiritualizing it and saying, oh, well, Jesus is my Sabbath now, and as long as I believe in Jesus, I'm in the Sabbath rest and all this Gnostic stuff. And the other side of it is legalism and saying, oh, like that that Orthodox Jewish girl, I got my Sabbath light. Look, see God, got you, God. I got my Sabbath light. Just this nonsense that the Jews are doing. So on either side, the devil's going to get you. And especially you can see these people are going to be ripe for the picking when everything becomes ecumenical. So moving on. In these strands of the Reformed tradition, the cessation from work is not a primary aspect of the commandment. Other Reformed traditions emphasized in pietist traditions, such as the Dutch Further Reformation, put more emphasis on physical rest and thus a complete cessation from all physical work. These are traditions of men, man. The point is to avoid the big things. Avoid commerce. Avoid doing work. Make it a set-apart day. Make it a day that you delight in. Have I ever celebrated the Sabbath perfectly? No, not at all. There are always things that catch my distraction, or I end up, doing something or other. I'm pretty consistent with avoiding work, like real work where I'm editing or things like that. I don't go to the gym and work out. I avoid commerce. I'm pretty consistent with that. Although, even that you could argue now that I have an online store, and somebody's ordering something on Saturday, which I can't control, then my card is charged. So I'm, doing commerce on Saturday. Yeah, there's always something in this crazy 24/7 world. But the important point is your posture, not tradition, not legalism, but your posture. Make the Sabbath holy, as in set apart, a day that you look forward to. Make it a delight, make it full of rest and enjoyment and meditation and so on, without having to refer to catechisms and traditions and, well, this tradition says, this and this and that. This is nonsense. Traditions of men, this is no different than the Catholics. You'll see in the next article, same thing. Where were we? As we seek to faithfully follow the fourth commandment and continue to observe the Sabbath. Now, look at this. This is a point. I'll stop again. They say the fourth commandment, so you're dealing with the actual 10 commandments, but then they flip it on you and say Sabbath, because Sabbath to them is Sunday. Do you understand? So when we go back to all these 10 commandments in schools and, they're using the 10 commandments, well, what I was asking is, which 10 commandments are we talking about? Are we talking about the Catholic 10 commandments? Or are we talking about the Catholic understanding of the 10 commandments? Because the Catholic understanding, you could list the 10 commandments in the way that they're supposed to be listed, with the Sabbath as the fourth commandment. But the understanding being portrayed to you is the Catholic understanding. Do you understand? That's the crazy part of all this. So you have to be so quick, because this is just so snaky, and probably unintentionally snaky, because this person's very deceived on this issue because of tradition. But nevertheless, moving on. These theological questions and practical issues are still relevant. Yes, they are. They're very, very, very relevant, my friends. Life and death relevant. Most obviously, in an increasingly post-Christian society, many Christians find themselves forced to work on Sundays. Dialectic. An obligation not new to preachers, farmers, stay-at-home parents, and a host of others. Children and young adults and their parents find sports activities to increasingly occupy entire weekends, including Sunday. These conversations go beyond Reformed and even Christian circles. Obvious examples relate to businesses being closed on Sunday, the importance of time off for employee wellness, and the physical benefits of rest. What did I tell you? These are going to be all avenues that the beast will use against you. And Protestants, like this guy, will happily go along thinking that they're doing God's will for their life. So sad. So how might Reformed Christians navigate Sunday observance in ways that are theologically informed, spiritually fulfilling, and culturally relevant? Well, you can start by reading the book of Exodus and seeing where the Sabbath was commanded and how it was commanded. First, if the Sabbath commandment is no longer tied to a particular day, then Reformed Christians can, with theological justification, pursue opportunities for rest on another day of the week. No, you cannot. The Sabbath was and always will be on the seventh day of the week. Here lies both an opportunity and a challenge. If someone is required to work on Sunday, then the opportunity to rest from that work on another day is a promising potential. Of course, many Christians will find it difficult to resist the temptation to engage in their work for days and weeks on end, but the Sabbath commandment challenges us to reorient and reprioritize our lives, including to set aside times free from work. Whether that day is Sunday or another day of the week is perhaps not essential. Of course, that's the essential part of the whole thing. That's the essential part of the whole thing, dude. The commandment to rest is tied to a particular sequence, because that sequence is what identifies God as the one who you are obeying, because there are other authorities that have posed as the will of God and have told you, no, the Sabbath, the Lord's day is this day, and when you obey that authority, you're obeying the devil. That is the revelation of the day, of our generation. When you think you are doing the will of God, you are actually obeying the devil. That is such a profound truth that so many people like this guy need to realize. Here's another thing they need to realize. If you think that you can rest any day of the week and everybody does their own Sabbath, then the Sabbath is meaningless because it doesn't identify anything. If you're resting on Monday and I'm resting on Tuesday and that person's resting on Wednesday, pretty soon the whole week is off and nobody's doing anything. Then you refute the whole point of having a Sabbath. The Sabbath unifies society around a particular sequence. Work 6 days, rest on the seventh. If you're working here and I'm working there, then you don't have an economy, you don't have anything. It's stupid because that's not what God commanded. God is not the author of confusion. God commanded the seventh day because that identifies, when you align with the seventh day, it identifies that you are obeying the person who created the world, and that person is the one who gave the law. That's important because God prophesied and decreed that there would be an Antichrist power that would give a counterfeit law that would seem very close to the real thing, with very clever arguments, as you'll see from both sides of the aisle, Protestants and Catholics next. And if you obey that counterfeit lawgiver, you will be destroyed. So this is the hill to die on, folks. I hope that you will realize that. The same principle can then secondly apply to worship. If obligations for work, travel, or family make gathering for worship on Sunday impossible, then Christians are free to worship on any day of the week. You can worship God any day of the week. This is about rest, and when you choose to rest from work so that you acknowledge who provides for you and who saves you and redeems you. Because in the Reformed tradition, worship is tied closely to the Sabbath, foregoing worship altogether is an unwise, spiritually debilitating move. Now, worship here in parentheses is going to church, institutional worship. In addition, the Reformed tradition's emphasis on corporate embodied worship, there we go, what we're just saying, means much is lost in simply substituting a normal Sunday service with watching an online service in bed on Thursday night. Here lies a potential opportunity or challenge for churches. What would it look like for a church or a collection of churches to ensure worship services were available at various times throughout the week? This was something Calvin ensured in 16th century Geneva, for example. And it may be an area of service churches have been too quick to ignore. Hosting worship services at various times allows Christians opportunities for corporate worship and fellowship, even if circumstances keep them from those things on Sunday. I will make this point clear one more time. You are free to worship God on any day of the week. But the day of rest, when you abstain from work because you trust God to provide, is the seventh day. Rest and worship are not automatically intrinsic, because guess what? When you rest on the seventh day, you are already worshiping God by doing that. Do you get it? You're worshiping God by obeying God and what He asked you to do. by resting on the seventh day to trust in him, that is an act of worship. Not going to church and saying, oh, okay, I gotta meet my catechism requirement of rest and worship. This is tradition and it's religion, and even people with decent theology are snared by it. One more paragraph. Oh my goodness, this stuff is so challenging to read. Finally, the challenge of embodying rest, physical and spiritual, is one that Reformed Christians should see permeating the whole of our lives. This may be the most theologically surprising, meaningful, and least attended to aspect of the Reformed tradition's understanding of the Sabbath. In this way, the opening question about what is allowed or not allowed on Sunday may be the wrong question. For Reformed Christians, the Sabbath is practiced for the whole of life. It is one day a week modeling worship, physical rest, and opening ourselves to the work of God in us that can permeate more and more the whole of our lives. So this is doing worship your own way. This is doing it the Cain way and over-spiritualizing something that is extremely and exceedingly specific. Exceedingly specific. There is not an instance where God vacillates on this. Of course, he doesn't vacillate on anything, but there's not an instance where it's ambiguous. Well, okay, God, we have to rest on, when do we rest? When do we do it? Give us clear instructions. No, very, very clear. In 6 days, the Lord created the heavens and the earth. On the seventh day, he rested, so rest on the seventh day. It's as clear can possibly be. Never is there a biblical precedent for that to change to the first day of the week. Now, with that in mind, we're going to read the Catholic perspective. Same thing. This is published also very recently. When is it? Does it have a date? I know it was recent somewhere. Let's see. I don't know. It was recent. Anyway, Catholic News Agency. Oh yeah, Friday, March 14th. So it's a couple days ago as of the time of this recording. Recently, we received an 80-page booklet. Now, this is also interesting too because of the dialectical nature with the Adventists. You gotta wonder. Recently, we received an 80-page booklet entitled "What's Behind the New World Order?" It admits to be a collection of excerpts from the book "Will America Survive?", which was originally published 100 years ago under the title "The Great Controversy." This book was written by Ellen White, foundress of the Seventh-day Adventists. It claims that the Catholic Church is behind the New World Order. The booklet claims that this is true since the Church is the beast of Revelation 17. Well, not quite accurately stated there, but anyway. It accuses the Church of many evil things and attempts to prove that the Church is the beast by exposing the marks of the beast. Due to limited space, only one charge will be considered here. Pay attention to this. This is such a clever little argument that they're putting forth. But of course, it's not clever enough if you have the scriptures and history as your testimonies. According to the booklet, one mark of the beast is not observing the Sabbath on Saturday. It is alleged that in the 4th century, the Church and Emperor Constantine replaced the Sabbath with the pagan day of the sun, i.e. Sunday. Now, it is true that the Old Testament says the 7th day. Okay, so they tell you it's true. But assigning that to Saturday is Hebrew tradition. So there you go. Now we insert the poison. It's not Hebrew tradition. Adam was not a Hebrew. God gave Adam the Sabbath. Adam and Eve rested. The first thing they did when they were created is experienced the Sabbath. And they rested with God. God completed the works of creation, including man. And the first thing that man experienced was a physical expression of the plan of salvation, which is the Sabbath. It's not a Hebrew tradition. The Sabbath existed even before Mount Sinai, and I document that quite a bit in many places. As Christians, we must consider this in the light of the New Testament and the teachings of Christ. I agree. And the New Testament does not conflict with the Old Testament on this particular issue. If this is a mark of the beast, notice how they word it wrong too. There's only the mark of the beast, not a mark of the beast. Almost all Christian churches today bear the mark too. You're right. This is true. That's why you need to get out of her, my people. That's why the Holy Spirit urges you to get out of her, get out of this institutionalized system, because as you saw in the previous article with the Reformed people, who are supposed to be the ones with good theology, they are going to be so easily deceived on this issue. They can talk about sola scriptura, they can object to the Eucharist all day long, but they haven't given up what the original reformers could not give up, which is Sunday sacredness and institutional religion and the institutional model that is attached to. Moving on. It is ironic that Jesus and his disciples were harassed. And here comes the Catholic spin. You have to be so wise, to be as wise as a serpent, because you're dealing with serpents. It is ironic that Jesus and his disciples were harassed by the Pharisees over the Sabbath, John 5:18. Jesus, so what are they saying? What are they saying? They're saying that you as a Sabbath keeper and the person that's calling out the Catholic Church and saying that they're Antichrist and they're enforcing the mark of the beast, that you're just a Judaizer, you're a Pharisee. Do you see what I see? Jesus spoke out against the Pharisees' merciless observance of the Sabbath. Jesus also defended himself and his disciples on his issue, saying, the Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath, so the Son of Man is even Lord of the Sabbath. Well, yeah, he didn't speak out against the Pharisees' merciless observance of the Sabbath. He spoke out against the Pharisees' hypocrisy, that they didn't understand what the purpose of the Sabbath was, not because they were observing the Sabbath mercilessly. That doesn't even make sense. And when he said that he's Lord of the Sabbath, i.e., he's the one that's going to tell you what is right and wrong about how to observe this, because there are things that are glorifying to God. When the Israelites moved around Jericho, they were technically doing work on the Sabbath, on the seventh day. They were carrying arms and trumpets. So that's breaking the Sabbath, but it wasn't, because you're glorifying God and obeying God to cast judgment on this Jericho, which, by the way, was on a Sabbath. The trumpets on the Sabbath, you seeing a thread here? We talk about that in the Sabbath series, but nevertheless, judgment was on a Sabbath, and they were doing something on a Sabbath, but it was doing something for the glory of God. So therefore, you judge according to the higher good, and that's what the Pharisees weren't doing. They weren't judging according to the higher good. Jesus was demonstrating God's glory and healing people on the Sabbath and liberating them, and freeing people from these oppressions and diseases and whatever else. And the Pharisees saw that as work. Oh, 6 days you shall work, and they're trying to use the law against that because they're not judging rightly. So Jesus was talking about that. He wasn't saying, well, the Sabbath is, you can do whatever you want. Don't be so legalistic, guys. No, he's saying, first off, I'm Lord of the Sabbath. And what does that tell you? That it's a claim to deity. And that the Sabbath was made for man. The Sabbath was a gift for man. Which, by the way, he doesn't say the Sabbath was made for Israel. He doesn't say the Sabbath was made for the Jews. Jesus says the Sabbath was made for man. So it wasn't a Hebrew tradition, my friend who wrote this. It is a gift that God gave to man as a physical expression of the final physical redemption that is coming on the horizon, which is a beautiful thing. It's such a beautiful thing if you see it. But of course, the snakes are going to worm their way around it and use the Bible against you, so you have to be very clever. And claiming authority over it. Let's see. It is true that the Catholic Church, through the authority of Christ, replaced the Hebrew Sabbath Saturday with the Lord's Day Sunday. Boom! Another truth that they admit to. However, this occurred very early, well before the time of Emperor Constantine in the 4th century. Wrong. This part is a lie. For Christians, 2 important events happen on Sunday. First, now here's why, really quick, why is this a lie? You know why it's a lie? Very simple. Because even by 60 years after Constantine's edict of Sunday sacredness, when you had Emperor Theodosian, I think, in the 380s or something like that, people were warned not to Judaize. Why on earth would that be documented? Why on earth would people be warned not to Judaize if people weren't, quote unquote, Judaizing and resting on the Sabbath? Why were people told, why are there ancient papal encyclicals from hundreds and hundreds of years ago commenting on Sabbath keepers as Antichrist and enforcing fasts on the Sabbath to make it as difficult as possible so that people wouldn't ever think to rest on the Sabbath? Why would they do that if people weren't keeping the Sabbath? Ask yourself, if this tradition was universally replaced by Christians before Constantine, which is a total and utter lie, total lie. But this is what you're dealing with, folks. You're dealing with tradition and you're dealing with snakery. For Christians, 2 important events happened on Sunday. First, the resurrection of Christ occurred on Easter Sunday. Secondly, the Holy Spirit descended upon the church on Pentecost Sunday. Also, after his resurrection, Jesus appeared to the apostles twice, each on Sunday. As a result, there it is. Everything that he just narrated here is true. Yes, these things happened. So what? Therefore, what I just highlighted, this is how they get you. When you argue with these people, when you discuss claims, when you debate, you have to be very aware of when the therefore is being introduced. True, resurrection happened on the first day of the week. Pentecost happened on the first day of the week. After the resurrection, Jesus appeared to the apostles twice on the first day of the week. Yes, true. These are documented things. So what? Therefore, as a result, Sunday became known as the Lord's Day for Christians. No, it did not. It didn't happen until hundreds of years later, after pagan converts came into the mix, after Sunday sacredness became legalized by Constantine, and Christianity and state were basically unified and became a legalized cult in the Roman Empire. It became the Lord's Day much, much later. The apostles who were Jews would never agree to such a thing. They would never teach anybody such a thing. But pagans who don't know left from right and they convert, and eventually tradition takes over through church fathers, through whatever else. Yeah, you have the telephone game, and so-and-so told me that, oh, they did that. What did they do it like? Well, they did it like this and like that. Well, I guess we can do it like that too. And eventually, people forget. Why is that important? Because God told you to remember. Remember the Sabbath. It's the only command that is told to you, not only prescribed to you when you need to do it specifically, but there's also a warning. There's a warning because you're going to forget. It's exactly what happened. The booklet claims that there is no evidence in the Bible for the shift to Sunday. However, in the 4th century, St. Chrysostom cited Acts 20 verse 7 as testimony. According to this verse in the Bible, at least some of the disciples assembled together on Sunday, the first day of the week, to celebrate the Lord's Supper. On the first day of the week, when we were gathered together to break bread, Paul talked to them, Acts 20 verse 7. It is interesting to note that St. Paul had spent a week with the community in Troas, and this is the only reported time that he celebrated the breaking of bread with them. Also, no remarks are made later in this passage that St. Paul disapproved of their worship on Sunday. One would expect St. Paul to object to this practice if it were rooted in paganism. Gosh, this is so cleverly written. So cleverly written. So clever. My gosh, it's so clever. Let's dismantle this one at a time. First off, if we're going to use the book of Acts to cite it, then you have to read Acts in context. And if we go to Acts chapter 2, which is before Acts chapter 20 and therefore provides context for chapter 20, let's read verse 42. This is after Pentecost. The fellowship of the believers. And they devoted themselves to the apostles' teachings and the fellowship, to the breaking of bread and to the prayers. So they devoted themselves to these various practices. Let's find out more. And awe came upon every soul, and many wonders and signs were being done through the apostles. And all who believed were together, and all had things in common. And they were selling their possessions and belongings and distributing to the proceeds to all, as any had need. And day by day attending the temple together and breaking bread in their homes. Wait a minute. This doesn't say just Sunday. This says day by day. It doesn't say week by week. It says day by day. Why? Because they got together every day. They got together every day. They broke bread every day. They had fellowship. This is a model for the ideal church. Complete and total fellowship where everything is shared. Everybody's, looking out for one another. Everybody's getting together, having beautiful time together, fellowship in the Lord, praising, the Lord, singing psalms, sharing a meal. This is what they were doing. This is the model for the church. Of course, we're very far from that model, but nevertheless, this is what they were doing. Day by day, attending the temple together and breaking bread in their homes, they received their food with glad and generous hearts, praising God and having favor with all the people. And the Lord added to their number day by day those who were being saved. It's the Lord who adds to the church, not man, not traditions, not water baptism, not confirmation, not conversion, not anything else. It's the Lord who adds to the true church, which you can't see. It's the invisible church, not the counterfeit. So if we're going to use the book of Acts as a citation of the habits of the apostles, why don't we go back earlier to Acts 2, where it tells you that they were getting together every single day of the week? The fact that they mentioned that they were getting together on the first day of the week doesn't mean that they had established a tradition that somehow supplanted the Sabbath. In the 1st century, are you kidding me? These people were Jews. The last thing on earth they would think about is forsaking God's Sabbath, because they knew all the times that God judged Israel for forsaking the Sabbath. So this is taken wildly out of context. That's number one. Let's see. Also, no remarks were made in the passage disapproved of their worship on Sunday. Again, the clever thing that's done here is that there is a category change that's being done. This issue is about the Sabbath. You can worship God on any day of the week, folks. It's not wrong to go worship God in church on Sunday. It's really not. I think you need to divorce yourself of the denominational, institutionalized church, yes. But you can worship God any day of the week. There's no prescription for that. You should worship God every day of the week. Everything we do should be worship. Again, that's a standard that's almost impossible to meet, right? But the point is that worshiping God is not exclusive to Sunday or Saturday or whatever else. So this is a very clever thing, because what he's saying is, also no remarks are made later in this passage that St. Paul disapproved of their worship on Sunday. Well, that's a, what's the name for this type of argument? Basically, it's, you're representing something that doesn't exist. Paul wouldn't say anything because there is no issue with worshiping God any day of the week. The issue is not worship. The issue is resting and the Sabbath and the moral command that God gave. So this is a category issue it's a red herring, it's a distraction, because it has nothing to do with the issue. One would expect St. Paul to object to this practice if it were rooted in paganism. Well, again, the author is misrepresenting what's happening, because they're just saying we got together on the first day of the week, out of many days of the week that they were getting together. So the assumption is by misrepresenting this verse, the assumption is, well, you see, the tradition has already been established by the first century, by 40 AD or whatever it was, that Sunday was now the day that they were getting together, which is not true. And so based on that, Paul would have rebuked them if he thought it was pagan. No, well, first off, this isn't even an issue. They were worshiping like they were worshiping every day of the week together. Paul had no reason to rebuke them for worshiping any day of the week. And they were keeping the Sabbath. So why would Paul rebuke them? In fact, you'll see later another verse that they pull out that doesn't suit their arguments whatsoever, because Paul supports keeping the Sabbath. Already in the Old Testament, God expresses disappointment over the Hebrew Sabbath. Isaiah 1 verse 13. In the New Testament, St. Paul writes, "Therefore let no one pass judgment on you in the questions of food or drink, or with regard to a festival or new moon or Sabbath. These are only a shadow of what is to come, but the substance belongs to Christ." Of course, they have to use these. Even Protestants use these things. See, Colossians 2:16, 17. Paul is not talking about the Sabbath, folks. Again, if you're going to cite anything, you have to use context. Now, one thing you need to know about Paul, first off, he's very intelligent. He's very careful also. If you read the book of Romans, there is such an elongated case that's being built, thing after thing after thing after thing, so that when he says, therefore, there is a precedent for supporting his case. Paul is not just making irrational comments or, crazy ideas. He builds his case. If Paul is the one who wrote the book of Hebrews, which it seems to me like his writing style, some people says it's not, whatever, it doesn't matter. The author of Hebrews is also very similar. There's a case being built throughout the letter because it is addressing Jews on the fence. Okay? So, with that in mind, we're going to come back to the letter of Hebrews because they cited again, of course, all the traditional verses people cite, like Hebrews 4. Paul is not going to have one statement. Let me put it this way. If Paul was actually talking about the real Sabbath and saying, look, don't let people pass judgment on you about the Sabbath. If that was what's being dealt with here, then it is completely out of character for Paul, because Paul would have made a massive case if the new teaching was, okay, the Sabbath that God was doing for thousands of years, now this has been transformed into something else. There would be a massive theological case, and there is none. That is completely inconsistent with all of Paul's writings. That means that Paul is not talking about the weekly moral command to rest, but rather about the ordinances, the Sabbaths, the holidays. Don't let people judge you about these things, because these things were shadows of the fullness which is in Christ. Yes, that makes sense. So, but of course, people such as the Catholics and even the people who over-spiritualize the Sabbath use that to mean, oh, you see, Paul did away with the Sabbath. No, he didn't. Paul was raised a Pharisee, man. And he was very much knowledgeable of the law. He was very careful. And of course, when he's talking about theology, he's very careful to build a case. And this is not the case here. And of course, they go on with this with Hebrews. According to these verses, the Hebrew diet, festivals, and Sabbaths are no longer obligations for Christians. Yeah, Sabbaths as in the ordinances. The ordinances are no longer obligations for Christians. That's true. But not weekly Sabbaths to rest. That's why God said, remember, because you're going to deal with this kind of stuff. These were only a foreshadowing of things to come in Christ. The focus now is Christ. Elsewhere, St. Paul told the Corinthians to contribute money to the church each Sunday, 1 Corinthians 16, verse 1 through 2. This would be a strange request if Christians assembled on Saturdays. No, it's actually a perfectly reasonable request, and let's go to it really quick. Oh, this is ESV, 1 Corinthians 16. Now concerning the collection for the saints, as I directed the churches of Galatia, so you also are to do. On the first day of every week, each of you is to put something aside and store it up, as he may prosper, so that there will be no collecting when I come. Now, if you understand the context of this, and we talk about this in the Sabbath series, what is actually happening here? This is not an argument for Sunday sacredness. No, it's not. On the first day of the week, first off, let's put it this way. If the understanding of this time was, well, Sunday is now the Sabbath when we're resting, Paul would be breaking the Sabbath, the new Sabbath, by telling them to be working and doing all this putting aside stuff on Sunday, on the first day of the week. Do you understand? He wouldn't be doing that, even if their argument was true. So it doesn't make sense. The reason Paul is telling them, look, when the week begins, set aside what you need, because sometimes that first day of the week is going to pass. You may not get everything together. Like, start the first day of the week and set aside things. Why? He tells you later in the verse, so that there will be no collecting when I come. When does he come? He comes on the Sabbath. Why doesn't he want people to not collect when he comes? Because they're going to be breaking the Sabbath and getting obsessed with different workings. And the Sabbath is supposed to be about delight, but about meditation, celebration of the Lord, worship, all these things. Because people kept the Sabbath. They were Jews. Paul was a Jew. And they kept the Sabbath and they used it to preach, to have fellowship, to worship God. And Paul didn't want them to get busy with collecting and putting their money here. Oh, let me get this. Let me go. Oh, I got to go back home. And you're getting all this work done and getting involved in stress on the Sabbath. That's why he told them to start on the first day of the week, so that by the time he comes, there'd be no issues. So that doesn't support their argument whatsoever. Now on to Hebrews. Hebrews 4 verse 8 speaks of another day because the former Sabbath was not obeyed. If Saturday were truly carved in stone, then it would be strange to speak of another day. Now, this is a very clever argument, and I'll direct you to my Sabbath series. Hebrews 4 is written, the letter to the Hebrews is written to Jews on the fence. You have to understand the context, okay? The writer is writing to Jews on the fence who are between legalism and this new thing that just happened. And they're not sure what they want to do. The very last thing on the earth that the author, trying to persuade them of the fullness of Christ, the very last thing that he would argue is, hey, you know this new thing that your fellow Jews are like throwing stones at you for? Yeah, what's really cool about it is now we don't have to keep the Sabbath anymore. You know that thing that God was all about for like thousands of years? That's no longer, like, we're free from that. That's the very last thing that the author would be arguing. In fact, it's a very poetic and complex argument that he's arguing and tying in the weekly Sabbath with how it's parallel to faith in Christ. But it's not saying the Sabbath is done away with. What Hebrews, and Hebrews 4 specifically, is talking about is how the Sabbath is fulfilled in Christ, in the sense that the most faithful Jewish Christian thing you can do is rest on the Sabbath and believe in Jesus, because he is the creator. He is the revelation of God. And this whole time that the Sabbath was being given to us from Egypt all the way through the modern time when this was written, the letter of Hebrews, the whole point of the Sabbath was to be a picture of what Christ did. Wait a minute before the devil takes you off the narrow road, so that when you rest, you have the fullness of the understanding of the Sabbath. This is the juncture that most people mess up. They understand the parallelisms and the symbolisms that are done in Hebrews with the Sabbath and faith in Christ, absolutely. But the therefore they come to conclusion with is, oh, well, therefore I don't need to keep the Sabbath. Oh, I get it, because the Sabbath is just a symbol of picture of faith in Christ. As long as you believe, then Jesus is my Sabbath, and Sabbath rest is, every day. No. The point the author of Hebrews is making is that now, as a result of Christ, the revelation of Yahweh into the world, we have the full understanding of what the Sabbath was supposed to be. Don't you get it? When you read Genesis and you read, okay, God created all these things, then he rested on the seventh day. Okay, that's all right. why does God need to rest? That doesn't make any sense. God doesn't need to rest. So it's not clear to you why God rests with Adam and Eve on the seventh day. Then, you get a little later and later and you start to read about the Exodus and you see that there's a precedent for resting and acknowledging the Creator when you do that. And when you do that, you're also acknowledging the one who saves you from slavery. Okay. Then you get to the New Testament and you realize, okay, well, Jesus was crucified on the sixth day and he rested on the Sabbath and then he resurrected. So he finished his work just like God finished his work. Oh, I get it now. Now I can go backward and understand that when God was resting in the beginning with Adam and Eve, I declare the end from the beginning, he was revealing the gospel before it was even announced in Genesis 3. The Sabbath is the first revelation of the gospel. Before anything was ever revealed about the gospel, literally the gospel is revealed through the Sabbath when God rested on the seventh day. That is the first revelation of the gospel. A lot of people think that the gospel was first revealed or announced in Genesis 3:15, where I will put enmity between you and the serpent, and he'll bruise your heel, and he will crush your head. Yes, that's the proto-gospel when it was verbally announced, Genesis 3. But you know what? It was non-verbally announced, typologically announced in Genesis 1 when God rested on the seventh day. That's a profound thought. So, but you don't get that understanding until Jesus arrives and completes the work of salvation, dies, rests on the seventh day, and resurrects. That's a profound thought. And now that we have that revelation, the author of Hebrews is arguing, have faith in this new thing. Because the fullness of the Sabbath rest was a picture of this thing that was now here, the gospel. That doesn't mean the Sabbath is done away with. No, that means the Sabbath is even more enjoyable now because you don't get trapped into legalism and you have the fullness of the understanding of what the Sabbath is supposed to mean. It's a picture of the gospel. It's a picture of Christ. It's a picture of your future redemption in Christ. All of these wonderful things that are now revealed. So Hebrews 4 is not an argument against the Sabbath. It is an argument for the Sabbath. Moving on. According to Revelation 1 verse 10, St. John was in the Spirit on the Lord's Day. This is the only place in the Bible where the phrase the Lord's Day occurs. True. If his vision occurred on Saturday, St. John would have written the Sabbath instead of using a new phrase. Why would he write that? No, his vision occurred on the Sabbath, probably, which is why he wrote the Lord's Day, because to him, as a faithful Jew in the first century, the Lord's Day was the Sabbath. Because again, remember, the Lord's Day as an official thing for Sunday did not officially happen until 325, 4th century. 230 years after John wrote his revelation and died. Even though the disciples may have attended the synagogues on the Sabbath to evangelize, there is already a definite transition from the Sabbath to the Lord's Day in the New Testament. Wrong. This is a lie. That is not true. That is based on half-assed, cherry-picked verses that are very carefully constructed to create a narrative. And unless you know how to cut and go slice, 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 that snake is going to go whoop and slither in your ear, and pretty soon you'll be deceived. The early Christian writers also bear witness to the observance of the Lord's Day, Sunday, over the Hebrew Sabbath, Saturday. The booklets attempts, now here they bring in tradition and extra biblical testimony. So that's also a Fennec Fox moment. Because there is no biblical basis for this. It's all tradition. The booklet attempts to discredit the historical writings of Eusebius in the 4th century by claiming collusion with the Emperor Constantine, which of course is true. He was hired by Emperor Constantine. Come on now. He's not going to do something that the emperor doesn't want. However, we have no need to rely on Eusebius. We can directly cite the writings of Christians who lived in the 1st century. Let's see, which Christians is that? Centuries before Eusebius and Constantine, even though these writings do not have the same authority as the Bible, they are still reliable historical sources, preserving the thoughts, beliefs, and lifestyles of Christians during the 1st century. Now, this may be true that there are documents like the Didache, which they're going to cite, but it doesn't mean anything. Do you get it? If the Christians of the 2nd century said, we believe that Jesus is like a second God, and he's not fully the Father, but, he's almost there. Okay, well, they're wrong. Why? Because the Bible tells you that Jesus is fully God. It doesn't matter what Christians in the 2nd century believed or wrote down. It is secondary to what the Bible says. If the Christians of the 2nd century, the 3rd century, whatever, are writing all about Sunday and a glorious Sunday and Sunday this, Sunday that. That doesn't matter. The Bible is very clear. That means the tradition took over very quickly, which of course, if you understand what the 5th empire on the face of the earth is, that needed to be revealed, then you understand that these things were in the works from the very beginning. Satan wasn't wasting any time. After the cross, whoop, time to go out in the world and start this thing, because you can't waste any time. These writings include the Didache, a church manual written by the apostles during the 1st century. The epistle of, I don't know about that. The Didache was a little bit after that, but anyway, the epistle of Barnabas, 100 AD, and the letters of St. Ignatius of Antioch, who was martyred in Rome before 110 AD. Now, St. Ignatius of Antioch may have existed, but I covered a video previously where all of his letters, at least half of them, have been exposed as fraudulent. The other half are questionable, and again, these are things that, to me, are very, very likely that they're forgeries, that they're used to reinforce, because this is like a favorite of the Catholics and Orthodox. St. Ignatius of Antioch, when his letters and manuscript evidence suggest that these things are forgeries that are used to solidify the institutional model. Anyway, you can look into that yourself. Translations of these classic Christian writings can be found at the local public or university library. The following quotes were cited from early Christian writings. According to the Didache, the apostles wrote, what did they write? Assemble on the Lord's Day and break bread and offer the Eucharist. But first make confessions for your faults, so that your sacrifice may be a pure one. Now, right off the bat, does this conflict with what the Bible says? Absolutely. Because you're making works and sacrifices and things in some way to be reconciled with God. So these things are an example not of the Christian church being authorized to change the Sabbath from Saturday to Sunday. This is an example of Satan working very quickly and colluding truth with error and mixing tradition with truth and creating his counterfeit. This passage is very similar to Acts 20, verse 7. Also note the connection between the breaking of bread and the Eucharist. Of course, Eucharist, the original word for Eucharist comes from gratitude, experiencing gratitude. The idea that you are sharing in Christ's physical flesh is absolute nonsense. None of the Jews who wrote the New Testament would ever teach something like that or believe anything like that. St. Barnabas in his epistle devotes a whole chapter on this issue of the Sabbath. He concludes by writing, quote, "And we too rejoice in celebrating the 8th day because that was when Jesus rose from the dead." Well, celebrating the 8th day doesn't mean that the Sabbath has changed. You can celebrate every day of the week that you're alive and you get to worship God. But resting and keeping the Sabbath holy and remembering to worship God, and by resting, I should say, and keeping that day separate, is always going to be on the 7th day. St. Barnabas, in using the phrase the 8th day, was referring to Sunday. Perhaps the most powerful statement was made by St. Ignatius of Antioch. Before 110 AD, St. Ignatius wrote to the Magnesians. This is one of those letters that, again, I've looked into this and I've documented it. You can look into it yourself. These things are not reliable. Quote, "We have seen how former adherents of the ancient customs have since attained to a new hope, so that they have given up keeping the Sabbath and now order their lives by the Lord's Day instead, the day when life first dawned on us thanks to him, Jesus, and his death." This just reeks to me, there's no way. This just reeks to me of something that was written a couple hundred years later, like probably in the 3rd or 4th century, and was attributed to St. Ignatius to reinforce the institutional model. It just reeks to me like so obviously anti-Sabbath and pro, Lord's Day being Sunday. This passage indicates that early Christian converts from Judaism began to observe the Lord's Day in honor of Christ's resurrection. From their writings, it is clear that Christians already during the 1st century were observing the Lord's Day on Sunday. Well, throughout the time, Christians kept that first day of the week as a day to get together, but it didn't become the Sabbath until a couple hundred years after Jesus. That's a very important point because tradition had taken over, and eventually Constantine declared his Day of the Sun, and then eventually had more Sunday laws, and eventually it became a tradition that was ensconced in church history, and people are never the wiser. The booklet states that the observance of Sunday was mandated by Emperor Constantine in 321 AD, referring indirectly to the Edict of Laodicea. It claims that this mandate was forced upon the people. However, the statement is not exactly true. Perhaps this edict was imposed upon pagan businessmen who thought every day should be a working day, and perhaps those who thought Christians must observe the entire law of Moses, including circumcision. This edict only made Sunday a civil holiday. By doing so, it secularized a practice that was already observed for centuries by Christians. See, this is how they get you. They insert their little narrative into each historical fact. As shown above, this ancient practice is witnessed by the Bible and in writings of the apostles. No, it is not. That's a blatant lie. St. Barnabas, St. Ignatius, questionable. Also St. Justin, martyr of 150 AD, and St. Irenaeus. Again, these are, by that point, by the time you get into the 3rd century, the late 2nd century, you have another generation of pagan converts that have supplanted the authority of the apostles, who were all over the place with their theology, by the way. Most of them were subordinationists, trying to fit pagan Greek ideas into Christianity. So those aren't the people to go to for what you should go as far as God's laws and principles. You go to the scriptures, and there's no scriptural basis for any of this stuff. But of course, they will twist it for their advantage left and right. God in his wisdom knows that we need to set one day a week special to him. Exactly, and he's prescribed that day of the week to you very clearly as the 7th day. Otherwise, we would become so busy with our daily work that we may forget about him and lose our faith. Now, the essential point of the 3rd commandment, there you go, this is the Catholic version now we're talking about, is that we set one day a week holy to the Lord. But specifically, observing Saturday as the day is only ceremonial. As baptism replaced circumcision for Christians, so does Sunday replace Saturday. No, it does not, because circumcision was an ordinance. It wasn't part of the 10 Commandments. Observance of the Lord's Day is not a mark of the beast, but a mark of being Christian. I love how they end it. This was the point of the entire thing. I'm going to read that again. Observance of the Lord's Day is not a mark of the beast, but a mark of being Christian. Now, you need to be very familiar with all these arguments, folks, because all of the things I just read to you, from the Protestant side and now the beast, these things are going to be front and center. You are going to hear Charlie Kirk, Jordan Peterson, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, Alex Jones eventually. What's his name? The other guy, Joe Rogan. All of these people are going to talk about this exact stuff from different perspectives. Some of them are going to be more militant than others, more historical than others, while others are going to be more laid back and more about the benefits, how we need rest. It's good to have a relationship with God and go out in nature and stuff like that. So there's going to be different attacks on this topic, but you need to be familiar with this topic very, very well. So, moving on. Many Chinese see a cultural revolution in America. This is dated March 6th. Another depressing article. As the United States grapples with the upheaval unleashed by Trump, many Chinese people are finding that they can relate to what many Americans are going through. That's not a good sign. They are saying it feels something like the Cultural Revolution, the period known as the Decade of Turmoil. The young aides Elon Musk has sent to dismantle the U.S. government reminded some Chinese of the Red Guards whom Mao Zedong enlisted to destroy the bureaucracy at the peak of the Cultural Revolution. Gosh, isn't that funny? Upon hearing President Trump's musing about serving a 3rd term, they joked that China's leader Xi Jinping must be saying, "I know how to do it." He secured one in 2022 by engineering a constitutional change. Nothing new under the sun, folks, the kings of the earth. But of course, now people are so brainwashed by the MAGA stuff that things that are exactly history repeating itself, people are frothing at the mouth and cheering on. The United States helped China modernize and expand its economy in the hope that China would become more like America, more democratic and more open. Now, for some Chinese, the United States is looking more and more like China. Coming from an authoritarian state, we know that dictatorship is not just a system; it is at its core the pursuit of power. Wen Jiang, a journalist, wrote in an ex post criticizing Mr. Trump. We also know that the Cultural Revolution was about dismantling institutions to expand control. Exactly, and now they're doing the Cultural Revolution on steroids. For these Chinese who strive for democratic values but contend with an authoritarian state, their role model is tearing itself down. They are expressing their alarm in interviews, articles, and social media comments that range in emotion from disappointment and anger to sardonic. So these things are signs that the idea that we're going through a cultural revolution, this is totalitarian takeover, that's not a conspiracy theory, folks. When you have people who are coming from that exact thing, telling you, yeah, there's a lot of similarities here, history is repeating itself. The difference is that people are cheering it on, and people have been deceived by false signs and wonders like the Trump assassination, quote unquote. Got to remember the air quotes because otherwise people might think I actually believe it happened. All right. This is from the New York Times. Trump ramps up attacks on law firms with order targeting Perkins Coie. So, if the senators don't vote the way we want them to, we're going to try to primary them. If the news agencies don't do what we want them to do, we're going to sue them. If the reporters don't say what they want, they don't ask us what they want them to, we're going to pick the reporters that are going to ask Trump the questions. If you are doing propaganda against us, we're going to, do all these things against you. Does that sound like anything that you've known about in history? Even in the last, maybe 100 years? The order against the firm, which did work for the Democrats during the 2016 campaign, represents an escalation of efforts to punish the groups the president sees as aiding his enemies. President Trump signed an executive order on Thursday seeking to severely punish the law firm Perkins Coie by stripping its lawyers of security clearances and access to government buildings and officials, a form of payback for its legal work for the Democrats during the 2016 presidential campaign. With the orders, Perkins Coie becomes the second such firm to be targeted by the president. Late last month, he signed a similar memorandum attacking Covington and Burling, which has done pro bono legal work for Jack Smith, who has special counsel pursued 2 separate indictments for Trump. Again, these are just circuses, though. Remember, all the cases against Trump were nonsense cases. While the Covington memorandum sought to strip clearances and contracts from that firm, the Perkins Coie order goes much further, seeking to also limit its lawyers' access to federal buildings, officials, and jobs in a way that could cast a chilling effect over the entire legal profession. The president's animosity towards Perkins Coie dates back 8 years ago to when 2 lawyers at the firm, Mark and Michael, played roles in what eventually became an FBI investigation to determine if anyone in the 2016 Trump presidential campaign conspired with Russian agents to influence the outcome of that election. Both lawyers left that firm years ago. The executive order denounces what it calls dishonest and dangerous activity at Perkins Coie, singling out its hiring of a research firm that led to the compilation of a dossier of unsubstantiated allegations against Trump related to possible ties between his campaign and Russia. The executive order accuses the firm of undermining democratic elections and the integrity of our courts and honest law enforcement. The order instructs federal agencies to suspend any security clearances that Perkins Coie lawyers may have. It also orders government agencies to determine if they have any contracts with the law firm and then cancel them. Additionally, the order instructs the heads of all federal agencies to limit Perkins Coie lawyers' access to federal buildings when such access would threaten the national security or otherwise be inconsistent with the interests of the United States. It also instructs federal officials to limit their interactions with employees of the firm and seeks to prevent Perkins Coie lawyers from being hired by the federal government. Now, I'm not saying anybody in this law firm is like a saint, okay? What I'm saying is this sets a precedent. And the fact that Trump is censoring people that he doesn't like and firing people he doesn't like and doing all this consolidation of power should be worrisome. It should show you that history is repeating itself because we are going back to monarchies. That's why. This is from, what's it from? Catholics for Catholics. Nice picture of Lucifer there with his golden crown of stars. 7 stars. How many stars is that? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Isn't that funny? 7 stars. I wonder. That reminds me of something of Mithras. But anyway, Catholic Prayer for America Gala. Join our 2nd annual celebration of Catholicism and patriotism. We are excited to announce our 2nd annual Catholic Prayer for America Gala on March 19th. On the Feast of St. Joseph, the event will take place at the home of President Donald J. Trump at Mar-a-Lago in Florida. Well, would you look at that? Image of the Beast, anybody? I'll take yes for 500, please. This is from The Hill. EU's top diplomat, the free world needs a new leader. Remember all those dialectics and polarizing the world into a kingdom in Europe? This is what's happening. The European Union's foreign policy chief, Kaja Kallas, said Friday it has become clear that the free world needs a new leader after President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky sparred in the Oval Office, adding that Europeans should take this challenge. Ukraine is Europe. We stand by Ukraine. We will step up our support to Ukraine so that they can continue to fight back the aggressor, she wrote in a post on the social platform. Today it became clear that the free world needs a new leader. It's up to us, Europeans, to take this challenge. The EU's official remarks come as several European leaders expressed solidarity with Zelensky after Friday's bilateral meeting with Trump and Vice President Vance spiraled into a quarrel between the 3 leaders. And of course, we've talked about this. It's all just stage games designed to polarize Europe and the other kingdoms into kingdoms. back into the kingdoms of the world where you have the 10 kingdoms. Now, again, I don't know if it's going to be 10 literal kingdoms, but certainly there's going to be regions with their own kingdoms. Here we go. This is from Uncancelled Video, and the caption says, proof that Elon Musk has the exact same globalist agenda as Klaus Schwab. They paired Elon with Trump so that you will accept it.
Nobody will be safe if not everybody is vaccinated.
Are you vaccinated, if I may ask?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very pro-vaccination. I believe the science is unequivocal.
Can you imagine that in 10 years when we are sitting here, we have an implant?
You gotta admit it to these guys again. They picked the most, like they had that whole Dr. Evil show to program people to look for that kind of an obvious villain. And they get this guy with like this super German accent and super evil sounding Dr. Villain person. And he's like talking about chipping your brain in a German accent. I mean, this is so scripted, man. So obvious.
Our brains. And I can immediately feel, because you all will have implants. Just think of sensors planted into our brains.
Basically implanted in your skull. So, but it would be flush with your skull. So you basically take out a chunk of skull, put the Neuralink device in there. You put the electrode, you'd insert the electrode threads very carefully into the brain.
It doesn't change what you are doing. It changes you if you take a genetic editing. It's a fusion of the physical, the digital, and the biological world. That's really the essence of the fourth industrial revolution.
A merger with biological intelligence and machine intelligence.
An effort for man to merge with machine in a healthy way.
Yes.
To beat machines, you basically have to merge with machines.
Most likely, yes.
As work is changing, is a universal basic income really a solution to this problem?
I think ultimately we will have to have some kind of universal basic income. And I think some kind of a universal basic income is going to be necessary.
Decarbonization of the economy.
Where are they traveling? How are they traveling? What are they eating? What are they consuming on the platform? So, individual carbon footprint tracker. Stay tuned. We don't have it operational yet, but this is something that we're working on.
I mean, my top recommendation, honestly, would be just to have a carbon tax.
This global reset is necessary. Nobody will be safe.
And people still think that Elon is going to save you from the deep state with Doge. I don't know, man. At what point are you just lying to yourself openly and refusing the evidence? Like, just this video alone, comparing side by side what he says, you have to be so insanely deluded to watch this, just patiently watch it and be honest with the evidence and say, well, no, Elon's just different. Elon's different for whatever reason. What's the reason? Why is he different? There's no reason. There's the same people with the same agenda. They just paired it with a charismatic situation so that you would accept it. Elon Musk made visit to U.S. spy agency. This is a couple days ago. Meeting between Musk and the National Security Agency's leadership was positive, but comes after he called for its overhaul. Dialectics. This part makes me laugh. Elon Musk visited the National Security Agency on Wednesday, current and former U.S. officials said, meeting with the leadership a week after saying the intelligence and cybersecurity outfit needed an overhaul. The discussion with the NSA, Musk's first known visit to the intelligence agency. Yeah, right. He's had probably multiple visits because the NSA isn't going anywhere. It's just they're going to do these dialectics and make it seem like, oh, they're gutting the NSA. But come on, folks. When was it during Bush's administration? I forget when, but the NSA was like literally spying on everybody. And they had total control over all the information in the United States and even the world with their systems. And you are going to come in just rogue billionaire and you're going to gut the NSA and they're going to meet with you now. And, oh, they're like little puppy dogs and, whimpering and putting their ears down. Come on. This is just theater. It's so obviously theater. Here's a very worrisome technological development. This is from some random post on Facebook. It's Hot 97. Scientists have created groundbreaking nanorobots capable of shifting between liquid and solid states, a development that could revolutionize medicine, engineering, and robotics. The research team, led by Dr. Evelyn Carter design microscopic robots that can flow like water to navigate tight spaces and then harden into a solid, stronger than steel, on command. This breakthrough was inspired by materials like gallium, a metal that melts at low temperatures but remains conductive and strong when solid. These nanorobots can adapt to surroundings, making them useful for repairing electronic sealing wounds, or even enforcing the Sabbath. Self-assembling structures. Dr. Carter explained the potential applications are endless. While the technology is still in early testing, researchers are optimistic about its future. However, one expected result occurring during the experiment, the nanorobots momentarily change form without a direct command. Oh, goodness. This suggests they may have the ability to respond to environmental cues in ways that we didn't fully anticipate. It's an exciting but also challenging discovery. And this is a picture of the the Terminator. He's like, liquefying and turning solid. I mean, this is crazy, man. And this is going to be the future. The digital Inquisition is going to have the Terminator. The Terminator is going to come after you and enforce the papal decrees. They'll be the Templar Knights, but they'll be robots. Now, this is a comment in the chat, which I think was a very good question. And I answered it, so I want to document it for you to give you some edification. The person says, Tudor, I'm trying to sort out a couple of thoughts regarding Daniel's statue and the striking of the feet by the stone cut without hands. I understand that the feet of iron and clay is the fifth kingdom, papal Rome, and that the stone is Christ who will destroy this last iteration of Babylon. Good. I understand that the stone will become a great mountain. Christ's kingdom will fill the whole earth. Is there a period of time between the striking of the stone and becoming a mountain, or is it instant? What is happening from the stone to the mountain? Is the text implying that the kingdom of God is growing here? If the stone striking the feet is the second coming of Christ, how can the kingdom of God begin and start to grow at this time? Is this not the start of eternity? My understanding of the start of the kingdom of God is at Christ's first coming and the spreading of the gospel. True. The gospel of the kingdom, Jesus told us the kingdom is now. The time of salvation is now. Very true. Wouldn't the kingdom of God have begun and started to grow during the fourth kingdom of Daniel's statue, pagan Rome? I know Daniel tells us that God will set up his kingdom in the days of these kings. I would appreciate some help organizing these thoughts. Thank you. This is a very good question. And the reason it's very good also, it's a good theological question, but it's also a good question because this is exactly what Catholics will use against you. To argue that the kingdom was actually the church, defeating paganism, which of course justifies their institution. But that's why the Fifth Empire needs to be revealed. So this is what I wrote. Eric is the guy's name. So good question, Eric. That is a good question. And certainly Catholics will use exactly those points, not saying you're rooting for Catholicism, just pointing that out, to justify their religion and that the church is the kingdom, i.e. the Roman Catholic Church, which of course is an inversion. Context is everything. When Jesus came, he brought the kingdom. But the Jews expected the material fulfillment of that kingdom, which is why they rejected him and why they still reject him today. Yet Jesus said his kingdom is not of this world, so we have to accept the spiritual kingdom, being born again, partaking of the Lord's table, etc., if we want to share in the material kingdom, the resurrection in eternity. There are many parables about the kingdom, and many of them have judgment themes, like the banquet or the wedding feast parables, meaning that partaking of the kingdom happens after judgment. Yet Jesus also said that the kingdom is now here with him, and he's ruling from heaven as of the ascension. So, this is one of those things that requires discernment and fine nuance. And you need nuance because the Catholics will abuse this and really make your head for a spin. Just like salvation is viewed from a dual lens of, yes, I am saved now by faith, but, quote, I'm not actually saved yet because the resurrection hasn't happened. So too with the kingdom. There is a spiritual fulfillment and a material fulfillment. The rock in Daniel 2 is referring to the eternal state, something that the Old Testament saints saw through a blurry keyhole because they did not have a full revelation of the gospel. But now that we do, we understand the various dimensions of this kingdom being spiritual and then ultimately God being all in all, as Paul puts it at the return. So in summary, you can always tell Satan's tricks because it's the opposite of the truth. Where God does one thing, Satan does two. Where God does two things, Satan unifies. God says that the kingdom is in two stages, spiritual and material. Satan says the kingdom is both spiritual and material at the same time, to justify his final empire and counterfeit. If you understand that Satan just does opposite of what God does, you can see right through these schemes. The kingdom of God comes in two phases. The first part is spiritual. It's with Jesus. The kingdom is now. That's very imminent reality with the gospel. And it is finalized when Jesus returns for the second time to destroy this system and establish his eternal kingdom. The whole point of the gospel is to bring you to the eternal kingdom where you're living for eternity. That's the majority of your life. This is just a little blip in terms of that. So there's two stages. The Catholic interpretation is, well, the rock basically grew into a kingdom by defeating paganism. So you have the spiritual and the material happening simultaneously alongside each other, which of course is the spiritual kingdom, which is true, growing alongside, the visible church, the institutional church. This is the material expression of that spiritual reality, which is no. That's the counterfeit. That's the counterfeit that needed to be revealed with its God King. That is deceptive. So where God divides, Satan unites. If God unites something, the devil divides it. So this requires nuance because, again, the vision is about a long period of time. And if we're consistent, then the fifth kingdom comes after the fourth kingdom. That means that the rock that hits the fifth kingdom happens at the very end. And of course, there's a lot of precedent for that. Watch my Daniel walkthrough, why there's five kingdoms and what does that look like and so on. We have a handy-dandy end times prophetic timeline, which is really beautifully well done. I'm very happy with how it came out. Make sure you get a poster and use it as a guide. Use it to visually walk people through these things that maybe can seem a little murky. But once you see them on paper, it's really very clear. It's very clear. But the rock that comes in the fifth and final empire. Now, the fact that it grows into a kingdom, you can't let people read into that. Okay, there's no time there. It's not trying to describe like, there's a transition time between a spiritual kingdom and a material kingdom. No, it's just telling you that it grows into a kingdom. Don't read too much into that. It's an idiomatic expression that the rock destroys the system and it grows into a kingdom into the whole earth. That doesn't mean that there's a transition phase. That doesn't mean there's, it's talking about when Jesus first came, because it's talking about the end, very clearly so. The rock made by no human hands destroys this continuation of empires. Well, Catholicism is the final iteration of the pagan system, and there's plenty of evidence for that. So Catholicism is not what destroyed paganism. Catholicism is what's going to be destroyed by the rock when he returns for the second time. So that's an important point. But you have to understand nuance with these things and also understand multiple witnesses. Daniel 2 is at the bottom of that end times prophetic timeline. Then you have Daniel 7, which layers another layer of interpretations, which confirms the order of the empires. And it confirms that there's 5 powers: Babylon, Persia, Greece, Rome, and then this power that comes out of Rome, and it gives you more qualities to it. That it's got a personal quality to it. It's got it speaks blasphemies against God. It tramples the saints and so on. It's a very specific power. And then you have Daniel 8 with the visions there. And then you have, the time prophecies. Then you have Revelation 13. By the time you stack all those witnesses on top of each other, there's no other candidate other than the Catholic Church with its God King, the papacy. One more here. This is an email from a lady named Audrey Goff. Hi, Tudor. I'd pass this on to you. I recently started digging into more history to learn more about some of the things you talk about on your timeline, and I came across this document called Europe and the Papacy. I attached it to this email. It's really long and it looks like it was written by an SDA, but eat the meat, spit out the bones, Yeah, good. There's a little blurb about Ellen White at the end and her prophecies, but he takes excerpts from historical books and has compiled them, I think, in his doc. Anyway, I was struck when reading about the tactics of the Inquisitors and how their job was to ascertain the condition of the accused's mind. Oh my goodness, it's so crazy once you read about the Inquisition. So you should read about it so you know what's coming. External acts and verbal professions were as naught. The accused might be regular in his attendance at Mass, he might be liberal in his oblations, punctual in confession and communion, and yet be a heretic at heart. So what's the point? The point is that the Inquisitor had to ascertain the character of the person. And of course, that's a completely subjective situation. And if that person wanted to condemn you, then there's nothing you could do. Wow, there's really no redeeming yourself if you're accused, because they can claim you've had heretical thoughts and rebellion in your heart. Doesn't even matter if you're going through the motions. Then I saw Elon Musk's plan for Neuralink to include telepathy. And it's an article from Wired. Elon Musk Neuralink files to trademark telepathy. The brain implant company co-founded by Elon Musk is moving to trademark several product names, including telepathy and telekinesis. This is going to be the golden age, folks. You're going to be offered a reality to be like God. You will be as gods in exchange for worship to the God of this world. Even if this tech doesn't work and it's all bunk, they can still claim they can read minds and know the thoughts and hearts of men. Prep for digital inquisition much? One more thing, on page 15, the author says, we in Europe are building a replica of the Middle Ages. On page 29, the papacy was and is today in many respects a historical continuation of the ancient Roman Empire, the ghost of the old empire. On page 50, the Bishops' Conference wants to go back to the future by putting upon Europe Roman Catholic jurisdiction. It's happening, folks. Europe is going to go Catholic again. Just wait. Not too long from now. There's a lot of interesting and telling info in this doc. I just want to highlight a few areas for you since it's so long. On my own copy, I've pretty much noted something on every page. Anyway, that's all for now. Hope you are well. Appreciate you so much. God bless. Thank you, Audrey. I hope you continue to look for things because it's very useful to find these resources. So thank you for emailing to me and edifying others. This is what's coming, folks. You read about the horrors of the Inquisition and the absolute ridiculousness of it. Imagine that now, instead of having inquisitors that are human beings and are limited by time and space, having to walk around and observe people. Imagine that you have an AI that's a robot, that's a little devil in your pocket, monitoring everything you do with your phone, with your computer, with your speech, with your airwaves, with drones, with satellites, with everything. So they're going to know exactly what you said. So that way you will be interrogated and you'll have a case built upon you with social credit score and everything else. So anyway, conclusion, every week there's something that moves the agenda forward. It's amazing how much content that these things are providing. I mean, it's just like, not that I necessarily want to be doing this every 2 weeks. I would rather get more time to focus on some of these projects. I may take a little break from these things just so I can finish these projects that I have planned, because it's really taking a lot of time away from those. But nevertheless, it just goes to show you how quickly they're moving, folks. It really does. It's important to familiarize yourself with scripture and history so that you have sound ammunition against these arguments, because they're coming. They're coming. You need to be ready for them. You need to be ready for them in your churches, with your pastors, with your friends, with your family, with influencers talking against you. It's going to happen. Catholics are very, very clever in how they weaponize history and scripture. So you have to be just as clever. If you aren't solid in these things, they will wiggle around your ear and devour you and make your head spin. Sunday laws are coming. They're a real thing. You have to realize that it's not, people think, oh, Sunday laws, nobody's going to follow Sunday laws. You don't get it. Sunday laws are going to be a natural consequence of what people want. They're going to shape the culture such that Sunday laws become a natural expression of what the people want. Just like people are cheering on their own enslavement through Trump because they were brainwashed into it, so are they going to be deceived into desiring Sunday laws. They're not just going to pass Sunday laws willy-nilly. They're going to make you want to enslave yourself to this system and to cheer it on. There's going to be the climate narrative. There's going to be resting from all that work, from all this atheistic secular system that's, against the family. There's going to be the spiritual refreshment aspect of it. Spend some time with God. Oh my gosh, it's so good. There's so much eloquent words. The family aspect again. And of course, participating in counterfeit worship, whether that's the Eucharist, the charismatic experience, whatever else, ecumenical things, mass baptisms. It's all going to be Sunday sacredness, folks. All of these threads that I listed off are going to be part of Sunday sacredness. And they're working all of these threads simultaneously so that the culture is ready and desires this outcome. Trump is solidifying his power as the monarch of the United States, and we're only in the second month of his presidency. Meanwhile, he's arguing for who should be pope, hosting Catholic events, pandering to Catholics, making statues of Catholic heroes in the National Mall and everything else that we've talked about before. This is the image of the beast coming to life, folks. A couple more years is going to be even more obvious. It's going to be very, very obvious in a couple years. But if you're ahead of the game now, you can help others wake up and develop some key habits and not be swept up in all the craziness that happens. So these are signs of the times. Learn to see them. Learn to watch for them. Go to the Watch Foxes page on the website. It's a free resource. It'll give you a guide of what to watch and how to send things to me. But a couple final thoughts. Today was a lot of content and material as usual, so I hope it was edifying to you. Make sure that you are confident in your knowledge of Scripture and history. I'll say it again. These are the basics that you have to have, because the discussions that you're going to have with others around you are going to get increasingly divisive. And you have to be able to defend what you believe, because otherwise you'll get devoured. Eventually, you will have to defend your beliefs. You will have to, because the world is going to close around Sabbath keepers, around narrow road Christians, true Christians, the true church. And at that point, maybe you'll be called in to defend yourself legally. Maybe you'll be thrown into prison, maybe whatever. But you will have to defend yourself one way or another. So get into the practice of keeping the Sabbath. Get into the practice of studying Scripture and history. Learn why you believe what you believe. Have a foundation. Learn what the Bible truly has to say about the Catholic Church, the papacy. Learn why preterism and futurism are wrong. Learn to see these dialectical patterns and what their purpose is, so that you aren't caught in the deceptions, because there's multiple layers to the psyops, folks. Like with the whole white supremacism being the greatest threat to democracy, which really was, the next level is, well, it's actually the Islam is the greatest threat. Well, no, it's actually the Jews are the greatest threat. Well, no, it's actually the Jesuits. That's the part that people don't get to. And of course, if you know your history, the Jesuits have taken over this country a long time ago. But anyway, remember also that we don't know what God has planned for anybody. No matter what, we don't know what God's plan is, but we do know He's going to work all things for the good. And everybody He's appointed to save, He will save. The best that we can do is stand for the truth with as much compassion and love and patience as possible. And I know that sometimes that's not possible. I'm guilty of that too. It's not easy to be patient with everybody, that's for sure, especially when they're just willfully ignorant. And it is what it is. You do your best. God will use your efforts for the good, even your failures for the good. You have to trust in that. All you can do is just be honest. Be honest and do your best. It's also important during this time to lean on God's sovereignty and complement all of these things with the timeless things. Learn to build a habit of prayer, develop good theology on basic teachings. There's a whole library that you can check out. It's free. Get familiar with what we have to say about the afterlife, the Sabbath, the end times, the Christology, the Trinity, all these basic teachings that are so important because they help you walk the narrow road. Because on either side, there's always a deception designed to take you off the narrow road. Somebody will give you a little bit of truth and again, like with the Reformed churches. The Reformed people have great things to say about salvation and predestination and monergism, for sure. But you can see they're completely eye to eye with the Catholics, which is something. That's something that's very worrisome. But nevertheless, develop good theology, study the gospel, why it's true, why the Bible is true, know your word, meditate on God's transcendent properties, spend time just thinking about how is it that God exists of Himself? How is it that God creates something from nothing? From nothing, literally from nothing. Nothing, just boop, out of thin air. Not even air, because air is something. Out of nothing, God created the universe with just speaking it. And when He destroys the wicked, He's going to speak them out of existence. They're going to be nowhere. They're going to be deleted. That's a profound thought. How is God present everywhere? How is God omniscient? How does He know everything? How has He lived forever? He lived forever before He ever created the world. He lived forever. That's just so mind-numbingly profound to think about those things. Meditate on those things daily, because it's going to draw you out of this world and draw you to the timeless things, because you're going to spend most of your existence with God. So meditate on that existence, because this stuff is passing away. It really is. And of course, build a habit of gratitude. These things are going to help you greatly in the coming months and years, because you will have a lot of opportunities to practice them. So make sure you use the resources available to you. Like I said, pretty soon I'm looking to release that gratitude map. That's going to be a great resource to help you develop a habit of gratitude with some practical advice, a connection to God. If you are feeling stuck in your life too, it's a good book for that, to help you maybe explore a more purposeful existence. I think that's also important. So all these things are very important, but don't lose hope. Remember instead to rejoice when you see these things come to pass. When you see all these dialectics and all things we talked about today, learn to practice rejoicing for the future that is ahead. Do not buy into the fear, but rather rejoice. Yes, please pass the Sunday laws sooner than later. Let's get this show over with, man. I don't know about you, but I'm ready for Jesus to open the firmament and just come down and destroy this thing. And let's levitate in the air. Let's get some new bodies and let's start. Okay, let's start our life. I'm ready for that. I don't know about you. So the sooner they can do this thing, let's get it over with, guys. Come on. Yes, cheer them on. Let's go. Let's get the Sunday laws going. Don't be afraid of it. Rejoice, because it means the Bible is true and Jesus is coming back. And that's a profound thought in and of itself, that Jesus is real and he's coming back and you're going to see him in full glory. You have to meditate on that all the time. That's what it always has to come back to. Everything that you study, if it doesn't bring you back to God in a marveling type of situation, you're not going deep enough. If you're studying the news and dialectics and watching what the beast is doing and this and that, great, good. Have discernment, practice discernment, help others with discernment, but then bring it back to the ultimate point, which is what? What is the point of this? What is the point of these VDS episodes? The point is that the Bible is real, that Jesus is real, and that he's returning, and you're going to see him. And that is a thought that is beyond human comprehension. So that should be the end of these studies. And that should fill you with enormous joy to override any fear that these stupid things give you. So I'll leave you with that. Take care, stay healthy, take it easy, and God bless.